2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy.
The Esports World Cup is just around the corner, and you know what that means. It means we've got some of the best teams in the world heading to Riyadh to compete for that grand prize, for that big trophy, for the honor. And of course, well, it's not just going to be them. In fact, we're going to have a few extra teams joining them, but to find out who else is going to qualify to the Esports World Cup, we need a qualifier, and that's exactly what we're doing right here. And it's time for the EEU qualifiers for this region. T-Governor, how's it going, and what are you expecting this time around?
I mean, we just saw some other qualifiers, some other tournaments, so we've been seeing like a lot of these teams freshly playing. So we have high expectations for, I think, a couple of these teams, specifically, Na'Vi and Cybergoose. But, in any time there's a qualifier, when there's, big tournaments, occurring after the fact, if you are to qualify, it can motivate some of these like tier 2 teams to kind of rise up and cause upsets. So I don't want to, knock anyone out as of yet. We'll watch day 1 and then day 2. Then I'll give you the good takes.
Absolutely, and of course we can see where everything's standing at the moment. Of course, it's a simple format. Everybody's starting up in the upper bracket, and of course you can see all the teams ready to go. Not as many teams as in previous qualifiers, and we will have a lower bracket as well. So double elimination. If you lose here, you do get another chance. And that's pretty crucial, especially for a team like Cybergoose, which in their last qualifier run decided to go down to the lower bracket in the very opening game before anybody else pretty much, and then run the entire thing through the lower bracket, get to the grand finals, and then lose 3-0 against Aurora. But no Aurora this time around, Seagov, so...
Yay, no Aurora, yay, good riddance, they're invited.
Yeah, get out of here.
Yeah,
Get out of here.
Get out of here, you're too good.
They earned their spot there with EPT points, yeah. So most likely, I think our 2 big favorites, and I think the two biggest seeds are Na'Vi and Cybergoose, I would imagine. Those are the 2 teams which made a top 3 in the last qualifiers, and I think they are a step above the other teams in this event as well.
Yeah, for sure. But to ignore the top 2 teams for a second, there have been these like wonderful moments where I think one move and ruin a team. Even for Pirates have shown signs of life, and every time I watch a qualifier, I always want to see a team be able to create that upset. So we'll have to wait and see, but unlikely. But yeah.
All right, we can see exactly what games we've got coming up today as well. Of course, we're starting things off here on this stream with Na'Vi versus Espoiled. Then we'll move into our second series of the day, which is, of course, going to be I think that's on another level team, team next level, and they're going to be playing up versus the lovely chaps over at the 4 Pirates, and then we'll have the upper bracket match to come today. So you're already getting some upper bracket round 2 in your first day of these qualifiers. Isn't that nice for you guys?
I mean, not only that, it is a set schedule, so we are going to be seeing, of course, with Na'Vi versus Esports now. If let's say Na'Vi are to win, then they got to wait around, they got to watch the other series, see what's happening, understand their opponent. They're going to play much later this evening, so yeah, they're going to have to make sure they're in good form. But yeah, the idea of playing your round 1 and also your round 2, like, it really is within a split second you're already top 3 in the qualifier, right? And that is quite a mental thing to think about, right? But of course, today, very important day. You can't have an off day in this qualifiers. It is not going to be forgiving at all.
No, absolutely not. You need to be on your game. So let's talk a little bit about the teams we've got, of course. I actually want to start with Espoiled here. I feel like this will be the team which people know a little bit less about, which is fair enough. But Espoiled, they're a team which is coming in through open qualifiers. We haven't really seen them around except for EWC and TI qualifiers. I think they do better than you might expect from an open qualifier team. Maybe they're not pulling out any big wins, but they have some quality. I think Snov, especially on the carry, he's pulled out some pretty decent performances on like Drow, on some different carries. His Stem was alright as well, so definitely keep an eye on Snov. He's pretty consistent.
Yeah, and to get to the close qualifiers for EWC, they did have to beat some somewhat notable teams, right? With Namiga, right? And you have Young G, that is probably the most notable player on that roster. So it's like they beat a decent team that has and also I think okay, maybe not. I was about to hype up who they beat in the best of 3 to get here, but it's like Aim Possible, double checking the names, like, you know what, not that hype. But either way, in their road to qualifying, they at least beat one kind of like tier 2, tier 3 Eastern European team, which was Namiga. And yeah, again, it's like, that's where, again, like I said with the qualifiers before, it's unfortunately a reality where it's like the top seeds of a qualifier are often so dominant that it's hard for me to be like, wow, oh my god, Esports is going to do it. Like, they really need to just like surprise us. So like here, I will happily be like, it's unlikely that they should be favorites here. When we saw Na'Vi recently play, sure they didn't qualify, but like the level of Dota they had was grand finals bound if it wasn't for Aurora, right? Or Cybergoose, like the other 2 teams that were like in that tier. Esport, unfortunately, aren't in that tier. So, I just want to start this draft and be like, wow, what the hell? You know, like I want to be like hyped from them. But
it'll be interesting to see. But of course, I want to see if they're actually powered up by this, because there is no Aurora. Suddenly, it becomes way more possible. Like I feel like to them, they need to be seeing this as an unattainable goal to qualify for this event. And I think they should, honestly, because if you power up, you just need to get yourself a couple of big wins, and all of a sudden, you're in the grand finals, and who knows what can happen. So hopefully Esport have a good mentality coming into us. We've got a draft available, so let's jump into it for game number 1 of Na'Vi versus Esport here in the opening match of the EU qualifiers for the EWC.
10 seconds remaining.
So, starting things off, I'm not sure we're going to be particularly surprised by any of these bans. Banning is sort of locked at the moment. Maybe you ban out the Storm versus Na'Vi. They do like first phasing it, but they've got a few specialities as well. Shadow Demon also going to be up there. So, yep, Shadow Demon banned out, Bristleback picked up.
I think I was just starting this draft with the will Esport pick Death Prophet and cause Na'Vi to, shiver in fear.
Have severe PTSD.
Like, oh no, please! We just lost the qualifier because of this. No, I was. That would have been such a Chad way to start a best of 3. Game 1,
Wouldn't it?
draft 1, first pick.
You've never played it
And you,
before,
like-
and you just come in and go, yeah, well.
Oh. Of course, with Snot Rocket and its ability to be very annoying in laning phase, is the reason why it's still first phased. My only concern with Bristleback is it's a very good hero, but because it's been at the top of the hero list for so long in the meta, teams know how to deal with it. And for example, in the SEA qualifier for EWC, we had teams start picking up like Witch Doctor in the 5 role, throwing out the classics, put down the Maledict in lane, get a carry that has a bit more of that, random range damage to throw into the mix, and now Bristleback can't lane anymore, right? Even though Witch Doctor, in theory, should be a dead hero based on, how weak his stun is and all this stuff. The fact that he shuts down the Bristle in lane, he kind of came back. So yeah, I feel like first pick Bristle, sure, it's good, it feels nice, but there are so many ways to punish it now that Na'Vi, of course, will have to demonstrate that later in the draft.
Yeah. I mean, how important is it to get
Radiant
great
team ban.
hero? Like, is it something which you're kind of greasing yourself if you don't do it?
It kind of depends, because you don't need break to kill the Bristleback, because if he's going for Snot Rocket and control, then kiting away from him and killing his team is really good. So you can kind of leave him on an island, right? Look at the Aura bot, like, who cares if you are able to get around him. Second to that is if you have enough damage, then you can just kind of blow him up anyways and just eat through it. So break is nice. Would I say it has to be every draft? No, but then you need like anti-healing in some capacity, or you need like a vessel buyer, or you need other layers to countering him. But break's the easiest approach, I guess.
Yeah.
It's the first draft of the day, boss. My answers aren't good, I'll be honest. I'm not
That's
going to try
right.
and hide
I'm
behind
gonna-
it. I feel like, the entire pre-show, this entire like entry, I'm off my game, mate. All right, I'm going to need to finish drinking my hot beverage. Not going to name which one, because of course it destroys the brand.
Yeah.
You got a brand to protect, but I'm just going to pre-warn you, if you are tuning into the stream, I'll get much better when the game starts, he says, as he
All right,
flops.
don't worry, guys. I'll take us through this draft. Woo, let's get, I don't know what I want to ban. We don't want to play against that right. Oracle, get Oracle out of there. I'm playing against Oracle.
Oh no. All right, no, but I think you're doing that thing. It's the whiplash analysis.
Yep.
When you get carried away and charismatic, and then the first thing that comes to your head, you just throw it out there. But you're on the right wavelength. They go for the Abaddon.
Yeah.
Would you like to know a fun fact?
No, let's move on. What are they
Okay.
going to pick next?
Yesterday, when I played my evening ranked, I played with Uragi and Ari. And Uragi picked Abaddon into Bristleback, and then I picked Nature's Prophet. So this was a matchup that he played yesterday. It's of course a matchup that we have seen in Eastern Europe for multiple tournaments now, specifically due to Nightfall. But I got the privilege of playing with Uragi on this matchup, and it felt very nice. I had no complaints. He just kept shielding to dispel. He never really felt like he was pressured. He utilized his innate to have kill threat on the bristle later on. So yeah, it's just a very, very nice matchup. And I think I got 35 MMR that game. It was really good.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Your IQ, like 300 IQ between you and 0 hair. But it's okay.
Yeah, I'll say that. Where's the borderline coming in? Yeah, that's actually why we won the lane. We just put a bright light in between us, and our bald head just reflected down the lane and blinded the bristle back.
Like the will-o-wisp comes out, that oh god, the reflections I can't see.
Do we have any double? We don't have any double board lanes, do we, in Dota? It's always just one player.
Yeah, no, you can't have 2 ball guys on a team. It's too strong. It's against tournament regulation.
True.
Annoying
Sure,
for
the
lighting
photographers
guys
hate
as
it.
well. Yeah.
Yeah. Cost of makeup. Flying teams out is already expensive.
Yeah. Then you
10
gotta
seconds
figure out lighting for that head. Oh, bald and glasses is just a photographer's worst nightmare, honestly.
5 seconds
Hey,
remaining.
guess who's bald and wears glasses? This guy.
You
Guess
sometimes.
who's not going to any lands? This guy. No.
Radiant team pick.
So Windrunner going for the of course the oh my god, Enchantress. Out of nowhere.
Damn,
I'd
that's
like
not
to do
the
the-
defibrillator.
Yeah, okay. Well, when you think about trying to annoy the Abaddon, right? Instantly popping the shield when you're going him is one option. That's what Enchantress can do. But less about Abaddon, I think it is just trying to find a matchup to deal with the Batrider. Because Batrider in the 4 position, when you're playing on sticky napalm spam, the flame break, eventually when you get Firefly with the stoked facet, and you're chasing heroes down, it is nice to have either a neutral creep to play behind, it's like a Chen, an Enchantress, Nature's Prophet style hero, or have heals. Enchantress has both.
Radiant
We just don't see the hero, but because of Batrider, there could be some good lives, good life behind the hero. Sorry, but it is such a specific like I hate this hero, so I'm picking Enchantress, and if you don't get the correct lane matchup, then now you're stuck with an Enchantress that doesn't really do a lot of damage.
team pick.
Yeah.
Kind of gets ignored. I'm worried for the Eng pick. I really am. But at least we know it's laning into the Batrider. Due to the Warlock, you see what you're playing into.
I mean, why did Enchantress sort of fall off so much? Because she was really, really popular this time a year ago, and then it's just kind of been like a slow fade away to the point
10
we're at now.
seconds remaining.
I think like the most notable changes through the year were like the
5 seconds
spears not doing as much. They don't do 2 times damage to creeps anymore, which I guess probably had an impact. Is that a big part of it, or did other supports just become better?
That's like a slow and steady reason why it would fall off, right? Because you farm slower, but it also feels like the way in which you play Dota at the moment is
Entire team
after your
back.
lane, you need to kind of have really solid purpose, like be ready to fight at Tormentor and stuff, and Ench kind of like you would expect her to be able to do it, right? Because she'll have her creep and she'll be strong, but it feels like she just never really fills that role as well as other heroes. Like she doesn't have the big team fight stun, she doesn't have the big way to facilitate an area. She can annoy people if you're snowballing the game, right, with creeps, but in like an even game, she's not bringing the same control as like a Warlock 5, or she's not bringing the same control as like, or pick-off potential as like an AA 5, right? Like, I think it's one of those things where like, she's probably like a B tier support, but there's so many good S and A tier supports that you never get them all banned out, so you don't need to think about Enchantress. Because like on paper, she does do things well, just not as good as the others.
Yeah, but I guess there is still a few niches which she fills, which she's doing here with the with the enchant ability to break that
5
shield,
seconds remaining.
and
Even just
I guess
putting a bit
also
of
take
a-
out Shadow World as well now, which is also kind of nice. So anyway, we should talk about some other heroes. Terrorblade,
Should we?
he's a scary dude.
Ban.
He is. 1 second, holding off a sneeze. Again, I'm just being very honest today. I'm not trying to hide behind the fact that we're in a draft. There we go. No, we're good. So yeah, with Terrorblade, it kind of puts Esports in that position of if game does get a little bit difficult, Terrorblade should be able to step up and be the carry of the game. My only concern for them is you're playing a Terrorblade in a lineup where Navi can kind of just ignore the supports. Because it's not as if you're like, guys, we have to find the backline. We have to find like this Oracle type hero. It's just an Ench and a Windrunner. They will enable the early skirmish, but mid to late game, if they don't have utility, they're just kind of just there.
Dire
So for this
team
Terrorblade, you're playing into a Batrider with Lasso, an Abaddon who can run and find you, a Magnus that will RP skewer you, a Warlock that will Golem you, like multiple ways to BKB stun you and prevent you from sundering. I guess the only caveat is big stuns, so there's not really like any cheap stun to stop the
10
sunder.
seconds
But
remaining.
I am worried that this Terrorblade has a massive target on his back,
5 seconds
and Navi do have plenty of ways to execute him.
Yeah, I was really anticipating this to be a Medusa pick because I feel like that sort of solves a lot of the issues. Like Bristleback sort of enables you a little bit. You just get like a bit more lockdown, a bit more brawl on your mid laner, and suddenly things are looking great. But no, they're going for the TB, so that's going to be their solution to this problem. See if that works out for them. Final pick now for Spoiled. They need themselves a mid laner. It's going to be the Storm Spirit coming out for them. So I'll give them a bit more catch. But yeah, Navi's draft, it is very sort of team fight. Warlock, like they've got a bit of pick off in the bat, but it is so fighty.
Yeah, I think
10 seconds remaining.
you worded it perfectly. Esports, they want to be fighty, skirmishy. They want to post lane. They want to bring every hero behind the bristle, whereas like Terrorblade jungles, but he might every meta go, all right, let's go play with the bristle for a second. He then farms. When Storm has mana, it's like, okay, let me go play with the bristle, get some kills, I'll go back to farming. So it's kind of being like a conveyor belt of like, I farm, I go to bristle, I fight. I go farm, go back to bristle and fight. So for Na'Vi, of course, it's like you know what the early game's going to look like. If they're efficient in their farm themselves, the mag goes to power the Abaddon, they farm up, they're going to look really, really strong. And any way to kind of diffuse that aggression, to stop the skirmishing, is going to be really useful. And Na'Vi's approach to that is by picking up a last pick Timbersaw. And yet to reveal what position it will be in. Mag and Timbersaw both can be played in the mid to off lane. Thinking about it, I kind of expect it to be. I'm going to say mid Timber. Yeah, that was a frame perfect guess.
What actually happened there was they both wanted to play it. So what they did is they both like walked into the middle of the room. They shake hands. Someone counts to 3, and then the moment they hit 0, you got to run to your PC and select your hero. So Copy made it first. He gets a Magnus. Boom is sorry. Copy gets a Timber. Boom's relegated to Magnus.
No, yeah, I actually remember that from when I coached Copy in Jiggling. We did the same thing, but it was online.
Yeah.
It was so much harder to coordinate. But no, I actually forgot about that old school classic, and when you have to fight for a hero. Yeah.
You don't really worry about who's playing what when you draft. You just pick stuff and see what happens. It's well
Yeah, the draft doesn't really matter that much in Dota, I heard from Twitch chat.
Not really, no.
No. And then also I heard some people said that the draft's boring. But unfortunately just,
Yeah, I
harsh
mean,
truths, I guess.
Chess is boring if you can't understand it as well.
That is true, yeah.
Some simple people like simple things. And that's absolutely fine. And those people are going to be very happy as we're getting into game number 1 here. And, I'm a simple guy. I like simple things. I like it when we have a big RP, a Fatal Bonds, a Golem coming down. That's all I'm here for. Unfortunately, it's not that kind of game. This is one of those games where you're going to be waiting for the big, like, multi-hero RP. If Boom waits for the big multi-hero RP, then he is griefing his team something crazy, because unless you can get in with Ari to get off some grabs, which I'm sure he can, you're still going to be wanting to use his RP either on the Storm Spirit or on the Terrorblade pretty much alone. You don't really care about anybody else. You get a lot of these drafts where you want to kill off like everybody except for the main hero, for example, Navi's draft, where you kind of just want to ignore Abaddon until everybody else is dead. And then you kind of got like the polar opposite on the side of Esports, which is kind of cool. So very different in how they're going to be taking these fights on both sides.
Yeah.
I'm just warning you guys who are only here for the Boom 5-man RPs. Not going to happen. That's a Nomad guarantee right there.
Okay, all right. We get it. You just watch Na'Vi play a different qualifier. You got some bias, I understand. No, but the way that Na'Vi's draft's built is around constant aggression, right? So the idea of like Abaddon will be in the middle of the fight, or Timber will be in the middle of the fight, and then because of that, you will always get the correct jump from a Mag or Batrider. If they don't hit the correct jumps, then I feel like Na'Vi aren't playing their draft well, or they've lost lanes really hard, because on paper, Timber and Abaddon they get so much information for you when you have repositioning heroes.
The battle
That should just work really beautifully together. So again, we'll see if Na'Vi can execute on what their draft is kind of telling us what it should be doing. And of course, for Esports, it is so critical for them that they get a lead in the laning phase. Because if they lose out in the early game, you know, the repositioning that we're talking about, a Bristle all by himself trying to like buy time for his Terrorblade to catch up will just get dragged into the middle of nowhere and just, you know, just destroyed. Of course, Bristle about to start the game body blocking. Yep. What are you curious about, mate?
Can we do special pings as like observers and casters? Can we do like the different style of pings?
I've just pinged mid, so yes.
Oh, okay.
But it
Cool.
appears as
But it only
act for
shows
me.
for us.
Yeah, it doesn't show on stream.
That's sad. Could be really annoying.
Do you really think production's like, oh no, the two casters can't frantically ping the entire game and ruin our product? No.
Can't create loads of visual clutter on our broadcast. What a disappointment. That's what they want.
Yeah.
Alright, so... mid's gonna be... Might actually have some exciting moments, because either of these two can die if they mess up, especially on the Storm, I feel. Like, Copy's just kind of, you know, he's got reactive, he's chilling, but if Purple Paradise goes a little bit too hard, then you never know when a Timber Chain Whirling Death's gonna come at you and bring you down.
Kill potential in pretty much nearly every lane, right? If you step up too far on a Terrorblade, you're going to get Shockwave and Flame Breaked. You've already mentioned about mid lane, both Timber and Storm, depending on their resource management, has the chance of getting a killing blow. And top lane, it's in a really good position for Na'Vi. Of course, they have blocked up the small camp with the Sentry, where you Quelling Blade the tree to hide it. Of course, a lot of players, Enchantress goes to eat the tree now. You see on the right-hand side of your screen there. So it's not as if it takes too long to deward it, but it's annoying. And yeah, Ari, he body blocks the small camp again. Just ensuring that there is no way in which they can reset this lane.
Yeah, tries to go for the pull here onto the Pine Cones, but doesn't quite manage it. And Snov in trouble here. He's going to try and go for the reflection, but so much damage coming out onto Snov. Skewer away, though. Kind of gets him away from Ari. And it's not going to be enough to kill him off, though. Well, sorry, it is going to be enough to kill him off. He dies. Ari gets your first blood onto Snov on the Terrorblade. That smoldering resin. That sticky napalm. Too much damage to the Terrorblade.
And you asked about Enchantress and why we don't see it too much. It's maybe, maybe, but it's also like you kind of need your small camp. If you don't have your small camp, you need level 3, right? The fact that you can't enchant, and you have to enchant what's at level 4 creep, it feels kind of rough when you don't have access to any of them. So already Na'Vi's offlane doing really well, threatening a kind of off-meta pick in the Fibro. And bot is probably the most bland lane Na'Vi could have ever drafted, right? You got Warlock Abaddon. You shield, you heal, you just shove wave, you farm. Like,
yeah,
I would be
not
shocked
to call
if
you out
Na'Vi was
when
to
you
die.
said there was kill potential in every lane. I was just looking at his bottom lane like,
No, there is.
But yeah, if
If
anybody
they
goes under tier 2.
overplay, yeah. Don't you expect that from the mindset of these players to look for that every opportunity? You've already got a point in Curse of Avernus to chase down the lane. Yeah, okay, maybe I was being optimistic in bot lane, but one can hope. That's right.
We can always believe. Nobody moving across for these form. Oh, maybe they are actually. Royota
And
heading
could
over
send
for
a
the
crit.
4-minute bounty, but Purple Paradise already here, so
Oh.
not gonna get a whole lot done. What up?
No, I just realized that Ryota plays for Esports, and there's multiple people that have this name in like top 1k Immortal, but they spell it with a different amount of T's. So I was like, it's the 1T Ryota. I see.
Ah.
Because it's quite jarring when you play a game and on your team you have Ryota, and the enemy team you have Rio Tata, and it's like, this is kind of sus.
What does it even mean?
I don't know.
Sounds like an anime thing.
I'm just scared to Google it. Do you want me to Google it?
Yeah.
I'll Google it for the
I doubt it'll come up with anything.
Ryota. Yeah, it's instantly went to anime.
Oh, okay.
Instantly.
My radar's too good for this kind of thing at this point.
He's a protagonist in something. I don't want to say it because I can't pronounce it. Sure.
Ooh, a lot
English
of
lad.
aggression at mid here. Right, English lad.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool. We're in anime.
I love how your mind
They
works
added
there.
us to anime.
Yay!
Yay!
I
We
guess.
made it as a country.
No,
Now I kind of want to hear what like an English accented anime voice sounds like. Now I'm curious. I know what I'm doing in our mid-series break.
Riveting. Absolutely riveting. Oh yeah, 'cause
back
this
of
is
Purple
really
Paradise.
quick then, yeah.
Getting run down in the middle lane, trying to stand his ground against Ari here. Ari, I mean, he's going to fall, but gets a kill, so absolutely worth it. He'll die in response to Purple Paradise, but yeah, you take those every day of the week. Nice rotation in from Ari, utilizing the fact that the Storm is not quite level 6, and my god, Purple Paradise was close.
Ooh. Power shot onto the Intermission, but doesn't really do anything.
Ooh,
That is
Poppy
the-
wants to go and get this haste, but Adzakor comes across, makes sure that the haste rune is going to be picked up by Purple Paradise. Got to really resist calling them PP. There is already a PP mid laner.
There is. That is.
Snov up on the top side, going to be falling here as well. Dragged out of position by that skewer. And Ari going to help with the damage to bring down another hero here.
Yeah. I mean, Na'Vi are doing a good job just kind of dragging heroes around the map, right? They threaten top, then they bring back to mid. Supports then follow after that then comes to mid. So now the supports are kind of stuck there in like a disconnect of resources. And then in doing so, they go back top. So I think, yeah, specifically just Ari on the back rider, because he's the one making the first move every time, he always has like the positional advantage. As Paradise uses the haste rune, but Ari then goes to hug the high ground. And he's trying to go for the wisdom. They have flame break. Magnus is coming into the area.
This could get hairy for Purple Paradise here. Tries to zip out the flame break, doesn't quite manage it. Still going aggressively, is kill off Ari, but now needs to get away. But still plenty of time remaining on that haste rune, so Purple Paradise is going to get out
Bot lane,
fine.
we
Take
have
those.
Bristle.
Oh, they already took the wisdom on Kaori, which is really bad. They will get the return kill at least onto the Warlock, and Yuragi kind of wants him to die so he can get over this damn bridge, but Ryota comes in with the Shackle Shot, and Yuragi also going to be falling here. See, I'm going to need a worthometer on this one. They get the wisdom, but they lose both heroes.
Let me just double check what the supports are looking like. Level 4, level 4. I'm leaning maybe worth an RV. Because you get the double wisdom, and you spread the XP so evenly in the big Abaddon kill plus Warlock. Your Warlock and Batrider should be able to get level 6. It's a couple minutes before the side of Esports, and if they utilize it, further compounds to being worth, and now Storm Spirit picks up the Arcane Rune top. So 2 runes to both the 6 and 8 minute rune go the way of the Storm Spirit. Luckily for Copy on the Timber, like it doesn't really matter for him specifically. It's like he doesn't. I mean, he'd like them, of course, but it's not as if his hero like truly dies from not having the rune.
Yeah, it's very
They
hard.
are going
to
on top again.
Star the Stormers,
He
indeed.
doesn't
They're
have
going on to
Thunder.
Snov. Man, even the RP coming down as well. Sure, Ari tanks the Thunder, but he's going to be fine thanks to the Shadow Word. Golden if they really wanted it there as well. I'm a little surprised in Kaori. You know, if you paused it just before that gank and asked me if I thought he was going to use Chaotic Offering, I'd have given you a guarantee on that one that he would, but
That
holds
is true.
it back.
Maybe he's done some replay review and gone, you know what, Chaotic Offering, I'm not the only player in the world with it on quick cast and auto cast and every way in which it casts without question. The guy just loves to golem. And as much as we meme it, if you do get a golem, sure, you help in a kill, but the farm you get after really enables Warlock to feel very good. You put down a couple golems in the early game, you're getting a Solar Crest or a Glimmer or anything. And Storm Spirit, we said he picks up the
Crazy
8 minute
aggression.
Arcane Rune. He does kill Elf Ari. So yeah, Storm's entry to the game has been killing Ari, but Na'Vi's entry to the game has been Ari kind of conducting a lot of this early aggression. Killing top, killing mid, going back to top, enabling the tower take.
Have they got any spell to smite?
Oh,
Paradise
stop
as well? All right, a little bit of a gift there for Copy. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. So to be clear, he was farming that under a ward, which they placed
Yeah.
earlier. They knew exactly
Yeah.
what he was up to, but yeah, still an extremely unfortunate zip. Trying to set up for the power rune and just getting absolutely blended.
Oh, that was amazing. Oh, there's the
Hey,
golem.
there we go.
Yeah!
That's my boy.
We sounded
Not
crazy.
even a hero. Just throwing it at the tower.
He won't do it. I mean, the storm already kind of suicided, right? Oh, and they grabbed the windrunner.
Okay, that lasso range, absolutely ridiculous. I don't know if we've got replays available, but I'd like to see that one again in 4K, please, because she was out of there. She was gone. There's no way that lasso should have connected. Anyway, tower's going to go down. Copy gets the tower. Kaori doing the majority of the damage. Oh, here we go. Well, oh, this is
and a
Purple
zoom.
Paradise getting owned.
We have a little pop zoom. Look, oh my
There we
god.
go. That's my 4K right there.
Oh, damn. All right. You know, I've not seen a zoomed replay before.
A very sadistic replay.
Yeah, no,
That's poor
that's my
Purple
favourite.
Paradise getting absolutely owned.
No, just basically, if at any point the game gets a bit slow, just bring up that replay out of context. If anything, don't even tell us that you're gonna just surprise us, okay? If this game goes 30-40 minutes, just bam. Let's go back to the 10-minute kill on the storm. Oh, that was delightful.
Radiant's middle tower.
Navi though, continuing the aggression rate, taking both the top and the mid tower, play behind the Abaddon early, utilize the catapult waves, and
Dire's bottom tower is under
this was one of the concerns that we had with the Esports lineup, that if they don't create their own opportunities early on, they are victim to playing comeback, and there's no two cores perfectly synergized to killing together. There's not a smoke opportunity. Like TB and Bristle don't smoke together. Storm and Bristle don't smoke together. Storm has to connect the
Radiant's
dots,
middle tower is under
but if he
attack.
doesn't have any items, then congratulations, all three cores have to farm. And that is where taking these early tier 1 towers feels so good, as they know that there is no real rebuttal to be had. Boom does have the Blink Dagger, grabs the Enchantress.
Yeah, that's going to be an easy kill here, especially for a Batrider. Just fundamentally one of the hardest counters to Enchantress. Batrider absolutely cooks her up, doesn't really need to attack her, just stack up the napalm, stay on top of her, she cannot escape.
Which is sad, because like in lane, any hero with summons, you could argue, has a way to at least annoy the Batrider, blocking camps to stop him from pulling, not putting your body on the line to do the job, right? So it's like, summons are good. But as soon as you get to like 10 minutes into the game, most summon heroes get absolutely destroyed by a Batrider. So I know during the draft I mentioned, like, you know, Chen and Ench and Prophet, they all can do good things against Batrider in lane, but they also do nothing in the game against the hero. That's when you need other heroes to step up. And that aside, Na'Vi, the Smotopus for the scan, really good scan from Esports. They actually identified the fact that this aggression is coming. Therefore, Terrorblade
Radiant are
should be able to run away. Luckily, those footsteps that you see on screen aren't visible to Na'Vi.
Yeah,
Radiant's middle tower
That would be
Should
hilarious.
be.
Pay to get ganked.
yeah, just follow the footsteps.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Aztecor might be found here again. They seem to know Aztecor's around as Copy trying to close the gap. Another hero which deals very, very well with Enchantress, but Aztecor does back herself away on the edge. Gets the safety as Snov continuing trying to farm whatever part of the maps he can.
They all want to farm the same part, right? But Harriet stepped up for a millisecond and missed a power shot, but should be enough damage. Yeah. Spells aren't perfectly connecting there for the side of Esports, but again, doesn't matter how you kill him. The fact he dies is important enough. Boom, they were setting up in the bot. Snov, he stepped up way too far.
Oh dear, that is bad news. And there's your RP coming out from Boom. Zero hesitation to use these big spells as expected. And Snov will fall.
You can
That's
see
a
like the
really
layers
big
of...
kill, and yeah, you have to question that positioning there from Snov.
Has been
That's where it's like the aggression from Na'Vi, like them going top, getting the scan hit on them, not getting Terrorblade. Terrorblade in the back of his mind now is like, my support hasn't gone top yet. We've not de-warded this area of the map. So if I farm here, in his mind it's a free kill. So then he moves to the triangle, but the Bristle also kind of farms that area, so he's stuck. And he's like, okay, I can't farm these camps because Bristle wants to be here. Storm's already pushed mid and farming the enemy jungle, so he goes further down the lane. So I think it's just like a natural minute or two progression of farm where due to how Navi's playing the map, and all of his team want to farm the same jungle camps as him, you're kind of forced to take whatever you can, and he does die because of it, but that really is just due to Navi and how quick they are to run around and try and apply as much pressure as possible. As soon as Terribly TV's top, look at them. They're already sweeping up here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So Purple Paradise has been seen under tower here.
Yeah.
And not the most conventional place to go and farm, but fair enough. Had an invis rune, went deep, found the wave. It's a little bit annoying for Navi, I guess.
I like this type of split push when you know the game is difficult and you have no fight to take, and you're on like a Storm, Ember, Puck type hero. Because let's say they have to kill you, right? They're TPing 2, 3, maybe 4 heroes to a tier 3 at minute 15. That's going to buy your team an additional minute to farm up and feel good. Sure, Na'Vi, they don't call the bluff. They go, whatever, bro, skip the wave. But it's like, imagine if a weaker team started TPing to try and chase. Now the map feels more open for Esports. Of course, that it doesn't work normally against the good teams, but logically, the strategy does make sense.
RP off cooldown. I'm really looking to just pressure Storm there. Literally just came off cooldown, immediately blinks across the Storm. he's wanting to get this thing used.
Oh, Terrorblade dying.
Ooh,
Okay.
top lane, yeah, that's another death for Storm. Just really likes running at copy, which is a questionable thing to enjoy.
Like the bot death, I could see an excuse, you know, the idea of like your team forcing you to a bad position.
Is under attack.
There he just ran down the lane and died.
Yeah,
And also don't forget,
a shocking game.
Storm had just skipped the wave, which means the wave's going to be much further in Radiant favor. So he has to go even further down the lane
Storm's fault.
because of Storm skipped the wave and Snov then ran down the lane trying to find it. He then did die, so yeah.
Radiant's bottom
So it's
tower
somehow
is
Storm's
under
fault,
attack.
correct, for Terrorblade.
If we're in a pub, that's what the TB's saying. I'm guaranteed.
You know it 100%.
Is under attack.
Yeah, it's feeling like a game which Esports are sort of just like gonna try and limp through, see if they can find themselves an opportunity to come back into it. I'm not sure Navi will give them one, but just the way Purple Paradise is playing it, being out on mat, I think it's the right thing to do.
Dire's top
It
tower
does kind of
is
show
under
us though
attack.
that they have zero plans on smoking up, making any sort of move.
No. I mean, also, we haven't even mentioned Waste 21 on the Bristleback.
Yes.
My guy has, like, no inventory, right? He's got a cloak, a ring, a headdress. Sure, he's got the recipe for pipe if he wanted, but he still needs, what, another 1,700 gold for the Trask? Like,
Yeah, it's a big old nothing inventory, isn't it?
yeah. It's poor old Storm Spirit is the only one that's actually got a game. Like, both the TB and the Bristleback are very starved.
Oh,
They're around, like, 2,000 gold poorer than the Tricore of Navi. Navi are doing an exceptional job at equally scaling on all 3 cores.
But yeah, I
This
mean,
time
full
around, Snuff
credit to
doesn't
Purple
wanna farm
Paradise.
it.
Like, playing this deep, playing the map, like, look at the amount of net worth Purple Paradise has gained from this. Like,
Exactly,
they're now top, and, you know, by about 200 gold as well. Not just edging it out here, but a real advantage. They will try and make something happen here. Smoke up here from Esports. They can get on top of one of these backliners, the Warlock, maybe the Magnus. That would be a really good target. They find Kaori and Copy immediately looking into Kaori here, but doesn't have the vision to keep it going, and that was a lot of mana used for not a whole lot of damage. Maybe time to reconsider, as Snov's going to get dropped again in the middle lane. Another day, another lasso. Snov is not being allowed to play this one. Enchantress going to get out.
Nomad.
Yeah, mate.
Do you know when in the draft I said the Terrorblade pick, it kind of sounds okay, but because of the supports, it's a massive target at his back and he's going to just keep dying
Yeah.
because the supports heavily fall off. I do feel like Snov's died 6 times in the game, and this is no. Let's not show the items here. Let's show the scoreboard. I want to see the reality of this Terrorblade. It's rough. He's a 0-6-0. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Navi have truly shut down the Terrorblade. Again, Ari dies bottom. That is just a product of Navi taking Roshan, Ari being, you know, greedy on the map.
It's the last time I call a open qualifier player good and consistent. That's on me, guys.
That's true. You cursed him.
Yeah,
You
no, I was
really
fanboying.
cursed
I
him.
was like, yeah, Snov, great player, solid player, good stuff. But I mean, it is the greatest pick ever, and yeah, but still, no excuses for some of these deaths. Honestly, it's been tough. First game of the day.
Yeah, it's
Step it up.
Yeah, depending on how you want to look at it, it's like either you praise Na'Vi for constantly looking and being in the right position to find Snov, or you critique Snov for just dying too much, right? It's like, I do feel like I'm leaning more towards that Snov's dying too much. Like, in lane, I expect him to die. That's perfectly fine. Like, you're into Batrider Magnus with an Enchantress, but it's now the 14-minute death where he overplays his mark, right? It's the 16-minute death where he runs down lane. Like, the 2 laning deaths are fine, but 14-minute that we see, the 16-minute, and even you could argue the 18-minute here, where it's like, his team is yet to connect, but why is he joining in? That, I think, is like the major point of critique. 14, 16, 18 shouldn't have happened. The 2 in laning, perfectly fine. Whatever.
Yeah.
Mistakes happen, right? But as a carry, you need to fill that gap of farming in a way that you aren't putting yourself in a just position of death. And if you are feeling afraid, then you need your Enchantress or Winner on it. You have to communicate the fact that they have to step up to tank these ganks. Because it's not as if Na'Vi are doing some exceptional, map play to kill you. It is they are running together. What if they ran into an Enchantress? TB doesn't die. What if they run into a Winner on it? TB doesn't die, right? So I feel like if you do watch the replay, as we did just see, Esports, if they cleaned up their early game, this potentially could be very different, as Snov would probably already have Manta and be on the way to his first big ticket item, and that is what Terrorblade is all about, right? It's by Manta into what is my game deciding item, and they are optimistically trying to go for the Tormentor.
Yeah, well, they're actually gonna get.
And they don't get it 'cause of the
what?
shield!
Shield
Oh.
pop. That's unfair. That is so unfair. They earned that Tormentor. They were willing to pay for that Tormentor with their lives, and they don't even get it. That is unreal.
Now, do you think it was the? Yeah, he was in. Oh, that was so rough.
I mean, yeah,
actually.
it was Radiant's tick or
yeah.
it was shield. It looked like it was a shield pop coming out.
It looked like it was a
just
shield,
at the
yeah.
right time, which is just.
Fundamentally, it doesn't matter.
Ugh.
The fact that Na'Vi gets the Tormentor. Alright.
Here we go.
Like, what a wild call from Esports to make as well.
Listen, you.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, the 11,000 gold down.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, that's
is
an
under
extra
attack.
1.4k over towards the side of Na'Vi, I guess.
Oh, the 21-minute Manta.
Oh yeah, that's what you like to see right there. Woo! Now we.
Oh, look at his quick buy on stuff.
Oh,
So he's going to be online when he buys those 6 observers and 1 sentry.
Terrorblade, yeah.
Yeah, the Terrorblade, yeah, we saw it. Yuragi chasing down Storm just momentarily.
Dire's middle tower
He
is
just wants to
under
skip the
attack.
top wave, go for mid, and you can hear from the pings, they want to take the mid tier 3. They want to pressure this. Will Kaori Golem? Will they right click it?
I think
Who knows?
Kaori's got his sights on something a bit more than a tier 2, let's be real.
Oh,
Dire's
waste
middle
21.
tower is under attack.
He's
Dire's
on the
middle
run.
tower is under
Still doesn't have that pipe. Okay, surely this is it coming on the courier, right?
Yeah, he's got it, yeah.
Oh, getting a little low here. Where is that courier? Come on, delayed delivery. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, pipe
Got
comes
him.
out. Copy of stuff, but Golan's going to be there. Oh no, Lasso coming down as well, making extra sure that Waste 21 is indeed going to get killed off.
Radiant's
And
top tower
meanwhile,
has fallen.
well, top tower's going to go, but Copy, he's immediately onto Snob already. Snob going for the TP out here, but the RP comes out from Boom once again. Snob
Sunder.
will come down. Maybe Boom's going to die. Nope, never mind. He's still got the skewers ready for it this whole time, and he's going to be okay. And it will be Snob to drop after all, getting 2 heroes low, but can't get any kills. Kaori.
Oh, they've lost a gem.
Okay, alright. Gem over towards Ryota.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Something. You take those. That's a nice little win.
When you're 10,000 gold down, when you steal the enemy gem, it feels as good as getting a kill, if not more, right? Because you can leave it in base, you can put it on your courier, poke your head out, get a quick D ward. There are a couple Na'Vi wards on the map right now that are very easily dewardable if they wanted to, you know, defensively use the gem. Of course, I don't want them to hold it in their inventory, cross the river, and be all like, haha, we have vision advantage. That is not to be the case, but yeah.
Yeah, I like it when... I mean, it's one of the biggest differences is how, like, gems used in pro games versus how gems used in, like, pub games. Where, as you mentioned, like, you know, you hold it for a bit, you run and get some D-wards, you know, maybe you smoke up, go and find something, but you immediately have your courier ready to bring it back. In pub games, you get that gem, you're like, hell no, this is my gem, baby. I can see
You're
everything.
holding it, yeah.
Yeah, the whole
Yeah.
time. Whatever you're doing, you're like, yep, this is mine.
I found a bit shocked they haven't utilized it. It's like, you have a
the
courier, you're
immediate
next to your
throw
base,
it
like,
on the ground.
yeah. They're just like, oh, we don't want this. It's like, you're behind, you're getting picked off. Having a gem, like, even put it on the Storm Spirit temporarily. Like, why not just allow him to hold it? At least get 1 or 2 D wards. I guess the issue there is, oh,
getting
maybe
awful
actually get
sticky.
shackle shot as he tries to go for a kill. Yeah.
Power shot would have killed him there, but doesn't quite manage it. Now Riyadh having some issues with copy on the backlines. Uragi going to come flying through as well, and with the Radiance will burn him down. But on the backlines, Kaori is going to die to Purple Paradise. Once again, the Storm finding some plays, but running low on mana here. As Uragi goes looking for the Storm Spirit. What do we have on Uragi? Nothing to really threaten the Storm, but Lasso's going to come down onto Snoff once again. Snoff drawn in deep. He has got this pipe. Is it going to make a difference? Can he get off this Thunder up onto the cliff? He shall die. Snoff's gone down. Purple Paradise also going to fall on the Storm as Core. I've got damage ring for some reason, trying to fight up with it, but Copy, he does not care at all. Keeps on chasing onto the Enchantress. Ari cutting him off as well, making him sure there is no way he can bounce to the base. With the Nature Attendants dropping low, Aztecor is going to die as well. Monster kill for Copy here. Not really a fight here, folks. Just a bit of a beatdown. Sure, they lose Boom. Sure, they manage to get Courier as well. It's a lot of nothing.
I'll be honest, I'm just tired of saying the word snov.
It's been tough, man. It's been really tough.
Look at the fight recap, right? Like, Terrorblade, the carry, damage,
Nada.
0. Nada. He rocked up to the fight, showed himself for a millisecond. Na'Vi, of course, had vision advantage on the high ground. He gets lassoed.
Dyer's bottom
Fight's already over for him, right? Like, there is not really expectation for him to contribute much to the fight. But also, I'd prefer, like, with the initiation from Esports World, right? The fact that they get Boom low, sure, they don't connect on the power shot, but with the Glimmer Barrier, you could argue he still lives anyways. But, like, look at the positioning. Oh, look just at the minimap, right? Battle Riders, he's not even here. There is a world in which maybe for Esports World, they can look to fight here. Like, the Warlock died instantly, Magnus was half HP. If they prevented the blink from Mag in some capacity, if they did just something slightly better, they'd have got at least a Mag Warlock kill. The issue for them is, for them to fight as heroes, they have to commit to the area. So when you're behind
Dyer's
and they get
bottom
one
tower
kill,
is
it's
under
kind of hard to
attack.
disengage on like a TB and a Bristle. So you're always like victim to, hey, we can't kill 5, we kill 1, but we're stuck here and we're going to die anyways, right? And that's a major problem for them. They have no way to get back out as Enchantress does go down. Ideally, if you were E-spoiled, your Terrorblade just wouldn't even show up to the fight, right? Allow your Storm Spirit Bristleback to open the fight with Bristle, maybe the Windrunner, kill with the Storm, disengage, and then Terrorblade rocks up to the tier 3 going, hey guys, I've quietly farmed a Skadi or something, I'm ready to at least try and help out. Like, the fact that Terrorblade keeps turning up to the engagement after it's already happened and dying, it's just a major problem for them. They're 16,000 gold now, down. They've lost the bottom racks, turning it now into a 17,000 gold lead for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and like as you say, if TB's farming, then maybe we've got like some story of a win condition. You know, like Storm could be, you know,
Tower is under attack.
making
no
us space for
story
the
here, boss.
TB to come online. There is exactly. No, there's no story. There's
Yeah.
no game to be had.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We're just waiting
Don't
to
even know
see
what
if
this would
Na'Vi
be,
can
yeah.
colossally throw, and I don't think they will.
If.
If
You mean when?
no. I'd say
I've not seen a Terrorblade this shut down. I'm putting it bluntly, this useless in a competitive game for a long time. And again, to To layer that with analysis, that is due to Na'Vi's aggression, their pick-off potential and finding the Terrorblade, but also intertwined with Snov's positioning. But no, it is wild to see Terrorblade this poor.
Yeah, agreed. I think Snov needs to...
They're
I
trying
don't
to
know, there's
kill
nothing you
Copy.
can do at this point. You just turn up twice and hope for the best. Like, that's literally it.
They've dispelled the axe instantly with Enchantress. That's
Very
pretty cool.
nice, very nice. A lot of damage coming on through here. Right clicks to follow as well. Copy trying to stay alive. Will not be able to do so. Good kill. Unfortunately, it goes to the win rate, which isn't really ideal. And Purple Paradise is dead anyway on the back lines. Oh, sorry, over to mid lane, yeah.
And they still have RP, so they need to be careful. They're showing the position here, but boom, it looks like he's setting up for a beautiful RP if he can connect it here.
That might have been the best caster's curse I've ever seen. Oh my god.
Oh, it's beautiful. I'm so powerful.
I didn't even know you could do that, Tio. I discovered a new
What's
ability
next?
about you now. But yeah, I mean, this fight's actually kind of close. Boom's dying on the backlines. Waste 21, getting off decent amount of damage. Yuragi, though, still alive, still wailing on this Bristleback. Bristle trying to run out here, but there's a Blink Dagger on Yuragi, so he can just keep on chasing inside of that ult, get themselves another kill, and you know, it will be a 3-3 fight at the end of the day if you ignore the fact that Storm died at the very beginning.
Oh man.
Yuragi now into the pit.
Oh, from my POV, I was like,
Well,
brother, boom.
I saw where you're coming from. They were kind of getting baited into hitting
Yeah,
on
yeah,
Yuragi
yeah.
a bit too much, but good lord.
I'm gonna load up the stream. I'm gonna go watch that again.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't have replays with caster voices on them. But this is the only
Oh,
time
no,
I
I
would have
wouldn't
wanted
want that.
it.
No. There's no way I'd want to hit
there we
myself
go.
twice.
Oh, we've got a really awkward situation breaking out here. Actually, no, we don't. It's just going to die. Never mind. I lied to you all. Okay. Well, they're a bit of an awkward situation where Rota just kind of ran in, tried to snipe Roche and died. An admirable attempt. Roche sort of started walking out of the pit there, but... You can see, like, there was a moment there where we maybe saw that Esports could stand a chance, but yeah, Waste 21 doesn't really have the build to be able to follow through as the last survivor of a fight like that.
I think the main takeaway from that fight is if Esports were more disciplined in their early game and Terrorblade didn't die as much, that is the fight where Na'Vi go, oh, we've overplayed our hand, right? And the game's now back to not being even, but that's the mistake that Na'Vi, if they make it against a Aurora or any of the big teams in the region, they're probably suffering for the rest of the game, right? But against Esports and how well the early game went for Na'Vi, they can make a couple mistakes, brush it off, and probably still win the game, right? I think the critical thing is like the fact that we see a couple of these like blunders occurring in the game. You need to think in the future. They need to iron them out, make sure they're not there when they do go up against, you know, Cyber Goose or whoever is to become the other contender for the grand finals. And again, coming into this, Na'Vi, on paper, it's Na'Vi and Cyber Goose. The qualifier are these two teams. Everyone else is contending to be like the underdog, the team that upsets everyone, to change up the balance of the region, right? But I don't want to be seeing any mistakes in our top two teams.
What
to
do we
ensure our
think?
grand finals is
Is
strong.
Boom about to RP the Storm?
My friend, I've already used my caster curse.
Yeah. Well, that's just leaving the question open this time around rather than... Oh, okay. Kaori falling for the bait a little bit there. Purple Paradise sort of running them in circles a little bit, but now the lasso coming down onto the Bristleback, dragging him out of position and revealing that soft belly as there comes the skewer out on from Purple Paradise here, trying to take down Kaori. Kaori, though, has the Ghost Scepter, has the heals, RP out onto the Storm Spirit. Is this finally the time for Storm? I mean, all the spells have been used, but I'm not really sure. Okay, he's just dead. That is not ideal. But buyback! Round 2, let's go. What can Snob do? All the spells are gone. There is no RP. There is no Golem. There is no Lasso. But you're running out of teammates very, very quickly here, Snob, and you already used the meta on your first life, so feeling like there is really nothing to be done. Big jump, Purple Paradise looking to kill off some supports. Not finding them, just trying to find Kaori, trying to find his number. Ari with the invis, Azakor trying to finish off here. The spear will connect. Ari dies. Doesn't mean a whole lot as Azakor trying to get away from this one and does just about live it. Man, Purple Paradise really, really loves Kaori. I mean, this is romantic at this point. As Ari's going to buy back into this
bash,
one.
bash. No bash. Bash.
Die. Yuragi finally.
Brother, bash.
What's
happening? There
we go. Nice. Well, heal him up. Get the Sunder. Nope, never mind. Lasso out from Ari to make sure that Sunder does not come down. And G's might be coming out anytime soon. Purple Paradise trying to see what they can find. Maybe get another kill onto Ari here. Ari is going to die, but uh-oh, there's your bash coming through from Yuragi. All out of mana on Purple Paradise now as well. A little zip will not save you from Yuragi. Yuragi gets another here. 5-1 of 14 on this battle as Coffee cleans up the backlines. Aztakor still trying to be annoying, still trying to kill off some more supports, but the GGs have been called. Game number 1 comfortably going towards Navi here.
It was pretty much post-laning phase. The entire game was Navi, and I think the key takeaways, at least for me, is we saw some of the player-to-hero combinations in the previous qualifiers and tournaments, and I think Ari Batrider, it struggled a little bit, right? Just a little bit. This time around, it was really, really powerful. Breaking the top lane, killing Terrorblade, moving to mid, threatening there, going back to top. Like, he was a conductor of the first 10 minutes that completely broke Esports. Their supports honestly looked lost on Esports compared to Navi. They played with so much conviction that it gave them real no chance to play out this game. Yeah. So Navi, lanes were incredible, the map pressure was incredible, and the Terrorblade, he finished 0-11-2 on carry Terrorblade. 0-11-2. Oh.
Yeah, no, really, really bad performance from Snuff there. Like, we're not going to sugarcoat it this time around. Like, you know, it's a tough TB game. We're not doubting that. But, yeah, just make themselves way too much of a target in this game. The Sports weren't able to make them any space. Like, always it's a team game. But also, like, yeah, this TB just did not come out of the barracks, really, in this game. So, tough start for Esports here at the qualifiers for the Esports World Cup. Let's see if a break will do them any favors and if they can come back in game number 2. See you in a minute. Na'Vi take the first game here in the opening series of the EU qualifiers on the road to the Esports World Cup. Can Esports come back after a disastrous game one? That is what we are here to find out. My name is Nomad. I'm joined by T Governor. T Governor, I don't know, like there's not too much to break down from the last game. Na'Vi, they just did Na'Vi things in Esports, unfortunately. Didn't really show up for the first game. All we can do now is kind of hope that they show up for the second game.
Yeah, pretty much that, right? And of course, to follow kind of the normal line that we say is got to make sure that you don't get too tilted, that you focus up, make sure your next draft's good. But a lot of work is required for Esports to feel like they're competitive in this series.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of work to be done, and it comes down to personal maturity, the conversations which are going on the team right now. Are they at each other's throats, going like, "Oh, you did this wrong, you did this wrong"? Or are they positive, looking towards the future? For a team of this level, that's kind of the building blocks of like how you break through to being a competitive team versus just a qualifier team. What your mentality is and who's kind of saying what and how productive the conversation is being. Or if your team needs it, just how blank slate you can be. How I'm like, last game, not really a game. That's not us. That's not our identity. Let's not let it affect us and just go game two, which is often the best approach rather than overanalyzing a bit of a bad game like that. Like, I think when you're playing against teams much better than yourself, it's always a good opportunity to learn and grow and kind of improve. But also, sometimes you do have to just recognize that you weren't playing like yourselves, and there's not really anything to learn if you're just like, again, not really showing up. You don't want to dive into that. You don't want to be, let's look at every single mistake we made, because that on a normal day you won't make those mistakes. Like, it just happens. Everybody has an off day, so you got to be able to have that mentality within your team, reset, and look towards the next game without really getting too bogged down in the details of the last game, which ultimately comes down to not showing up. So Shaman going to be the opening pick here for Na'Vi. Slight change in the draft as they ban out the Batrider instead. Shadow Demon is available for Esports here if they want it.
Yeah, critically for Esports, the simplest answer to them playing poorly is have better lanes, have stuns, right? Like, it's going to sound so basic, but when you're a tier 3 team like Esports that are, trying to cause the biggest upset in a qualifier, right, which is to make a deep run, to have a roster like themselves where only a couple players are arguably notable in the competitive scene. I just want to make sure that they have really clean lanes, right? And when they're drafting like the Enchantress and they get Terrorblade, it feels like they're not drafting to what the meta says is strong lanes. That also opens up another discussion about teams being creative and trying to like counter the meta. But for Esports, I don't think they should be in the position of trying to be the inventors of the meta. They need to show us like good Dota first, and then after that, then they can start showing new heroes. And they go for a Shadow Demon, which was quite a big hero in the region as of recent. Specifically, I think mainly due to both Solo from Cybergeese and then Ari from Na'Vi. Solo played it in the 5 role, Ari played it in the 4 role, but it was still played on disseminate spam, buffing up heroes who go in, using your imprison in the or disruptions, very technically, in the laning phase to set up for stuns and damage. So I'd like to see Esports kind of combo the Shadow Demon with a hero that likes to utilize the disruption for a bit of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Utilize that split damage. It's sort of like a very, very budget Fatal Bonds in a way, but also a lot more single target focused. So let's see where they move next in the draft. Spoiled. Not too much you got to do to enable the Shadow Demon, so you're really free to take it in any direction you want. You should utilize that. Don't get too bogged down in what you think Na'Vi are going to do. You worry about that with your bans, but then make sure you pull out something you're good with. I want to see the Snuff back on the Sven or the Drow or something a bit more. If you want to turn up for fights, then I think that's a bad thing. You just need to pick the heroes to do it. Pick an Abaddon, pick an Omni Knight, pick a Sven, something like that.
I love Sven. I think Sven at the moment is my probably number one carry for playing so many, pretty much any game, right? Itemization wise, you don't mind buying MKB if there are butterfly heroes in the enemy team. If you don't need MKB, you can just get Daedalus. After a difficult lane, you do farm quite nicely in the jungle with like Mask of Madness into Echo, then you get Blink. And I think critically, Sven's, because your third item is always, well, on the better Sven players is Blink, you kind of give your team like a very clear path to how do we play this game, and when should we be ready to fight. So I think Sven, especially for like slightly weaker teams, it does feel like the hero that naturally pushes you in the right direction. But for now, they just straight open the next phase. Sorry, with an axe pick. That is a whew.
Yeah.
I respect how that's a bold pick.
Man, I'm not sure about this one. I mean, we know this is something which Na'Vi like to do. They don't mind an axe for boom, so maybe Esports saw this one coming and grabbed it for themselves, but Tyra is very abusable. You know, you kind of just recognize now that you've got a relatively free lane for whatever carry you pick. Like, yeah, your support might be annoyed a bit by some poisons or by some battle hungers, but yeah, you're not really too worried about whatever carry, so pressure is really off your Aggie. You can do whatever he wants this game. Might even be playing this Doom. We shall see, but
Potentially.
yeah, Doom making it through to this stage is a little bit wild.
10 seconds.
I wouldn't mind the Doom carry, because Axe wants to play on battle hunger and kind of chasing you down with spin. And then Doom's like, alright, sure, I have Infernal Blade, percentage damage, I have Scorched Earth, and depending on my creep, that can also either sustain me through battle hunger, it can either do damage, right? It's like Doom carry makes sense to threatening the Axe nicely. So I like the fact that they pick the Tusk as well. So you have double supports, Shaman and Tusk both can play the 4 and 5 role. Your Doom can be the offlane or the carry. Like, it doesn't matter about the flexibility, because no matter what iteration they go in, they are very, very powerful together. Like, you got map play with the Shaman progressing towers. You have pick-off potential with the Shaman Hex and the Tusk tag team and punch. Strong laning of the Doom, be it carry or offlane. So yeah, I think Na'Vi have got a really strong opening, and for eSpoiled, their way to try and punish this is picking up more kind of fight, right? It's if you get a jump on a storm from a storm or an axe, you now have the Phoenix with the Sunray, the egg behind. Sure, into Doom, Sunray won't do anything, but what happens if this game lasts 40 minutes and we're looking at a Phoenix who picks up like an Aghanims, right? And now we're saving people from Doom in that way. Like, there's cool ways to play out eSports draft, but once again, they have to win their lanes with these heroes. They do not play well if they lose their lanes.
Yeah, no, they don't. And it's a difficult position to put yourself in. Yeah, you've got some, like, okay supports, but, like, Na'Vi can go a lot of different directions here. That's interesting. So they pick up... Oh, yeah, actually, this is what you do. Sorry, if you've got the Doom, you grab your mid laner now, you get 2 bands to defend it with, and then you're also flexing your carry and your off-lane positions, so it's very hard to ban out against you. Absolutely the right
Eats
drafting
a couple
call.
more bans.
Yeah.
And even when you ban out Ursa, it's like... I think the Ursa ban is less about what's happening with Doom and more just in the game. What does Na'Vi think will complicate the draft ever so slightly for them? They have really good skirmishing pickoff between Shaman, Tusk, and Ember, but they don't really like heroes that combo break them, because they want to kill and then move to the next hero. They don't want to have to like use all their cheap control on one hero and then not have anything to then pivot, right? So I think Ursa or Abaddon might be the 2 bans that Na'Vi go for, if they are respecting this type of carry. What other carriers are available here? I was going to say Terrorblade, but I kind of I chuckled at myself.
Let's not.
You know.
Actually, screw it. Redemption game. Let's go. Bring it back.
Redemption game. Oh,
Yeah.
that's powerful.
I mean, it is against a Doom. Like, it should be good.
Yeah. Well, eSports do have the last pick in the entire draft, so they are going to see exactly what they're leaning into, right?
5 seconds.
Freedom of choice here for Snov, absolutely. Meanwhile, Na'Vi still juggling their safe lane and their off lane, can go for whatever they want in either of those 2 roles.
I'd prefer Boom just to pick up the off lane. Like, let him play his Tide Hunter or Kunkka or, you know, any of the team fight style heroes that buy an aura and buff up the team. Like, already the Dawnbreaker band's pretty good from eSpoiled. The entire game acts like in competitive, it's I blink, I Blayball, I need to get the kill and then move on. Sure, in a pub, you can like blink in, doesn't work out, you run away, then you like it's a bit more chaotic. But if you have any hero that can stop that initial jump from Axe, it hurts him. There's already a Tusk of Snowball. So the Dawnbreaker band's good. Even the Mag band's actually, I forgot about the hero to be honest. Would be pretty good because when you blink in, you suddenly get skewered away. Your call's not doing anything. You get
10
RP'd.
seconds remaining.
It's going to hurt you. So yeah, still opens up for some pretty
5 seconds
decent
remaining.
options I think for Boom. Again, like I said, actually sorry, Kunkul's banned. So Tide's available.
Dire team pick.
What else was there? I think Tide's the biggest one.
Team pick.
Yeah.
Ooh, Darkseer. Sure. I mean, you buy
Yeah,
auras. You're not
Darkseer.
saving specifically from the call, but you do buy Greaves, and any burst of heal can annoy the Axe when he tries to hit the dunk. So yeah, I don't mind it. It's very aggressive. Darkseer, the Iron Shell, the
10
Surge on an
seconds
Ember.
remaining.
Then you have the Tusk with the tag team. Like, poof. This is a lineup that will
5
happily break the
seconds
map.
remaining.
Yeah, it's quick. It's a lot of damage. You've got a good partner for the Darkseer as well. Like, I actually feel like they made a pretty big mistake in letting this Darkseer through. Because this is looking like a great Darkseer game. And they've got so much map pressure to come out now. And as mentioned, there's a lot of heroes for the Darkseer to play with, both the Tusk and the Ember. So these Iron Shells are going to get a ton of value. Very worried here for Esports. Let's see what they do. You need to grab yourself one of those big carry heroes, and they're going to go for the Gyrocopter. Alright. So, I mean, I think TP probably loses a bit of value when playing against Darkseer. You don't want to get those illusions made of yourself. Also, good pressure in lane usually. So, they'll go for the Gyro, just something a little bit more sustainable. Has a bit more of the hybrid damage to throw out as well. Can help get through the Ember's shields and whatnot. It's decent. Does care about getting doomed, though. You don't really want to get doomed pre-flack, so that's always scary.
My concern for Esports is they have one melee hero, which is an Axe, who also naturally plays on a backlining style of play where it's like you want the fight to develop, then you blink call. Or you're smoked and you're leading from the front. But normally you're a melee hero that hugs the tree line to then initiate. So that means your Gyrocopter needs to itemize very quickly to become your frontlining hero. And luckily for Esports, Gyro is kind of like, he is a ranged hero, but he does like play in a way where he likes to just be in the middle of every fight. He can buy like S and Y, he goes early BKB, so he can kind of like bridge the gap of not being like squishy like other ranged heroes. But yeah, it's if Axe doesn't have a good game and isn't leading the tempo, if Gyro doesn't have enough items to stand up front, then they have no front line. They are just all ranged and Axe is recovering, right? So I'm actually really worried for that aspect of their lineup. Of course, once they get online with items, like I said, they can play it out. But for Na'Vi, their lanes are strong. They have so many ways to play, pick-offs and fight. Even Roshan because of Shaman. Na'Vi's lineup, putting it bluntly, looks so much better. But who knows? Maybe the 4 melee heroes of Na'Vi gets 4-man Axe called.
I mean, it is
So
it
it's
is a decent Axe game, all things considered,
Yeah.
right? Like, yeah, your lane's
it
not going to
is.
go great, but you don't pick Axe for the lanes. You can just skip them forever, pretty much, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do. Kind of comes down to position 4 in that regard, and yeah, like it's a very playmaking draft from the side of Esports. Is that what I expected them to do in this situation? Probably not. It's a very difficult draft to play.
Prepare
It's
for
going to
battle.
require some very, very good initiations and timings to be hit on Waste 21 and Purple Paradise ready for the follow-up. But if you can manage it, then this draft will eventually make sense. But yeah, you've got to make sure that all of your cores are having a game. Like, no one can suffer in this draft, which I think is, a really, really hard position to put yourself in.
Like the way that I envision Esports lineup looking good is Axe having Blink, BKB, Blade Mail, and able to kind of like walk throughout the engagement to then understand like who am I jumping, and then Gyrocopter needs probably 3 items, maybe even 4 if you want to think about Hurricane Pike as well. Like after the standard like Ags, BKB, small crit plus Pike, like once they get there, in my head I'm like, you know what, this game is super scary. Like you're running 4 melee heroes into
30 seconds
Egg,
to
into cooldown from Gyrocopter, the Egg of course from Phoenix, Storm potentially with an Aghanims down the line, Axe with the call. Like they have so many cool ways to take out the fight. It's just they need to find a way to stabilize the game to be able to get there. Because of course Na'Vi, they are so aggressive, and their way of approaching that is by doing a late smoke, placing the Ward in the Sentry, hoping to find a hero by themselves. Any kill at the bounty runes can really just offset a lane. and can create those opportunities that we're mentioning for Esports.
Battle begins.
But due to the positioning, looks as if no aggression really comes out. 2 for 2 on the
a
bounty
lot of
runes.
fighting over the, like a lot of click battles on the runes, but it does go 2 for 2. So one thing which I think is very interesting about this game is that both teams have excellent pickoff, right? Like one team, you've got the call, you've got the storm jump as well. A lot of damage can come down. Heroes can die on side lanes. On the other side, you've got Shaman, who's really good at it. You've got Doom, who's obviously got Doom, and it's going to make it quite hard to put side lanes out. And then you look at the heroes, and that's one thing which Na'Vi have done really well in this draft is that you've got Snakes, you've got honestly Tusk, who's pretty decent at shoving waves without showing himself and putting himself in danger. Darkseer obviously with Iron Shell as well. They can get these lanes out really, really easily. The other side, Esports, they don't have that at all. Like Storm can do it as we saw last game, but as we also saw last game, when it's just Storm doing it, it sort of leaves the rest of your team very, very vulnerable, especially your carry, to just being blown up. So that will probably come into play if the game is even around like that 15-minute mark. You'll really see the kills start to mount up on Na'Vi, I would imagine. Map pressure always just so important in Dota. Very easy thing. Like if you feel like you've just played a game which felt impossible, like you fell behind at some point, or even the game felt even, but you just couldn't do anything without being seen, without being blown up. It's so often coming down to map pressure and the heroes you have. Rota getting clicked up a little bit by Yuragi with the blood grenade coming out. Oh, there's a fairy fire. Kurori though, he's got the shards and he will get the first blood because of this. Rota will die.
Very, very strong lane you have here, especially when you get level 2. I was kind of waiting to see where third blood was going to happen. Again, not really expecting it in the bot lane. Same thing to be mid. Most of the kills, in theory, should be from Axe and Shadow Demon trying to set up in top, disrupting the core, and then also the chase down of the tag team and the shards from Na'Vi. So I feel like 2 lanes should be farming and 1 lane should be fighting, and that's kind of where we're at the moment. CS-wise,
stepping up again. Disruption's going to come out closer to the tower this time, so we'll be able to get back. Yeah, surely you just want to go drag this wave, right? I mean, it's already in a good
can't really
place,
drag
I
the
guess,
wave.
at the moment, but yeah.
You're a Shadow Demon without boots with 290 move speed against a Tusk that already has boots, right? And he has soon to be level 3. Like you're not a lane dragging hero. The only time that you can truly drag lanes in this one is when Axe gets the Vanguard. Even maybe just with the Ring of Health could be enough for him to feel comfortable, or like a phase boots. But yeah, it's the way that Esports have opted to play this top lane. It is just complete free farm for the Doom. There's not really many other ways to play it out.
Draggy going to be having an excellent time. As we kind of knew, this hero is just never has bad lanes on carry. Mid lane, it is going to be the Ember versus the Storm. Copy dropping kind of low here to Purple Paradise, but with that bottle coming out, going to be absolutely fine. There's a bit of regen coming out in the courier.
And Shadim doesn't look like he's making stacks in the triangle and moving to top. So potentially, if the Storm can take the bottom rune and Storm takes the top one, that will be very bad for Copy, but no. They
Copy's
don't
on it.
contest it hard enough, therefore, both mids get their rune.
And
And look at Axe. Oh no, Axe, it's 4 minutes into the game. Look where he's playing.
yeah.
You can look on the minimap, he's playing very deep in the jungle. My guy is jungling. At the 4-minute mark is Boom.
Boom.
Gets a rocket to the face.
Yeah,
And
didn't
dies.
really seem to respect the fact that that rocket had his name on it. I think maybe he thought it was for Ari or something. I don't know, but standing way too close up. Aztekor gets the kill. That's going to be a big sigh of relief for Esports as one of these lanes starts going in their favor. And to be honest, always has been. This Gyrocopter is having a wonderful game so far.
Yeah, you pick Gyro, you know you're going to free farm against a Darkseer. There's like 2 or 3 heroes in the game that just don't care about Darkseer at all. It's like Sven, it's Gyrocopter. They sit in the lane, they push it out. We already said that during the draft. That Gyrocopter, he needs to have a good time as Axe. Oh, he left the jungle for a second.
How dare he?
He saw his team doing well and was like, maybe I can do it too. And then just dies.
Well, at least they dewarded his hard camp, so these stacks from the Shadow Demon going to start to get a little bit more efficient. I think it always feels really bad to leave lane and go and make a singular stack. Like, I think that's just... It's a bit meh. So going very aggressively. Boom's actually dead! My goodness, the vision, the damage from Azteca is going to get them a double kill down here, and Azteca gets them both, so... I think at least that's going for them on Navi, but yeah, like absolute domination down at the bottom side. Crikey, this is a crushing.
And the same thing that we said before, SD can't really pull waves top. Shaman can't really pull waves bottom as well. You put a Phoenix into the lane, you put Fire Spirit spam down, and the 4 position just won't be able to do it. Of course, melee heroes are often a lot better at that role.
Paradise trying to
Trying to
stand
go
his
into
ground
Shaman.
for the rune here. Disruption's going to come down. 6 is available for Purple Paradise here, so can zip away, but they're staggering very nicely. But Purple Paradise does go across, gets the regen rune, and going to be popping that one immediately because he does not have enough health to survive through this at the moment. Kaori trying to desperately look for the finishing kill onto the Storm. Will not be finding it. D-Ward comes down. Will at least be able to get themselves a little money for that. But in goes a Storm Spirit, jumping up again. I mean, has the regen rune. Of course, will not be finding a kill here. That would be crazy, but still putting very good pressure here onto Na'Vi.
It's just... In the Storm, he's committed a lot. I mean... I'm trying to work out why he's actually so low on the net worth. He's like 600 gold lower than the Ember. I mean, he's 10 CS down, so that's rough.
Yeah.
I didn't realize actually it was 10 CS. I changed net worth like 2 minutes ago. I was like, how on earth? And yep, oh, CS does help change that.
Hit creeps, get money.
Hit creeps, yeah.
Talking about getting money, well,
Copy jumps
they
out.
got the opposite thing to money. XP, both
Oh.
XP runes grabbed for the side.
Phoenix, he dived and he cancelled it just a second too late. So rather than landing on the bridge, he just landed in the river and Koyora's, oh, thanks mate, I'll run away.
See you, buddy.
For Esports, the only one having like a truly good game is of course the Gyrocopter. And he is itemizing to be tanky, which I really like. He's going Falcon Blade into straight Dragon Lance. He isn't trying to do like Aghanims, he's not trying to like go, guys, I'm going to farm up. And Storm Spirit tries to steal some stacks, but instead just becomes... Oh, he doesn't.
Zipping away, gets to safety. Risky plays from Purple Paradise, but ultimately making very good space for his team. Oh, Azteca trying to find a rune here. Doesn't quite do so.
He has egg.
Yeah, not really a kill which they can push for here on Na'Vi.
Stupendous.
You know what I hate is if you're playing support and your mid laner doesn't get the power rune, and then you just get booted out of lane. You don't get, oh, I'm not allowed to get my 6 anymore because they suddenly don't want to go play anymore. They're like, oh, I'm just going to sit with aim.
It's
You
true.
get booted out.
You want your mid to be active and to yoink their lane as quick as possible.
Yes, sir.
But Doom does have the Doom available. He's just hugging the wave top, and Ko also stepped up. There is plenty of kill threat top if they are to walk into the lane. And even Shaman's TPing up here. Do they have a okay? They have a smoke on the Shaman. They want to be able to find a kill.
Certainly do, but a little bit
Copy's
awkward
getting a
here
lot of
is-
information.
Yeah. Poppy sees a lot, sees the stacks. I mean, taking the ancient stacks is way too greedy, I think. They don't have the heroes to take it. Waste can
Yeah.
have a triple stack to take here.
Do you know how I said about Gyrocopter needing to be tanky to frontline for his team?
Yeah.
His build is so like it's close to exactly what I expected for what his team needs.
Yeah.
He's going straight BKB after the Dragon Lance.
Mission
My
accepted.
guy, he understands. Yeah. It's like, which I think is perfect. I think if other carry players here would have gone very farm intense, and suddenly you have this kind of like disconnect in your lineup, and Na'Vi scales, they get online, but of course this is all built around fundamentally Axe trying to recover his game.
Yeah, like I said before,
He's,
Snob's a
10
good
minutes in.
player. It's just you know, a really rough game one, but we'll see if...
I already forgot about it, mate. Game
Yeah,
one doesn't
no,
even
good.
exist in my head. That's how one-sided it was. It was like, congratulations, Na'Vi, you're a good team.
Tower is under
But I forgot about it. Otherwise, it would skew my game 2 cast.
Dire's
Yeah, can't let that bias bleed in from
No,
such a
no, no.
brutal first game.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Supports on Na'Vi, though, are relatively XP starved, right? We've seen that Phoenix has been holding onto Egg for several minutes now, compared to Kaori, who's barely about to hit level 5. Ari as well, halfway to level 6. It is hurting their ability to rotate into the map. It's also probably why they were hesitant to smoke when they TP top. Because after you get the kill, if you are to get the kill, you're not instantly gonna get a tower. Yuragi, he sees the Phoenix. Phoenix dives away, but they're smoked up on the double support. Are they gonna commit for this? No. Again, it feels like a lot of the early moves from Na'Vi are wildly ambitious. Yeah.
I like how each of them approached and then turned around one at a time. It was really
It's
beautiful.
like, no. Yeah. But it does feel uncomfortable. The last 2 to 3 minutes of gameplay from Na'Vi has been multiple rotations, and they do find the Phoenix, but again, he has spirits available and an egg.
Yeah, not the hero you really want to be trying to bring down unless you have that 100-0 inside the lockdown, which they certainly do not at this point in the game, so...
Major credit to Esports. Game 1, they fell victim to every move Na'Vi made. Heroes died. This time around, 2, 3 rotations from Na'Vi have just been met with no hero to kill, the map feeling empty, and they're farming up a massive stack now. A stack that Na'Vi would have loved to contest, but with the Gyrocopter and the Axe tanking with the cool, Gyrocopter farming with the flak, they are able to get really good economy. And sure, the Axe had a terrible start to the game, but also Boom had a terrible start to the game, right? And I think that's also further helping Esports feel comfortable in this game, knowing that Darkseid isn't suddenly, leaving laning phase with a really early, pipe or just additional levels to feel like he can join the team. That is delaying Na'Vi's ability to put the Darkseid and Ember together. You put those 2 heroes together in the early game, Mage Slayer on the Ember, a mech or a pipe, depends where you want to go on Darkseid. The early skirmish is so strong, but yeah, Esports delaying it by some critical minutes.
Definitely. Slowing this game down, exactly what they want. They want to get their Axe online, they want to get their Storm online. This is exactly how you're going to do it. Of course, big spells come up for Na'Vi. If you make any misstep on Esports, the Vac Wall, it's going to hurt. The Doom, it's going to take somebody out. Things should go back to square one really, really quickly if you let Na'Vi press the reset button. Good start here for Esports, but the first big fight of the game is really going to tell us so much.
Dire are scanning.
It's all well and good having a really, really farm Gyrocopter, but when there's a Doom in the game, suddenly that just doesn't matter. Coffee has been seen. Doesn't jump away there, but will do so afterwards. But Purple Paradise is way on Coffee right now. Coffee trying to escape, but the Storm will not leave him alone. The Ari comes in. Big Snake coming down. Has to shackle as well. Disruption State's going to be there from Royota. Very nicely done, as Ari will be the one to fall here. And Coffee, he's going to get brought down as well. But there is a Doom coming down onto Purple Paradise. So Purple Paradise definitely going to die as they're trying to kill the Snake. Snake's pretty strong though. But will be brought down. That's going to be 269 gold for Snov as well. So Na'Vi, they get the kill onto the Storm, but overall going to be feel pretty happy about that one.
Yeah, for Esports, just seeing Snov get a kill it's refreshing. Took him 2 games, but he's in it.
First time this series, yeah, on the board.
But of course, Esports, they are just being very proactive. We saw in game 1 how Purple Paradise played the Storm. It was very, very hungry on the map, always looking for an engagement, and it hasn't changed, right? But this time around, he is backed up by his team, and critically, the Axe hasn't tried joining the fight as well. Like, he's happily playing, farming up on the side. He goes back to base. Like, this is a 4-man rotation from Esports, getting 2 kills, enabling both the fight of the Storm, the farm then of the Axe on the other side of the map. They are. Again, it feels like they're doing everything right to ensure that they have the most competitive mid-game as possible. And the Phoenix is about to complete the Vessel. He's about 100 gold away.
Smoke up from Na'Vi. Yuragi, he sold the Midas to buy the Radiance, utilizing the Devil's Bargain. Now he's looking to rebuy the Midas a little later on
Is under attack.
for the next charge. And tier 1 tower down to the bottom side. Should be dropping here. Do they want to come and contest on E-Spoiled? I mean, it's got to be tempting. Where's our axe? Where's his blink? Oh, it's still quite far away from the blink dagger, so... probably not.
Bottom tower is under attack.
You don't have that strong sort of oomph until the axe has a blink dagger, then he's a hero. Another day, another snake.
I like the blade mode having the axe without blink because it's like you want to be strong, but you're like, rawr, but you don't really have the bite in you. You kind of like you walk to the fight and go, please be heavily out of position for me to feel good.
Yeah, it's when you really miss any of those like mobility tier 1 items, which have now all been removed. Oh, sorry, I disrespect you, Kobold's Cup. All but one of them have been
How
removed.
dare you?
Yes, an axe with Kobold Cup just taking a swig and sprinting into the fight.
You buy Windlace just to truly min-max your damage, speed, sorry.
Yeah.
They're running away. There is a Na'Vi jungle party happening here. They're just chasing Esports back out, and now Esports like, you know what? Why are we running away?
Yeah.
Jarro's in the area.
Yeah, they can
Jarro
take this fight for sure.
No, he wouldn't answer.
They're starting to believe as they move on to Boom here. Snowball going to come across from Kaori, going to lock down the Storm Spirit, is in the back lines. The grab comes out, the Gyrocopter getting kind of low here, trying to stand his ground, but so much damage coming out from Ari and from Copy as well. In comes the Supernova, but Copy finishes off Snob. Boom and Kaori are back there in the back lines to Purple Paradise though, as the refresh comes out with the Doom ticking down. I mean, this axe is just dead. He doesn't know what to do with himself. Yuragi, he gets himself a triple kill from all of this. The Doom just walking through the fights, burning them all down with the Radiance, and the Doom out onto the axe to secure that kill as well. Yuragi, he's a happy, happy man now.
We're going to need to take a timeout real quick and just look at the Gyrocopter for a second, because I'm honestly shocked at Esports. Like, we have been praising everything they've been doing this game, right? From a rough axe laning phase, from Gyro dominating the Darkseer, playing around the Storm, and then if you look at the Gyrocopter, he just got too complacent. He went for Yasha into Hammer. Like, he has a Mithril Hammer in his inventory. He was going towards BKB. He was hundreds of gold away from BKB. Decided to buy a Yasha. He then just feeds the fight. And then this is also another engagement where Axe, he was like 400, 500 gold away from Blink Dagger. Farming these two items, they opt to go, you know what, let's run head on in. And to be clear, the Gyrocopter opted to buy an entire Yasha holding a casual Mithril Hammer and has now fully delayed both his BKB and a Manta if he wants it.
Damn, he's going full Manta as well. He's not even going for the BKB now, so...
Like, his entire build has just gone
You're
upside
so
down.
close to what we're doing, exactly what we wanted.
But the Manta is like, if he didn't buy the hammer and he went straight Manta, then an early Manta against Ember, right? To dispel the root, to
very good.
stop the Doom cast, and then he has to recast it, also fine, right? Like, Manta is, in theory, okay this game. But you cannot in a game half buy a Manta, half buy a BKB. That just shows indecision. Yeah.
This is a kill to Ari, but I'm it because that was a blink reveal. I mean, I know they know it's coming anyway, but like, I still feel like you can get something a bit bigger than that.
All right, no, Makama. I think this Yasha Hammer situation, Gyrocopter, it's made us a bit sad. All right, let's just go for a full reset, get back to being happy.
I can't.
No, we can do it. Deep breath.
Get over it.
No, we can get over it. If I can get over it, you can get over it. If he buys the Ogre Axe now for the BKB, I'm walking out. I'm going on strike. Just to be clear,
funny. I'd rate that.
if he buys,
like, at that point, you're just messing with people. You're just trolling everyone, and it's kind of genius. So I'm back in if that happens. But
you're back in.
Yeah, I'm back in.
Just like Storm is.
Oh yeah, Purple Paradise, non-stop aggression coming out from this mid laner, and Waste 21 securing the kill very nicely. Thanks for the armor, bro.
The sad thing is, not the sad thing, that sounds wrong, but the funny thing is, Esports, even though they waste a critical timing in their lineup, they still feel like they're ahead. They are 1,000 gold ahead. That's because the way in which Darkseer and Ember are playing, they do feel slightly more starved compared to how Storm is slowly building a net worth lead, right? And yeah, we'll see if the Ember and Storm can at least recover some of their own economy. Of course, the main reason why Na'Vi isn't 3-4k gold down is just because Yuragi is just printing money on the Doom. with the Midas, with the Devour. He is making this game look a lot more healthy than it actually is. And of course, we mentioned some items. Manta is complete on the Gyrocopter now, and the Blink is available on the Axe. They did smoke for the top rune, but also they smoked for the top rune at the same time Na'Vi were doing the Tormentor. So see if they're able to find any pickoffs as Na'Vi do retreat from this area. I think... whose scan was that? It was that. Okay, it was Na'Vi's scan. Okay.
Well, I don't know. I feel like you go for the Tormentor fight there on Spoiled. You know, if you can get yourself in a position, either take the Tormentor or fight Na'Vi over the Tormentor, you're feeling really good. Like, I think I feel that way because it's like an objective which Na'Vi might look to contest, as we have Snov very far into the front lines here and just dead. What? And that is so unbelievably deep. My bro is deep sea diving, but a nice call coming out from Wave 21. That's going to catch out both Boom and Yuragi. So a little bit of retribution coming out here for Esports here. Can they finish off Boom as Waits goes chasing on the sidelines? Meanwhile, over on the back, it's Ari trying to play around his ward, trying to fight up with Purple Paradise, but Purple Paradise is absolutely fine. And kind of putting the game on his shoulders a little bit here. They're still trying to chase Boom, and with a surge running out, Waste 21, he's got a big old axe, and Boom is going to find it. Culling Blade coming down. And they will take the fight relatively comfortably on the side of Esports, but yeah, not with the gyro.
It feels like it's a simple thing. What happens when Gyro gets BKB? What does Na'Vi do to the fight? And this is nothing to do about what itemization path he went. It's more like that fight with Gyro going first, Esports still get kills. What happens when Gyro doesn't die as the first port of call? You got to be scared for Na'Vi. It's looking to get even more difficult as the game is progressing. As Copy then dies in the mid lane. Didn't even see how he died, but that's cool, right? Very simple. Yeah. Esports, they're doing it. All of the concerns that we had for their lineup they're gone. The items are here. The window in which we were happy for them to be able to play out this draft, it's all playing in line. I think critically, Esports, they have held each other's hands for a really, really long time in this game, right? Between the SD rotating with the Storm early on, like they've never just like split on the map, because that's what Na'Vi did really well in the previous game. Esports played the map really thin. They were doing trying to do everything at the same time. They kept dying. This time around, it always feels like I'm looking at 3 to 4 Esports heroes together, and it's a carry or the mid holding the hands of support. So yeah, I think the change of strategy and pacing is really helping Esports feel competitive in this game, as Ari gets zipped on top and he just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, sometimes just need to get out them shackles, but this Cull's got to come in very quickly. 18 coats of blood on this axe at the moment, by the way. That is a lot of armor just for the axe.
Yeah, he's a happy lad.
Yeah, he's having a great game. Keep in mind, Bro was shut out of the early game. We did not see Waste 21 in the lane almost at all.
He was jungling at minute 4, just to be be clear. Cool.
They're back. And
they go Roshan, but then they smoke out. This is a really nice move. But they have scans, so they're aware. Na'Vi are aware that they're not in the pit.
Yeah, they've used the shards as well, so information has been gained by Na'Vi here. They've just got to be ready for the jump. There's a Gyrocopter just coming in the front lines again. Yuragi does not want to doom that, as a big zip comes in from the Storm Spirit. Yuragi might not have a choice here. It's getting blasted down. No hope for Yuragi. Although Snowball is going to be there. Does it come off in time, though? Doom is going to land onto the Gyrocopter. Can they get any follow-up damage onto the Gyro here? I'm not sure they can, and Purple Paradise still completely fine on the front line. Keeps fighting up here. Harry tries to make something happen. There is nothing to be done here. They've lost 3 on the side of Na'Vi. They need to back themselves away, and at the end of that, throwing out the Doom, it's a little bit bold.
Na'Vi, they've crumbled. How do they fight anymore? You're looking at the heroes, we've yet to see it at any point. I've not heard you say, "Oh my God, the wall from Darkseer!" It doesn't do anything in this game. The Darkseer is meant to be skirmish and tempo to bring life to the other heroes, but there is no life in any hero. Snov, he sees Doom, he instantly BKBs and Mantas. Instantly. Every spell, every item he could use, boom, he uses it, right? And sure, you saved the Doom, but let's rewind for a second. Even if you Doom the Gyro at the start of the fight, are Na'Vi really going to chase down and feel too strong? Like, I would like to think that you probably already set yourself up that, yeah, I'm just worried for Na'Vi. I just don't see them actually... The 5-on-5, they lose every time. They need to try and play for pickoffs. Try and get the Shaman, the Ember, playing on the side lane, try and find a kill, because, yeah, he's spoiled. Snov got the farm, and the team's always behind him. They are doing a very, very good job. I'm trying to think like if Gyro shows the what happens if like Tusk or Doom instantly jump the Gyro instead of disengaging, leaning more towards the Tusk, of course, because he has the blink dagger. Doom does not. But is that even the hero you want to go on first? We already saw how Snov dying and tanking every spell on Na'Vi. Then the Axe and the Storm just kind of popped off.
Yeah. It's like whack-a-mole. You hit one guy, another one just pops up. And this is the situation Na'Vi could not have let Esports get into.
Exactly.
Where each of their cores is having a game. Like, that was never going to work.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
It's a hard game plan for Esports to execute on, but they've done it. They've managed to make it happen, and that's just on the back of some good fights. I mean, it's 20-7 on the scoreline. Na'Vi, their plans are not coming to fruition here. Now, how well can they play the map? Again, mentioned before, they've got really good heroes for just shoving out waves, being very annoying, and making themselves quite a lot of space in this game. So pushing high ground's never going to be super easy, and you can kind of see that by the fact that Esports have had a pretty big advantage for quite a while now, but yet all tier 2 towers are still remaining. And that is just down to the fact that the split pushing from Na'Vi is so good and so annoying, and Esports don't really have ways to cheaply push out waves.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Butterfly next for Snov. Makes sense. Like, yeah, it's not that big, sort of butterfly into some big right-clicking hero, which is going to feel amazing. Doom does a lot of hybrid damage, as does the Ember, but even so, it gives you so much attack speed from yourself and a good amount of damage as well.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
So one tier 2 has been taken, but as you can see, look at the other two lanes here. Na'Vi have just done such a good job on shoving both of these out as far as they can.
It's the best thing they can do, right? Into the Aegis, skip the waves, try and just... Okay, it's going to sound kind of dull, but buy more time for someone to feel like they've got a game. There's Ari, as he goes to shove a wave, Storm Spirit, very, very good at picking it off.
Yeah, a little too deep there for little Ari.
The problem is I'm just looking at Dark, like a Darkseer in a losing game. You want your you don't want it's either Vacuum sets up for another hero to shine, or you have a very clear target of if I wall this hero, then the fight is possible. But playing into a Gyrocopter, wall has no main value. Storm and Axe, no value, and then the Vacuum, you're not really synergizing with any of your team, right? Like a lot of the Darkseer pick was meant to be explosive laning into amping up the Ember, bringing life to the early to mid game. So the fact that he was so shut out, multiple deaths, no real game, the pick, with hindsight, looks very weak. If you lose your lane, what's the point of the hero? Like, not even the lane, sorry, if you lose your early game, sorry. Because again, playing into Gyrocopter, we expect him to lose the lane, but not to get completely deleted from the entire game. There we go. That's a better way of wording it.
Yeah.
It's like the comeback potential for Na'Vi, they just got to find a jump, a real critical post-Aegis jump, and hope that they don't use everything to kill that one hero. They need to hold another stun or something else to then try and deal with the next core that will step up and be a monster in the fight. Yuragi walking in, has the BKB, dooms up the Phoenix as they jump the Axe as well. Double jump, could be good. Why am I casting?
Let's see.
Help.
I don't know, but the Phoenix kind of needs to die here. He's running away on the sidelines. The Doom is not going to secure this kill, and Waste 21 still going absolutely wild here as they kill off Kaori. The double jump didn't work out. They didn't have the damage for one of them, let alone both now. As the core coming back in, has that egg wants to use it as a jump forward onto Boom, will be successful. And they'll take down the Darkseer now as well. So big spells used from Na'Vi, nothing to be gained. They did not have the damage to take down the Axe. They did not have the damage to take down the Phoenix.
Of course, something that we hadn't really spoken about too much, but is of course the SD with the saves, right? If you do find a hero, are you going to be able to blow them up before the Shadow Demon comes in clutch? And with the 8th lens and the Blink Dagger and Ryota, with the Tumbler's Toy, holding that even into tier 3, like, yeah, just everything is looking to be so strong for Esports. Butterfly complete on the Gyrocopter, walking up to the high ground. Gonna say, we're gonna watch the replay here as well for a second. Like, sure, you get the Phoenix, it looks okay, but with the disruption, everything's now combo broken. Gyrocopter's already in the neighborhood. There is no fight. Your Ember's not even there, by the way. This is like a game-deciding pick-off in the hope to bring life. You're playing into an Aegis. You're doing it 4v5. Maybe in hindsight, and like you're thinking, oh, we only want 2 heroes. They're being greedy, but Esports, they've been hugging each other this entire game. At what point in the game have we gone, oh, Esports playing, you know, 1 hero every lane, looking to be weak? No, they've been together every single time as they kill Ari for the 8th time in the game. Godlike on the Axe. 4-minute jungling into godlike 31 minutes.
Yep, 2 deaths in lane, and then just nothing but kills after that point.
Yeah.
Feels good. Redemption here for Esports, especially for Waste 21, and especially for Snob. He's just pulled a blinder out for the second game. Sure, we had a little wobble with the item build, you know, rocking up to the first fight. Yeah,
Love
fine,
the
you know,
items. Love the items. Like, if you show
The
me
order?
the inventory right now,
Yeah.
0 complaints. The order of them, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can just
But
see
with
when
that,
we compare
that's
the
important.
items, right, from both teams. Like, Na'Vi, they just don't really have a way to hold their own into, like, the flak, the cool, the egg. It's like, the supports, they got a Glimmer on Shaman, a Blink on Tusk. It just isn't as impactful compared to everything that Esports bring in. Esports, it just has expired on the Storm Spirit. It doesn't matter. Just play behind the Gyrocopter. Continue pressing map, and it's not even thinking about a Lincoln Sphere as well. Like, this is like the most survivable Gyrocopter that you could probably ask for, and we did ask for it very politely in the draft, and Snob, of course, does want to win the game, and he did go for a good build, so happy to see.
Yeah, you wouldn't have minded like a Skadi or something, or like, I don't know, crits, just to be more threat. But no, just get tankier and tankier and tankier. Be big. Don't make yourself an easy Doom
Skadi's such a
target. Don't
bait
make yourself an
item.
easy Shaman target. Yeah, that's true.
Sorry, I had to pipe up real quick. I didn't want us to be a, some pro Skadi cast. That's that item
Dire's
is,
bottom
oof.
tower is under attack.
It's like good on the right circumstances, the right heroes. but
Very good item. Always.
I actually did buy Skadi yesterday on my support Nature's Prophet.
Wow.
I literally took it just so I could throw snowballs at the enemy as I beat them. You know, that was it.
Very pretty. That's
was,
the best
yeah.
thing about Skadi is how pretty your projectiles get.
Yeah, that's the main reason you'd buy it.
Absolutely. I wish there was more unique attack modifiers which change how my
Make
attacks
the game even more chaotic, hell yeah.
Yeah, more visual cluster, please.
Na'Vi though,
Alright,
smoked
they're
up.
gonna-
They understand that giving a
Yeah.
Roshan to Esports would be easily mega creeps. Copy just
Yep.
jumps in.
Oh, hello. That's a Storm. There is a Doom available, but no Blink on your Aggie, though, so no real way to close the gap onto Purple Paradise, and that's kind of been a permanent problem with the game, is that your Aggie doesn't really have a way to Doom Storm.
Ooh.
Fury, looking, poking, prodding, Na'Vi. They've
Both
used a
supports are
lot
found.
here, and both supports going to get caught in that call. Waste 21, laying them to waste right now. Doom is going to come down, but what does it matter? Your team is dead, and so are you, Yuragi. He will fall as well, and they may just call it. And it's going to be 5 heroes dead as Poppy trying to get out of the back lines here, trying to escape with the Spirit Vessel upon him. The right-click chasing him down. He's going to fall as well. Everybody dead. Spoiled. They have just completely wiped Na'Vi off the face of the earth. And, oh, okay. Well, there's some illusion still left to
There's a
kill
couple.
poor old Ryota, but it's whatever. Let's just go high ground.
This is another real test of Na'Vi, right? Like, both supports are respawning, they have buyback. Cause, Ember Doom respawning 45 seconds. They haven't called GG. Other teams in this scenario would call GG, right? They understand that they haven't won a fight in the last 10 to 15 minutes. What is the plan for Na'Vi? Are they just going to respawn, go for one more fight, give it a good try? I always love to see a team that plays until the Ancient explodes. I understand that it's like a 1% chance Na'Vi win this game right now, but I have a lot of respect for teams that really just play to the very, very end.
Are fortified.
Like, you never know if the gyrocopter might just disconnect his keyboard. You got to play for every possibility.
You mean like he did in game 1?
Like, yes, no, he actually was playing with his Wii remotes. He was playing with 2 nunchucks. It was really impressive.
Smart.
Yeah. But no, what an initiation from the Axe. What a bad initiation from Na'Vi. Ugh. They jump in on the Phoenix, they don't punch, they just engage, and then...
Like, oh,
Yeah.
this isn't who we want. Are we allowed to just walk away and reset? Yeah, sure, they'll let us do that. It's kind of a disrespectful way to play the fight, but once you mess up that initiation, it's very difficult. But, you know, again, you don't have that Magnus, you don't have that Warlock this time around. Nothing covers your initiation anymore, so,
Is under attack.
yeah.
Haste from another smoke from Na'Vi. It didn't work the last time, it didn't work the time before that, but this time around, this smoke,
Tower is under attack.
they believe. They place the ward, they're following the motions, they see the Storm Spirit.
Big
they-
Doom target, big Doom target! They will grab Storm Spirit! This is a big hero, but in comes Waste 21 again with another big pull, but they need to keep
Buyback.
going. They need to take down Storm, but Storm, he's a problem. Warriors going to come around the sidelines as well and drop that ulti out onto Yuragi, and Yuragi is getting chased down by the buyback Storm, who will be able to finish the job. In fact, kills him off, goes back to the front lines, the copy fort down as well. And now moving across, Ari also going to fall, and yeah, they'll call it now. You throw everything onto the Storm in the hopes that he doesn't have buyback. He does, and the moment he presses that button, the game is over. GG is called. Na'Vi will be forced to a game 3 in their opening game here in the qualifiers for the Esports World Cup. That is crazy.
That is so shaky, because we saw Esport play in a previous qualifier, and if you told me that they would be taking games with Na'Vi, then I would have been kind of like just shocked. It shouldn't be a thing, but yeah, Na'Vi in game 2 was very like, it was laning dominating with a skirmish theme. They had to be the conductors of the game. They had to be proactive, kill the map, be really aggressive, but they didn't do anything. They just kind of existed the entire time. And I mean, I like the Darkseer pick on paper because of the heroes that you have with it, but then to pick Darkseer and then suddenly play into Gyrocopter, you're going to lose the game. It feels like, at least in the way that Gyrocopter played it. He itemized perfectly. So yeah, wow, I'm just shocked. Didn't expect Na'Vi to lose a game against them.
No, me neither. And in this fashion as well, it's not like it was a mess up or like a little mistake. Esports were just better throughout the game, which is very worrying here for Na'Vi. We're going to throw it over to a break, and then we'll be back with game number 3 to find out who's going to be taking this series, Espoiled or Na'Vi. Stay tuned.
go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand up from
It's not every day we get to see a Game 3 on the opening match for a top seed in a qualifier, but here we are. EEU is delivering here at the qualifiers for the Esports World Cup. Na'Vi versus Esports are currently 1-1 at the moment. Is the pressure getting to Na'Vi? Is Esports flourishing under the pressure? I don't really know, but we're going to find out in this game number 3 and see who can be the more consistent team here, T.
Yeah, and it's just incredible to think, right? Because when you look at eSport, I just wanted to go, you know what? Let's have a little deep dive. Let's find out more about the team. They formed for the qualifiers, right? So before, TI qualifier, EWC qualifier, this kind of mini season of qualifiers we're in, we have to look back to an online tournament called EPL. And that roster that played then, it was only Snov and Astakor that played on it. Everyone else has gone to different teams. So they really are a 5-man stack that has kind of formed together for qualifiers. They didn't do too well, right, in the previous qualifier, right? They came 9th to 10th. It's like, sure, not too great, but to come into the next qualifier, to come into EWC qualifier, and to take a game with Na'Vi, we didn't have many expectations for them. We'll be honest. We're not going to try and sugarcoat this and say, oh, we knew it was coming. We didn't. We honestly thought that eSport would be, at most, a lower bracket upset team where they win 1 best of 3 to eventually then lose to a stronger team. But to take a game of Na'Vi and in that fashion, it was their game what felt like the entire time. That is just a good sign for the team. We'll see if they can replicate that in another game. Because of course Na'Vi, they did put Yuragi on a Doom, then they pick up a Darkseer. Critically, the Darkseer pick was the biggest problem in the draft for Na'Vi. And we'll see if they can change it up in game 3.
Absolutely, they need to as well. They're going to go back to the classic series. They pull out the Shadow Demon for themselves. And they actually ban out the Storm Thrower, which I think is very interesting. But, I mean, Purple Paradise has been very, very good on the Storm. So I'm not too surprised by that, actually.
It feels like the bans from Na'Vi are, we hate you, Purple Paradise, respectfully, and we don't want you to try and knock us to low bracket. Therefore, we'll ban your Pango, we'll ban your Tiny, we'll ban your Storm, we'll ban all your playmakers. and then they'll pick puck anyways. Oh.
Yeah.
Mm.
So there you go. First pick on the mid lane once again, making sure that Purple Paradise gets one of these high impact, high activity mid laners for themselves. They recognize that that's their win condition.
10
Navi have
seconds
recognized that that's their
remaining.
win condition. So those mid picks being hotly contested at the moment.
5 seconds remaining.
Snov. Horrible game one.
Dire team
Brilliant
back.
game two. What will you bring us in game number 3, sir? Probably going to be the last pick reserved for you now, as you've got that mid laner coming out in the first phase. We shall see. Now,
10
a big
seconds
adjustment from game 1 to game 2 was sort of the game plan from Esports, which has kind of devolved into just like, okay, we're struggling here. Let's just brawl. Let's just fight. Let's just pick Axe, pick Storm, pick supports, which can get on top of
Radiant
people as
team
well,
back.
and just fight our way through it. And that actually worked out really, really well for them.
Mm-hmm.
Key moments of that last game were really when they were just able to catch out Copy or catch out the supports. Blink Dagger on the Axe was more than in time.
Oh damn! This is a powerful opening to really stop the Shadow Demon from feeling good, right? Like the bans are let's protect SD's positioning. Hence why the puck pick is really annoying because you always jump to the back line. And disruption on a
10
puck,
seconds
it's okay. Unlikely to connect because he's going to silence you. And then you put a global on top. Like I feel like the puck already is a big enough nuisance for the Shadow Room. But then to go double down, all right? We'll global, protect the puck. We'll global, stop the SD. Well, it's a really, really powerful opening. Of course, I do feel like Beastmaster and any kind of map progression from Navi. Need to put my teeth in. Man, I promise you, I'm 28. I don't have dentures. I'm not an old man. I'm 28. I promise, no man. But whoo, yeah. Anyway, I feel like map progression can really threaten Esports potentially with this opening because once, like I said in the previous game, once you get into the game, these heroes are so strong. Try and stop them from getting into the game.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, that is always a good idea. So big, powerful lanes will certainly help with that. They're going to go for the Shadow Demon, Shaman, and then a Shaker. I believe this is for the mid lane here, T.
Yeah, I don't mind the Shaker mid. It's I love the
10
debate of
seconds remaining.
what's good and bad against Silencer because some players would go, Silencer's really good against Shaker. Why are you picking in? You got a team fight spell. When I press global, you can't team fight. But the way that Shaker initiates, when you preemptively totem, you start instant, like a millisecond, bam, that's a slam. And then you might, if you're lucky, get a second totem off pre-global. You're going to put heroes to either death or they have to disengage and can't fight. So the global's feeling defensive the entire time. But of course, the counter argument to that is if Shaker isn't initiating onto the puck, then global will just dominate. So it's a fun little 50-50. And yeah, Shaker in laning phase, you have totem, slugger, plenty of weight. I mean, not slugger, that's his innate, but it's the fact that it's just so
I mean, it's still
dominant.
important for laning.
Still important for laning, yeah. Is it still called slugger as his innate, or did it get changed as name?
Yeah, it's still cool.
Okay, cool.
You
So
were
yeah,
correct.
laning is fine. Map play is fine. My fear for Navi is just if you don't get that pickoff in your jump, then you are
10
playing into
seconds remaining.
one of the strongest counter-aggressive lineups that you could ever draft. Like Esports,
5
Yeah,
seconds.
seriously.
they have
look at
not
this.
stopped. It is. I am in awe. I love this draft. Like honestly, if you took away team names right now, I would be hyping up Esports. Like that, their draft is insane. Like you've got Solar Guardian save Dawnbreaker, you've got Snowball save Tusk, you've got Global save Silencer, you've got Puck
Yeah.
Coil to disengage and or facilitate where the fight is. They need a bit of damage though because
It's
they have all
hard
the
as well.
survivability, but they need that big guy to
Dire
kill.
team back.
Traditionally, the approach to this would be okay. I can still make my point good. Traditionally, the approach to this would be to like grab something which allows you to disengage. You know, so Centaur is kind of like the strongest disengager in Dota, but terrible versus Puck because of the coil. So you're really sort of running out of options. There's just no way for them to cleanly
10
escape from
seconds
fights. But
remaining.
they'll pick up this Ven here, which is kind of implying to me that Navi are looking
5
more to
seconds
just double
remaining.
down and say, hey, if you want to use all your spells, we'll use all our spells. And everyone's just going to throw spells at each other and we'll find out who wins afterwards. So I like this adjustment from Navi here. And then the last pick is going to be very interesting because either they go for like the
Radiant
Tide
team
Hunter, you
ban.
know, just really all in on this, keep going with the big fights, or again they go for like Underlord, or maybe they go Centaur anyway. Look for some way to sort of play the map a little smarter and outmaneuver Spoiled, which I feel like is what I was expecting from them. That feels like the more traditional thing for a team with more
10
experience to
seconds
do
remaining.
when another team is sort of challenging them in the draft like this. But yeah, they go for the
5
Sven, which is
seconds
very much
remaining.
implying that they don't want to do that. We'll see though.
Just continue down the line of explosive. That's
Yeah,
it,
I think
right?
so.
Well, I'm sorry to repeat myself, but I'm so happy at the idea that coming into this
Radiant
series I
team
expected it to
ban.
woe. For game 2 to be like this, and game 3 the draft to be like as competitive. That is, yeah, it really has kind of made me wake up for the series. And if anything, I got to respect Na'Vi heavily in how they're dealing with what is a really formidable lineup, because
10 seconds
in
remaining.
the world in which you do get the jump on a Sven or you do get the jump on a Shaker,
5 seconds.
it doesn't matter
remaining.
if you Solar Guardian. If anything, the Solar Guardian could bait you in, right? Because now you're stuck
Yeah.
trying to save a puck, and no, I'm going to die as well. Or if you waste Global and Sven's already
Red
jumped
team
in,
ban.
he doesn't really care because he naturally buys like Harpoon and he has God Strength already running. Like he doesn't need the Stormhammer; he can just click you. Especially if you're going onto other heroes other than the puck, right? So I think Na'Vi have drafted a way to deal with what Esport has. To think about carries though that can play into this.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm going to say Terrorblade again, even though I don't want to
Yeah.
see
5 seconds
Terrorblade
remaining.
just because of flashbacks to game 1. But Terrorblade would be the hero to kind of complete this draft. You have another defensive tool in Sunder. You have Manta to be able to just annoy the Shaman and to kind of send illusions at him. And
is
you have good
another
armor
option.
for Sven. So, yeah, I feel like Terrorblade is... Yeah.
You could also just Doom here as well for Spoiled if you want to. Still in the pool, and definitely a hero which is going to kind of give you even more of that team fight presence. Is it a bit triple down? Absolutely. Do I care? Absolutely not. Go for it.
Nope.
We'll see.
Random
Na'Vi
segue real quick.
considering- Yeah.
What
hit
do you
me
think made EWC put Zeus as the hero, the icon of the of the tournament, or at least the qualifiers?
up. He's just a cool dude. But yeah, I am wondering that myself. He's
Sorry.
kind of chilling there in the logo, like,
That's
hey, everybody,
complete-
I'm Zeus.
Has a complete 180 from the hype, the intensity of the draft. But I just saw Zeus just peeping out in the corner. I was like, what's he on about?
Hey, he brings the thunder, and that's what EWC is going to do, I guess.
Ooh,
Bring the
okay,
thunder.
yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Think
Spectacle.
Underlord
Definitely one
bring-
of the flashiest ulties in the
5
game, I
seconds
suppose.
remaining.
Underlord comes out though. Hey, I called it. So yeah, this is kind of, again, just to reiterate my point from earlier. You play the map a bit more. You kind of try to avoid Esport where possible, and I mean, not avoid them, but like take the fights you want to take. This allows you to do that, and hopefully gives you a bit of resetting potential.
Mm-hmm. Now, last pick. Underlord also threatens the illusion heroes that, like I said, the Terrorblade, it kind of annoys them in laning stage with Firestorm, but yeah.
Is there a Medusa angle?
Yeah. No, Medusa's actually a good shout. I was kind of like, the issue is I keep thinking, I want to see Gyrocopter again, but of course it was banned very early on in the second phase. I don't think Terrorblade, even though I like Terrorblade, into Underlord and game 1, okay,
Now
we're going
select
Terrorblade.
your heroes.
I was trying to
Ooh.
convince myself on a different hero, but this is what a conclusion to the series. Game 1, the Terrorblade, Snov 1, finishes 0-11 and 2. Game 3, you can send Na'Vi to the lower bracket. Na'Vi, a team favourite to qualifying to the EWC. An organisation that has also just not been able to achieve the qualifications to the big events, throughout however many years. That is
Redemption.
story.
I'm so
Okay.
ready for a redemption game here. I was ready for it in game number 2. Now I'm ready for it in game number 3. Snov, it's Terrorblade, was a disaster in their opening match here, but now he's looking to pull it back here in game number 3, which is very exciting. Let's see how this one goes. But yeah, Na'Vi They also have their big spells to use as well. You know, they've got some big slams to come out from Copy at mid. Yuragi, of course, on the Sven. When he pops out God Strength, it is go time. Underlord, he's just there to control up the game. Boom, his job is very much to control the game, control the fights, find the fights you want to take, get out from the fights you don't, and play this map a little bit better because, I mean, as we've seen time and time again, Esports just have no cares about how they play this map. Purple Paradise will be on something maneuverable. They will do all of the lane work. Everybody else can just go chill. That is kind of what they did in both games 1 and 2. In game number 1, they got massively punished for it. In game number 2, didn't matter at all. It really didn't because they were so far ahead. So, yeah, they had a few laning issues. It stalled things out a little bit, but ultimately didn't make a difference. So, let's get into it. Find out how this one's going to go down. I'm mostly looking at Copy.
Okay. In what regard?
Firstly,
The
what can you
laning
do at
aspect
mid?
or the team fight?
But-
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, secondly, I think like the build is really important because then these days, modern shakers, they kind of flex it up. Sometimes they will go in for the Aghanim, sometimes they will go in for just like a pure Blink Octarine Kaya build, where they actually don't build the Aghanim Scepter at all. So Copy has the options here.
Yeah, based on how we describe the strength, the defensive angle of esport, I would say Blink into Kaya BKB Shard is what I would prefer to see. Of course, the Kaya Shard are all optional depending on how the game's going. The reason why you often do go Kaya Shard on Shaker is it just enables you to shove waves so freely. But if I see Copy go for Octarine or Ags pre-BKB, I am expecting him to die a couple times in fights where he could have lived with the if he did go for BKB. But of course, if you are stomping the game, then just get more HP. Tank up, who cares about debuff immunity? Buy that second, third item, or later down the line, sorry.
Yeah.
So
It just kind of depends on if they have issues with catch, doesn't it? Like, if you really need to catch, if you're struggling to stay on heroes, then I think the Aghanims is going to feel really good.
But it won't though, will it? Because it's like you're going to be jumping into globals and jumping into coils and jumping into solar guardians, right? It's like I think that narrative is really good when the enemy has like low control and low ways to punish you, right? And if I'm in a pub right now and my Shaker isn't buying BKB in like his first 2 to 3 items, I would be kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of saying like later on in the game if they find that like they have issues with control in the later fights, then maybe. But then again,
sorry.
puck
Okay,
hits.
okay.
Yeah, I was kind of continuing your point.
Sure.
of
My
it
bad,
being
my
an
bad.
option later on. But also, I kind of disagree with that now myself as well because I mean, when puck hits 25, you get coiled with that Aghanim Scepter, you're just sitting there like a lemon. It's not fun.
Yeah,
So I don't know.
we'll
It'll
see.
be interesting to see what Copy's read is. We'll learn from him.
Oh, he is
The idea is
kind of dominating the mid lane at the moment, right? 8 for 1 to the 4-0 of the puck. Of course, puck will get additional CS there from under tower, but Copy yet to miss a CS, whilst puck has missed 3.
Yeah, Copy doing good. Easy hero to get CS on, to be fair, but still. I love it when you see a Shaker just like using Chant Totem to deny like every creep as well. It's by far one of the most obnoxious mechanics to be used in the mid lane ever.
Is it more obnoxious though
So ridiculous.
than OD in Prism?
Ooh. But at least he's using it on you. Like, you know, he has to have vision on you, and there's that kind of like there's some way to play around it. Like, Enchant Totem is very much just a case of like, oh, he's Enchant Totems. Cool.
Because it's like,
Let's
yeah, I'm
dispel
trying to
that
think
real
of
quick.
like, historically what the most annoying spells is. Totem, it's OD in Prison, it's Quap Dagger when she used to max it and you're a melee hero, right? Like,
Oh, actually, Meld is like the new Meld level 1
TA,
build
yeah, okay.
is oh god, that sucks. Just meld striking their own creep. You're like, what are you doing, bro?
and this is one with 5 player. I don't want to play these 1v1 matchups where some guy just on repeat.
Yeah,
does it.
if they have like something like that and you don't, you're just sitting there like, all right,
Yeah.
you feel so cool right now, don't you? Just, yep, there you go, Copy getting another mid creep. Just feels so good to play as well. Yeah, that's the bad thing. You know, they're just having a wonderful time as well.
I mean, mid is all about like you got to be honest. It's kind of about like ego, right? It's like the lane in which you 1v1. It's you versus him. Am I better than you? You know, do you counter
No
pick
support
me?
to yell at.
Yeah, it's.
Well, you
most
can
mid
get
laners that you speak
anyway.
to
Most
have
mid
that.
laners do, but why don't you
This-
rotate level 2?
Exactly. Oh, very slow start to the game. Everyone's just trying to farm
Actually,
up. They
My
understand
favorite
the-
version of that is when like, because people don't expect you to be looking around the map a lot of the time, and I'll just be watching someone get like just killed in a straight up 1v1, and then they'll be like, "Why don't you TP? They're under tower for like 2 minutes," and I was like, I was watching. I saw the whole thing. You are just lying.
That kind of sounds like you were watching, had TP, and just wanted to see if he lives or dies. You know, like you're watching for entertainment value.
Yeah, true. I mean,
Go on.
I may be guilty of such a thing, but
'Cause, like, correct me if I'm wrong. The way I heard that was quite damning for yourself.
no. You see the fight taking place mid, and you're like, oh, if I have an opportunity to make a difference here, then I will. And then
I
there's just
see.
like they're never close enough to their tower for you to have any sort of
Yeah.
impact.
Okay.
And they
Yeah.
just mess it up and die, and then they're like,
That
was
version of
ODB.
the story makes sense. The version you had was like,
bit of retconning. It's all good.
boom though, having to use a TP to get back to base. But yeah, no, it's a tower. Sorry,
Radiant structures are fortified.
TP. So if he does die here,
Stay,
again,
stay a
unlikely.
little bit further away than that, my
Yeah,
friend.
yeah.
There is a arcane curse available.
Oh,
Oh, okay, he's just dead. Cool.
he just.
All right.
Yeah.
First blood goes to Silencer, and no TP on Boom.
Oh, well.
All right.
Oh, and now they're
Ari
trying to
also
dive
going to get
Ari.
caught by the blood grenade, but there's no more metamorphosis, so
Yeah.
there's no way they're going under tier 2 for this one. That's a really good start for the Terrorblade, though. Like, yeah, sure, the kill goes to the Silencer, but you know your TB's just got so much space now. You know, you just don't feel any pressure whilst metamorphosis on cooldown. It's absolutely lovely stuff. Oh. Copy! So low. Almost dies to the Puck, who suddenly found a way to just apply relentless pressure onto the Earthshaker. Did we have a water rune station? No, he didn't actually pick up the water rune. I was thinking Puck might have done the jaunt trick to grab both water runes, but no.
No.
Just straight up outskilling them.
It's orb after orb after orb, and yeah. The supports are very early to the 6-minute rune. At 5 minutes 30, both the Silencer and the Tusk are already positioned to try and contest this. Shaker, though, does have level 6. The deny advantage. You need to be careful on Puck. You don't want to just step up and get instantly slammed from the rune. Also means contesting the rune
Only
should
have
be...
8 heroes mid.
Yeah, I mean, would be kind of cool.
And Kaori picks it up. Now, how excited he gets the
Riveting.
rune. You can see Copy really wants to go for the slam here, but it's just so hard to do it onto the Puck. But maybe killing up Absegor here is going to be quite nice. Yeah, just does it with the old right clicks. Now they're keeping Purple Paradise locked down here. Kaori chasing and chasing and chasing. An orb is going to be there, though. And that will mean that the Purple Paradise gets out okay.
Everyone rocked up to mid. Kind of just net advantage, though, to Na'Vi. Even if Copy doesn't get the rune, getting the kill. He's now very close to the Blink Dagger, like 800 gold. There are... Okay, there's actually a couple triple stacks. Boom will be dying again bot lane. Has been the theme for the last couple of games. And Ari isn't looking to make stacks, actually. They're trying to go for the Wisdom rune, so rather than...
Dire are scanning.
Oh, now he's going back for the stacks. Indecision on the side of Na'Vi. They want to contest, but also be efficient. Ryota places the ward. He sees two.
Wisdom.
Dire
He used
are
all of his
Grab
mana
is under attack.
just for the shard, so no snowball.
Rota, my friend, this isn't going to happen. The mid laner is here. Oh, maybe it is going to happen. Everybody coming around. Slam. I mean, the aftershock doesn't really land onto anybody, so it looks a little bit weak. And hello? The Tusk? He's still alive. Nobody's dying here. Everybody's so low. Boom surely can clear. Oh, my God. A singular slugger. It takes them all down. Oh, they just got destroyed.
Did. It looked as if it was going to be so much better, and then the slam kind of didn't really feel like it did anything, but thank God we got a replay. Yeah.
No, I hope we... I mean, I know we've got zoom technology, but do we have slow motion technology?
I mean, again, the slam does negative damage, but boom, he comes in, hits the Firestorm on both the Terrorblade and the Silencer, putting them really close to death, and then of course Copy cleans them up with the Slugger hit. But yeah, boom, hadn't really had any contribution to the game as of yet, but that Firestorm really kind of lays up Copy to knock him down. And I just said he was like 800 gold from Blink Dagger. He's now 200 gold from Blink Dagger. And Sven, complete free farmers on the top lane. Due to the aggression of mid lane, the scuffling for the Wisdom Runes, we don't have to talk about the Sven really, but yeah, 53 CS and 12 denies. Only, 500 gold away from the Mask of Madness. This is looking to be a much better early game for Na'Vi, and Copy, he has the Blink Dagger. The question is...
Aggression out on the top lane,
Yep.
going on to waste 21. Yuragi, he wants the tower. Actually.
Yep.
Kaori's
Great
just
aggression.
holding waste still, whilst Yuragi's like, yeah,
Radiant's top tower
let me kill this building real quick. Maybe I'll deal with the heroes afterwards. What an objective-based gamer. And now, running across to take the stacks as well. The puck comes in, though, takes a little creeps. They don't matter so much, though. It's all about the big ones. And puck comes through and takes 2 of those as well. That sucks. But damage coming back the other way. The puck is gone. Okay. Yeah, I don't get my creeps, but I get myself a little blue fairy. That is way better. What else can they find? Not a whole lot.
Radiant's courier has
They
been
do have
killed.
plenty of
Copy's just
control on
getting
Na'Vi. Right?
everything.
Yep. That's because of their draft. They got good ways to enable each other in the early game. A lot of the slam for the creeps.
Seriously?
I click away for a second. I was like, I was kind of expecting Yuragi just to farm it up casually. I didn't think Copy would want to use slam based on how the game's going, but fair enough.
He just got the
slams
kill
him.
onto Puck as well. He got
Yeah,
the kill
yeah.
like over in the Wisdom. Like he may have got the Wisdom as well. I don't even know. But like now it's like, and this is my stack as well. Thank you.
Yeah,
Radiant's bottom tower
he wants his
is
farm,
under
but
attack.
Greedy boy.
yeah. It was a very early pick Puck and Na'Vi and ensure that they had many layers of pick off. The Shaman, the Sven, the Shaker. If the Puck lives here,
He's got a shield rune. He'll be fine.
yeah.
After the
I was going to
ulti
meme the
is
fact
over.
that Slam was used, but even if a solo Slam, Puck probably doesn't die there.
Guess we'll never know. Ooh, these are some
Unless
really,
we have to
really
do a
under-leveled
remake.
supports on the side. True. Of the side of Esports spoiled.
Esports.
Look at them
wow.
both clamoring for for the level 6 in the middle lane.
They do look very desperate. Yeah, it's kind of rough to see.
That's what happens when you lose your wisdoms
hmm
and you don't really get many
Dire's
kills.
structures are fortified.
It's just a wand circlet Tusk who's coming to level 3 to the mid lane at 10 minutes. Oh my god.
Yeah, I clicked on the Tusk's inventory. It actually is pretty sad.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We won't show you though. We'll be polite.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Are scanning.
Copy. Smoked up. And Slam is on cooldown. So it's kind of an optimistic kill here. You feel like him just being more efficient on his farm is there. And Copy, yeah. From his quick buy, he's looking at the Kaya, he's looking at the Shard. And these are the farming items in Shaker. The real question that we want to know the answer to is, what does he think is the item post? I kind of vote BKB. Some Shaker players go Octarine. Some go Aghanims.
Always a
Dire's
question.
middle tower is under attack.
We'll see after the Kaya Shard comes out what the next call is. Snolf, though, pretty much untouched this game. 1-1-1. Chilling in the bottom lane and managing to dodge out some ganks as well, which is quite nice. They tried to find him a couple of times, but this time, big adjustment from his first game, where he's now being very elusive. Boomsy being into the middle lane here, looking for Ryota, actually looking for Aztekor. They'll go for both targets. Will they catch them both as a question? Copy with the awkward blink into the tree lines here. Sees the puck, but can't do a damn thing about it. Aztekor will get caught out by the Sven, so Yuragi is going to be able to clean himself up a kill. And get himself continuing to gain a bit of money coming in. Puck is still alive, though, will be able to secure the power runes, so has that invis to work with, but the stacks are being stolen right now by Boom and Yuragi. This is bad news for the side of E-Spoiled.
They're just not able to match the early game team play, right? Where Na'Vi, anywhere they go, there's kill threat. For Esports, if they don't have the levels, then there's no play to make, and there's no global, there's no punch, there's nothing. They're hoping to find copy here. The shard, it doesn't connect. He just blinks away. I feel like Esports, they gotta relax. Just give their support a lane, get a global, get anything on their Tuscan. Global for silencer, just for correction, just to make sure you don't think I'm talking about Tuscan and global. But anyway, they do see Ari.
They do indeed, and they are going to drop down on his head. Copy jumps in, though, trying to save Kaori. Kaori living through this as the slam connects. And now Yuragi set up beautifully to get off some damage here, but only manages to take out the Tusk so far. Nice stun from Copy, but not enough to kill the Puck. Puck backs away. Whoa, Snob going aggressively here. He feels like he's seen an opportunity, but he might be wrong as he backs himself away. Copy being chased down by Azkor. Azkor wants this kill so very, very badly, but will not be getting it and will be dying himself. Racket's coming through, the Sister's Shroud presumably there, yeah, doing a bit of work to keep the silencer alive, but ultimately will be falling regardless. Ooh, man, a fight of opportunities there. Neither team really fully capitalizing upon it, and it does end up being a pretty much even trade between the two teams. You see a little bit more gold and XP gained by the side of Esports there, so they'll be pretty happy with how that went.
That's also a fight that it shows so much to what Esports could have done. Like, imagine if their supports just had levels. And that's an engagement where you're not tanking a slam to the face because you're globaling. When you jump here, you get a double silence into then the coil, right? Two dies, and then Shaman actually just doesn't get punched. I think Tusk just didn't kill him off there. And yeah, it's, as much as it looks okay after the fact, Puck narrowly surviving, if the supports just had a drop more XP, these are majorly successful fights. So they do actually jump on the bot. Ryota has died.
A trade.
Did he die? He died to
Kaori...
the snare damage, right?
Yeah, it did look like it.
He died to the 21 damage of, of the Underlord root.
Pit of Malice DPS, it's too high.
Easy.
Nerf it. I like how it scales as well, like 20, 30, 40, 50. Like, why?
Yeah, it's very minimal damage.
I personally level Pit of Malice for the 10 damage increase, guys.
What a Chad.
Absolutely.
I would say it's like, oh, it's a cool blink cancel, but you're already getting rooted, so...
Yeah. That one's covered, boss.
Oh, Ari.
He's in a bit of trouble here, but they also don't want to fully commit because Copy's behind him, and that is a scary, scary Shaker. In comes a Global Silence, but of course Blink Dagger available for the Shaker here. Almost gets Arika, which would have been funny, but Ari does live. Is on the back lines. Kaori, he's going to be the first one to lose his life here, and Yuragi doesn't really want to dump his damage into the Blade Mail Dawnbreaker, so backs himself away as Copy's in and goes down. Storm just takes him out with the right click for Metamorphosis. Another goes towards Boom as well. It's getting awkward here for Na'Vi, but Boom, he's a tough cookie to crack. Away, Yuragi looking for the opportunity, trying to get onto the Turtle Blade, and he does! He takes him out! Yuragi! He finds the entry point, the TV asleep at the wheel, and Yuragi just takes his head clean
Radiant's
off.
middle tower is under attack.
Oh man, that looked like it was going to be good for Esports, but they felt the wind in their sails and then immediately went crashing into the rocks.
Yeah, Na'Vi, they kind of weren't on the same page in that engagement, right? Esports, they were layering each other's with their spells, trying to keep each other alive, prolonging the fight, and you know, Yuragi, he opted to go for Yasha. He wants the SMY before the BKB. So when he tries to commit to these one-on-one duels against the Dawnbreaker with the Blade Mail, he can't really commit too much. He has to just, you know, accept that the Blade Mail is better than him. And yeah, like watching the replay, Dawnbreaker jumps in, they kill off the Shaman, Copy's on the top side of the fight, he's getting pressured by the Tusk. And it's a very, very split fight for Na'Vi. It really doesn't feel like much of a fight, but what actually happens? How does... So Terrorblade, does he... We're going to go back to another fight because Yuragi, he is trying his best to get Na'Vi the win. Yeah. But it doesn't matter anymore, but I was trying to pay attention to... Did Snov have any information? Did he have Manta? Could he have Sundered? I guess the answer is just
he
no.
Did have
he
Sunder. He didn't have Manta. I was watching his
Under
inventory at the
attack.
time.
Alright, no Manta had Sunder, but it was
Holy,
a
that's a
stun
lot
from
of Dormant
Treeline.
Curios.
Yeah. And the meta for neutral items has kind of shifted from, if you don't have a really critical reason for like a chipped vest if you're a core, or a shroud if you're a support against Fen, then you just take the Dormant Curio and then you buff up like an Essence Ring, so you have more heal, or the Mana Drought, so you get more mana, right? It's like the tier 2s, when buffed, actually feel pretty good. Of course, you don't really need to carry the Curio into tier 3, but even the Signet, right? Tier 2 value when upgraded is a real feels good, man. Compared to just having like some tier 1 for no major gain on the map. And another thing to compare is like a tier 1 often in like this game is still kind of in the farming window of the game, while tier 2 is you playing for the 20-minute Tormentor, you contesting the kind of the big kind of map moves that naturally occur, right, as you're entering the mid game. So I can see why investing in tier 2 is better than just playing on tier 1.
Puck scene. Fisher won't land. Nice attempt there from Copy. Like you always want to just pressure, see if you can fish for an opportunity.
He has been constantly fishing for sure. And weirdly enough, Copy, the one who had the top CS for his team, had the early game, he's dropped below the Dawnbreaker in his economy. And boom, the one dying a couple of times in laning phase, he's been just quietly farming up a Storm. Has a Lotus Orb soon on the Underlord. Lotus Orb gets rid of Global, prevents the Sunder, gets rid of Waning Rift. Ari's dead.
He is a little bit.
Yep.
Waste 21 comes down from the heavens and says, "No, Ari, you shall die."
In.
Boom's on the backlines as well, just setting up here onto Waste 21. Yuragi's like, "Oh, do I have to hit the blade mail target? Guess I do." Waste goes down. Now look to Royota as well. 2 hits. He's gone as well. Yuragi just being given way too much in this game. Again, this is kind of what I mentioned, right? Like a misinitiation, and Boom is in. He's there, setting up for Yuragi, staggering the fights, messing up everybody's positioning, and just, yeah, I mean, this is Underlord pick is doing exactly what I kind of hoped it would.
I feel like Esports, their draft is built on farming really efficiently and counterplaying Na'Vi's aggression. Like the early game slam, and then Dawnbreaker Solar Guardians in your global. But how many fights have Esports been starting? Like they're starting with the puck jumping in, with the global not getting used, the Solar Guardian to try and get a kill. Like they're using all their spells aggressively, which then gives so much life to Na'Vi.
Dire's top tower is under
But I
attack.
think, like, to mention, that would be absolutely fine if it was onto a core, if it was onto Copy, if it was onto Yuragi, but it's onto a support each time.
Exactly,
And now, Terrorblade looking like a very tempting target here in the top lane. Can he get off the Sunder? No, he cannot. Boom's got the damage, takes him down. Snov is gone. Doing a little bit of baiting. Felt
Slam.
safe there. Oh, and there's a slam coming out from Copy as well. Yuragi cleans them up with a follow-up. You think you're setting up for something, but once again, Na'Vi punish every misplay that's made. And unfortunately, there have been a fair few from Esports in this one.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Are scanning.
You know, poor old Snov, he sees tower, he hits tower, but because of this mid-aggression, coils on cooldown, guardians on cooldown, the global's just way too late, and with everyone disengaging on Na'Vi, the Lotus Orb on the Underlord, there wasn't even a Sunder target for him to use during the cover of the final, second of global. We've seen this type of lineup played by Aurora very recently, and it was just so map pressuring because they never really killed you. They just kept waiting, farming, waiting, and then you make one move, you get killed, and then you've lost everything because you feel like you have no damage. So it's like the draft is very strong for Esports, but the way they're executing it right now, it is just getting picked apart. Of course, Na'Vi, they are very explosive. They are looking at heroes, they're instantly jumping. They don't really care. And Yuragi isn't going for a Blink Dagger. He has opted to go for very, very tanky build. I'm always a fan of the Blink on Sven. I feel like it's kind of like a core item. But my the only way in which I don't mind him not going for it is if you do get a Harpoon relatively quick. The Harpoon can fix it.
And critically,
Ooh.
he's got the Vast Enchantment, which means he's got the extra attack range.
He does
Who
have
needs
more
a Blink
attack range.
Dagger when you can just hit them at 1,200 range anyway?
Yeah. I gotta say,
Maybe over-exaggerating that a bit, but
no, it's an
fine.
entire screen away. But
yeah.
for Boom, his laning phase was awful. But the fact that he's got Lotus Crimson and he's 800 gold away from an Agnums, Aghanims on Underlord is such a hard item to buy because you need auras to be able to make sure you survive when you TP in. You kind of like, you need something before the Ags. But for Aghanims, getting that instant route when you press that teleport, again, it's another way of starting the fight pre-global. The Sven can God Strength and commit, don't care about global. The Underlord can throw down a pick globally. If you get global, who cares? You've already applied a route to at least facilitate the fight. And then for Shaker, you blink slam. If you get the slam pre-global, you don't care, right? Your job is already done. You've initiated. So I like the fact that Na'Vi have kind of slowly drifted towards the way in which it's like, if they're starting the fight, the global won't mean much because there's already control from Shaker and Underlord to enable Sven to run around. Of course, this 10,000 gold lead could just grow very, very quickly if Na'Vi execute cleanly in the upcoming engagements. And, you know, the way that we're describing their itemization, it feels like
Dire's top tower
Royota
It
has
should
been on
be
this
that
cliff
way.
for such a long time. He's so
Oh.
stuck.
no. It's not stuck. You can walk out of that.
Sorry, he's a ward.
tower has
Here.
fallen.
No, but he's stuck 'cause if he leaves, he would die. But
Oh, I
yeah,
see.
Right now,
Sorry. Yeah.
Roche is happening. I mean, he's in a great spot to maybe make the steal happen if he calculates it correctly. Jumping in. Oh no! It's just a second too late, and he just dies. Oh man, he was so close to getting that right. You know, that was almost perfect, but almost
Fair
doesn't cut it
play.
in the world of EU qualifiers.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
fair play. We'll give him that.
Oh, global. He's
Going on
very
top here in
dead.
the top lane, and they are going to be able to smush him down with that big old hammer from the Dawnbreaker. But unfortunately, he's now caught out by the demon, the demonic purge, and will also be just another creep in the camp for Yuragi. Honestly, he just went to farm that camp. Didn't really care that there was a Dawnbreaker there or not. Ah, yeah, utilize that. I love a nice efficient portal usage too. It really gets me going.
It's you get the kill, go back, pressure the tower. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Also, I feel like we never really hype it up too much, but the innate of Underlord in the correct circumstances is pretty cool, right? Like you do get 50% damage reduction, 25% move speed. You pair that with a Sven putting out Warcry, you enter the fight, and positioning is not a problem. You are very, very quick. They do find the puck on him. He has a shield rune. Oh, nice force to actually dodge the slam, but
Yeah,
not enough.
cute idea, but yeah, not enough in the tank. Again, if you weren't
Oh,
12k damage... Oh, okay, bye-bye. If you weren't 12k gold down, then that play probably saves the puck and,
That's
you know,
kinda
you're
hype, yeah.
feeling really cool and
Dire's
good,
top
but
tower is under
yeah,
attack.
Yeah.
just
Navi
a little too little.
Do you know when I was like, I don't want to see Terrorblade in the last pick? Can you see a reason why?
Radiant's
Yeah,
middle
it's
tower
not
is
Hero,
under
which has
attack.
really been able to play the game.
No.
Anything to play more around like them. I would have really liked to see the Medusa from Snub here, honestly. Or even like a Drow or something, just try and outplay them. That's kind of what they did in game 2. They did just kind of outmaneuver. But yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
You already use one God Strength, takes mid and bot tower. On the wave, and no, just wait. Oh, wait. Actually, you know what? They're not even waiting 50 seconds. Are they just gonna? Of course they have Serpent Wards, so yeah. Use the body of the Sven, the damage of the Serpent Wards, makes sense.
Lotus Orb and Warcry gives you all the protection you need to go for this. Not
Yeah,
to
no,
mention the Aegis, of
very
course.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower has
The
fallen.
little snakes going to work. Sadly, no Mega Snake this time around. But we
Want
do
the
like
additional
chicken
control
fingers.
to play with the puck, yeah.
Yeah, naturally.
You have Vast. This shard does nothing.
Radiant's bottom barracks
And Terrorblade,
fallen.
of course, on the top side of the map was trying to farm at the butterfly. That is complete. So at least there is a very, very slim chance that the Terrorblade can enter the next fight, assuming that he isn't just 100 to 0 because he doesn't have BKB. The amount of stuns and control available, Na'Vi can just fully shut out a Terrorblade. He wants a Pike, he wants the BKB, he wants a Satanic, and he wants a Daedalus, and maybe if Na'Vi just continue AFK jungling for 20 minutes, that is possible, but very unlikely, as Yuragi goes from hitting the bot racks into already smoked to the top area of the map. They were hoping to find a Terrorblade, kind of reconnecting to his team.
Radiant are scanning.
Also, the Wisdom Shrine is available in a minute's time. But Esports, they just are only dodging the map, and they're TPing. They see him. They have a really good ward to find him. Set up a disruption, layered with the root. So much control.
Yeah,
and
this
Snob
is a
is
great
dead.
catch. Snov,
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way you can really predict that. That's just a good read coming out from Na'Vi.
Yeah, just Kaori placed the ward several minutes ago, and now Sven. Ooh. Oh yeah, he doesn't have a blink dagger. That's why the puck lives.
He's just running at the puck.
Yeah.
Please, sir, let me show you my sword.
I mean, Copy got the stun. 90% of other Sven players will have a blink dagger, and then the puck's dead. But
Just
you're
harpoon
right.
him.
He's going for it's like the K1 Hector build of I get so tanky, I objectively pressure you so much that if you come near me, you die. But I don't care about jumping you because I know I'm like ahead in the game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Poking, prodding. Yuragi is going to turn blue
Middle tower
as the tower will fall. Aegis will be on in 1 second here. That's an opportunity, but Puck a little bit frantic to take advantage of it. Coil is used to absolutely no avail.
Radiant's
Still waiting
middle
for your
barracks are
Terrorblade,
under
so
attack.
yeah. Kill the snakes, don't let them get him. Oh no, the snakes take the range barracks, and Boom's back in. He's not even done. I mean, the Sven is not here, by the way. He's gone farming some Ancients right now, so this is really just Boom trying to do it all by himself, and honestly, so far so good. They're struggling to deal with this Underlord. Uh-oh, there comes the Snowball. This is going to make things a little bit awkward here for Boom. He's being dragged in further than he wants to be. There comes the War Cry from the Sven to try and help him out. Fading Rift going to drag him and Kaori both back in.
They
But
still have Slam.
not really enough damage. Another Hex comes out. Snowball saved, though, very, very quick there from the Tusk. And that will be enough to at least keep the Puck alive. But the Tusk will not be so lucky. He will get brought down for daring to save his Puck. Mission accomplished, though.
Oh,
as-
Copy found the Puck.
Oh, Puck. Gets out.
And no more vision. Yeah.
As the orb still has the phase shift.
Rocky, he has God
He's
strength.
in a great position to actually cut this wave. Double damage up in the top side as well as Yuragi takes down Ryota. Die back now for the Tusk. Dragged in by that harpoon, wasn't ready for it. Middle barracks are gone.
Slow and steady. Every time you got a timing, just play around it. Serpent with a God strength and Nubu. He's so tanky.
He is, but look at Yuragi jumping in. I mean, does a ton of damage to himself there with that blade mail, but gets a kill regardless as grab out onto the Terrorblade. Kaori, he's pinging. He said, I got him, boss. I got him locked down. Finish the job, but no one wants to come close with the global silence coming down. They can't really commit that hard to it. Snoff manages to get off the Sunder onto his illusions, get himself nice and healthy in the Sven. Just getting picked apart here by the Puck. Purple Paradise really
got him.
wants to finish the job, but they catch him now. Kaori is there. Such a problem for Purple Paradise. Now Snov getting himself away. Waste 21 with the Aghanim Scepter running around with a lovely, nice golden circle around it. But the slam comes out from Copy. Nice Fisher as well, blocking him off and making sure they can kill off this team. And there we go. GG gets called. Snov calls it. It is over. The series will go to Na'Vi. A stumble in game 2, but game 1 and 3 looking very, very clean for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and of course Na'Vi, they bounced back after what was a really good game from Esports in game 2, and I think critically Na'Vi, they've shown that they have some weaknesses still. Even though we're expecting them to be the Grand Finals team, if you are, you know, a One Move, a Runa, a Cyber Geese, a Liga, any of the other teams in the qualifier, you can look at some of these games and go, Na'Vi, they lost this game in that qualifier, they lost this series in that qualifier, and now in this series they've already lost a game. There's so much information in how to beat Na'Vi, and when you're the favorites for the qualifier, giving critical information on how to lose, like, that is a bit worrying for them. But that aside, I think Na'Vi's bounce back in game 3 was really, really strong. And I think making sure that Yuragi has impact in the game is my big takeaway for Na'Vi, because in game 1, his Abaddon was a menace. In game 3, his Sven was a menace, was like kind of the anchor for the team. But in game 2, his Doom, it kind of felt like it struggled a bit, right? So I think making sure that Yuragi has a clear path to being the carry of the game is a good way of looking at it. Of course, there's many other layers. You know, you got Copy, and then what type of hero he's playing. You got Boom and him dying a lot in laning phase. But like, there's things to improve on. But Yuragi, I think, is the easiest one to talk about in this series because yeah, his game 1 and 3 was really good.
And I think with Na'Vi, you always know that they're going to be going for sort of a double black backlines in support. Like, yeah, Shaman kind of gets in there a little bit, but ultimately you're not really going to have that cover on the initiation, which can make things awkward, which is what I felt in Game 2, where they never got the opportunity to go for cheap pickups. Every single time they wanted to go for a fight, they just had to commit fully to it. But then in Game 3, I kind of feel like it still had the same thing, where every for a fight, they have to just go, but they weren't afraid to play around that. They weren't afraid to pop the God Strength. They weren't afraid to drop like the snakes down or slam or whatever. So all in all, very good for Na'Vi. Good adjustments coming into Game 3, and yeah, fully expecting them to keep on this trajectory for the tournament. But that's going to do it for this series. Na'Vi will continue here in the upper bracket at Esports World, go down to the lower bracket. So we're going to throw it over to a quick break. Actually, it might be a little bit longer as we wait for the next series to get ready. So stick around for more EEU action here on the road to the Esports World Cup.
1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of like the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted.
Welcome back to the Eastern European qualifiers here. We've got Team Next Level playing up against 4 Pirates as our coming match here. And, well, it's been, I'm not sure I'd call it a roller coaster ride so far, T Governor, but we have already had one upset, haven't we?
Yeah, no, upsets are, that's if Esports were to win. But no, I think the fact that we've already thrown a spanner into the works, the idea that, the top teams can lose games is exciting for the qualifier. And Team Next Level and 4 Pirates, the series that we have upcoming, it's really hard to call who should be winning it, right? Because you've got Team Next Level, which is a lot of like unknown Ukrainian players, and then versus 4 Pirates, where you've got relatively experienced players who played in the DPC, right? You got like a Taker who played in DPC teams, he played in ITB. You got Nati Narwhal as well. Like you've got like new talent versus some of like the tier 2, tier 3 talent. So yeah, I just don't know what's going to happen in this series at all.
Absolutely not. And of course, with the bracket and everything now, we've got a team waiting down in the lower division, a team up in the upper division. Of course, it is Na'Vi and One Move who have both moved forward with their games. Meanwhile, we'll be seeing the 2 winners of these series, both games happening simultaneously, the winner of which will go to the quarterfinals of the upper bracket. The loser will drop down to the lower bracket, which currently looks a little something like this with Esports and Runa. They'll be their first matchup confirmed for the lower brackets, and the 2 losers of the series being played right now will be meeting in the lower bracket, and that is elimination. There's still plenty to play for here. You get your 2 lives as well, so you can sort things out. And as we saw from the last EU qualifiers, going down to the lower bracket might not necessarily mean the end of your run, even in the first round, right, T?
No, you can easily, if I heard you correctly, because I was changing the audio level on you, but that's fine. Yes, if you go to lower bracket, that's your chance to truly show what you got, right? That's what you're talking about, lower bracket and how you've got a second chance. Okay, all right, okay. I was trying to turn up your volume, and then I accidentally put your slider down. I was like, well, whoopsie, that's a muted nomad. That's what we want. No, but yeah, it's, of course, I think, especially in these type of qualifiers, you want to be, if you are to go to lower bracket, you want to be sent to the lower bracket through losing to one of the top seeds in the tournament, because then at least you have like information to go on. Like, let's say you're Team Next Level, you lose to 4 Pirates, and then 4 Pirates just lose the next round anyway. It's like you're not really learning, because like you're losing to a team that isn't really destined to qualify and win the qualifier, right? So it's like you kind of want to get smacked down by the right team so that you have the biggest wake up call. You don't want to be kind of just like middling your way through the qualifier. So yeah, big expectations. And of course, I think in any time we get to a round 1 of a qualifier, I'm looking at a team trying to get a 2-0, because then you have the best chance of having like a true identity to make a good run, right? So One Move beating Runa team, as we saw earlier, that's a really good sign, right? Because you owned your first series, right? And yeah, Team Next Level 4 Pirates. Again, I don't know if you have a vibe on which team you think should be the favorite there, but I truly think it should be anyone's game, with maybe a slight lean towards 4 Pirates, as they have been around a little bit longer.
Yeah, I would say so. Like, the experience definitely favors 4 Pirates. Like, I usually favor the team which has like some exciting players with a bit of experience, and I'm not really seeing that on Team Next Level.
Alright, I can correct myself real quick. I apologize. Team Next Level is actually Apple City Gang, so they have been around. Apple City Gang has been around, and they've had decent showing. So I take it back. I actually thought this was a new stack. I just triple checked.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So they have been around. They have played tournaments. And then because of that, and me realizing it's Apple City Gang, I might even shift more towards them than 4 Pirates. So my apologies.
Okay.
I did not realize that they'd done a quick rebrand pre-qualifier.
All right, well, I'm sticking with 4 Pirates. I think I believe in the Otika and Nati Narwhal 1 and 2. It's a strong 1 and 2 to play from. A little bit question marks above the other 3. But yeah, like I've definitely seen enough of these guys to know that they're pretty reliable in their roles. So yeah, we'll see how they do. It's going to be an interesting one. I'm excited to see what these guys are pulling out the bag. If there's any like style, panache, any particular vibes these teams like to go for, that would be very interesting. Yeah, it'll be cool to kind of check out what kind of Dota that these guys are going to play. Because of course, we've seen Otika and Nani Narwhal, or as you say, ITB. Like Otika can shift between like the very aggressive carries and the very traditional carries pretty easily. I would maybe say he likes to be more aggressive.
Yeah, just do you want to know the fun update of the series?
Oh yeah, hit me up.
We currently just don't have an entire team in the lobby. They are currently Not here. Okay, one player has just turned up. Okay, cool.
Here we go. They're trickling in. They're trickling.
That was
We got
worrying.
them.
I
All
saw the
good.
admin right. You have 14 minutes. I mean, obviously they're not saying you. 'cause
Into
they're
the
not there, but
void,
it's
yeah.
There's 14 minutes until they get the first game lost, and then like a minute later, I just see 5 members of Team Next Level just scurrying into the lobby as if they found out. But okay, apologies for that. Team Next Level was slightly delayed to joining the lobby. They are now all here, so I would like to believe the draft should be starting shortly. But yeah, I think you were correct in your take of like a taker is a very aggressive-minded carry though, because like he played the underlord carry, he plays Dawn carry, he likes to play Drow to win lane. I think he is like a lane winner style, because like, if you compared his carry pool to others, it's all about the lane. Gyrocopter, Beastmaster, Underlord, Drow, Ursa, like they're so aggressive in nature. So if you are Team Next Level, you need to respect the fact that you cannot pick a weak position for. You need to maybe be ready to pull waves, because yeah, they're going to try and kill you in that top lane.
But at the very least, they've been a bit of a hot streak recently, the 4 Pirates. They have been able to win both of the 25 and 26 European Pro League. So, some smaller tournaments which they've been able to get under their belt and secure themselves a bit of prize money for. Like, sure, they're not big events, but, they beat the likes of Zero Tenacity and Runa Team to be able to take those. So they've been pulling some wins out in the meantime. Didn't do quite so hot trying to qualify for the Western Europe TI qualifiers. They didn't quite get through the opens for that one, which means that's why we didn't see them anywhere for that. Still a team which has got plenty of experience and has been getting some wins recently, even if they weren't against like the highest caliber of teams. But I certainly feel like Team Next Level, aka Apple City Gang, could be beaten by these guys.
Yeah, it's the thing with Team Next Level is not to try. I don't want to mispronounce the previous Ukrainian team. That is Palanitsia or Team Bread. The simple answer is basically they rocked out of nowhere, won a qualifier, got to a Dream League, and they surprised like pretty much you can just say the world, right? It's like, wow, where did they come from? And there's a lot of Ukrainian talent, and I feel like Team Next Level, they have the same energy that you probably don't expect them to do much, but the individual skill on their players, the ranks that they have, the understanding that they apply, it just takes like that one qualifier and they can explode, especially because they're all kind of like new players on the block, right? It's not like they're not old school players that are really trying again in the qualifier, right? Like the fact that you have like fresh talent trying, at some point it's going to spark, right? Getting an old talent, an old player to try and find new form, that's difficult. But getting a young player to understand something and it to connect, it just feels like it's inevitable. So I would like to say for Apple City Gang, now Team Next Level, it really is a matter of like qualifiers away from people respecting them more. Again, I'm not expecting them to qualify, but I feel like at some point in this run that they have, there could be a best of 3 that at least makes people turn heads for them. Or maybe I've overhyped them, but I think when I see them individually play in pubs, it's like, yeah, these guys are pretty good.
Yeah, and that's kind of the arc you want to see from one of these teams as well. Like, you don't want someone to just kind of like, oh, they start doing well in pubs and suddenly they've like formed a team and they're trying to qualify for stuff. But like if they're constantly grinding out the pub games, climbing up the ranks, and then suddenly, oh yeah, they're actually top 100 now, and oh look, they're top 50, and oh look, they're joining like they've made a team for, that's kind of what you want to see. You don't want a team kind of immediately trying to shoot for the stars, but you want them to be sort of slowly building up, and then they enter some qualifiers, they start doing the runs, and as long as the focus is on improving and trying to get better, then eventually for a new player, I think they'll get there. And yeah, for the older players, sometimes you just have to like look at them and say, this guy's been around for ages. They've been doing the same thing for a long time. It's very hard to kind of picture that changing, even though it can. But it's hard to picture that changing in like just one random Esports World Cup qualifier. Like it's very unlikely for a team to reach that level for the older players, to be honest. So yeah, you might be right that maybe you're winning me over to the Team Next Level side. Team Next Level, of course, very like young in terms of like the amount of tournaments they've taken part in, but they have been grinding quite a few events out this year, haven't they? Like this year specifically, they've been doing quite a few. So whilst they haven't been together long, they've done quite a few events in that time.
I mean, that's kind of the way that the well, how many events that there are in the year. It's very healthy for teams that are, you know, tier 2, tier 3 to be playing everything possible, be it if it's an online tournament like a EPL or a CCT, if it's a qualifier, be it for any of the TOs that we have running. Of course, you know, you want to try and make into the EPT system to then get points to try and get invited, right? So it's like there's so many opportunities, to play that. Yeah, again, that's why I feel like for a young team, it is inevitable that they will eventually click to becoming competitive. Because they just have such a better mentality and mindset.
But I do think that's easier to do when you have like one experienced player or two experienced player or an experienced coach behind you to sort of push you in the right direction, who've seen the mistakes and can make sure you're avoiding those. Like I think that's really important. But it's been a while, but we do now have a draft available, so let's jump into it and see exactly what's going to go down in this game number 1 here in the upper bracket of the Esports World Cup EEU qualifiers. Let's see what they can do.
10 seconds remaining. 5
So
seconds
4
remaining.
pirates. I wonder who isn't the pirate on this team. If they're 4 pirates, then one of them is not a pirate. Wonder who it is.
Radiant team
Hard to
battle.
say. I don't know them personally well enough to assume. Maybe it's like they all
Dire team
played like a
battle.
Kunka minigame or something, and it's like you must hit 10 torrents in a row, and then everyone's like amazing, and then they're like their carry just couldn't hit a torrent
10
at all. Something, I don't
seconds
know.
remaining.
Could be. Who's the non-Kunka player?
Yeah.
Well,
5
good
seconds
theory.
remaining.
We'll work on it. Maybe we'll ask them next lobby.
In the lobby. Yeah, true. When
Yeah.
the team takes
Actually,
4 minutes to
in-game.
arrive, yeah.
Actually, I'll ask now.
Just all chat them.
/all. So pretty heavy focus on the offlane bans from 4 pirates as they get rid of the Bristleback and the Darkseer.
Dire team
So at the moment, Undying still... Undying gets banned down. I want to see more Undying, dude. I know it's OP, but like it's not a hero I've seen BOP that much, so I want to see more of it.
The hero is very good, but also I do feel like it's overly banned in the first phase. I think if I see
10
Undying
seconds
on
remaining.
the enemy team, I can still just go for like any
5
zoo and just
seconds
win the lane, or I take a melee hero and just skip the waves because he can't do anything. He has decay, and now my offlaner farms. The Undying hasn't pressured, so it's like as much as I like the fact that
Dire
Undying
team
is suddenly
battle.
popular, I feel like as a drafter, you can easily like bait your opponent into Undying and then you play around it. But such is life. 4 pirates, they take the Batrider due to
Sure
Dark
do.
Willow being on the Willow, and this is quite a 50-50 between the two, right? Because
10 seconds remaining.
Batrider wants to go in to grab a hero blink,
Dire team battle.
might be blinking into Bramble Maze or Terror, right? So you can't truly disengage. But then on the flip side, if Batrider starts dominating the game and you get to like BKB, now you just don't care about Willow. But between the two heroes, there's going to be fun little counterplay between both of them. And yeah, position between them.
Certainly
10
will, yeah.
seconds
Who can
remaining.
catch whom? Who's quicker on their spells? Are we going to see the lasso coming out? Are we going to
5
see the
seconds
Shadow
remaining.
Realm be there in time? That is a question. But definitely favoring Batrider as a first pick over Willow. Like, sure, it might be comfort, but like from the games I've seen so much, like Batrider is just
Radiant
such a
team
high
battle.
impact support at the moment. Like the catch potential, the damage this hero does as well is crazy. Always surprised when a Batrider comes from overhead and starts cooking you up.
10 seconds remaining.
So we will lose the Dawnbreaker. That one's going to get taken out of the pool. Man, this
5
offlane pool is
seconds
looking
remaining.
very, very small all of a sudden.
Yeah, the thing with the kind of the Ukrainian Dota scene is a lot of their like star players, or at least the more notable ones, have come from the 3 position. You have used to be called Gambit Paris. He plays on Passion UA. You had Fortnite Man again, offlane player, and then even Norma, right? I believe he at the moment is around. Let me double check his rank. Can search Norma. Okay, it doesn't show, but I believe he's ranked like 180, 200, right? So it's like a lot of the the power from these teams is the nuisance factor of the offlane. So the initial bans of like the Darkseer in the first phase from 4 Pirates, the Bristleback, even the Terrorblade Flex, and then sure, Team Next Level, they themselves are banning out some offlaners, but I do feel like a lot of these like national teams kind of lean on their offlaner to create a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, it makes sense as well. Like for the sort of middling teams, I think it's really, really like a lot easier to make plays around your offlaner than it is to make plays around your mid. Simply because if your mid messes up, it's not the end of the
10
world.
seconds
Sorry, if your
remaining.
offlaner messes up, it's not the end of the world. If your mid messes up though, and misinitiates,
5
dies,
seconds
or
remaining.
overextends, then it's much harder to correct for that in your game as well. So makes sense. As we have the Abaddon, very similar to the draft we just saw actually, with Abaddon coming out as the kind of preemptive pick to combo up with the Bat Rider and simultaneously stop Team Next Level from grabbing it. So instead, they'll go Pangolier and AA. Plenty of heroes now for you to talk about, T. You've got your choice of the 3. Which one do you want to jump on?
Ooh, let's go with the Pangolier, right? Because I
5
think we
seconds
saw
remaining.
how Abaddon was able to dominate our first series of the day, right? Just kind of walking freely, you get phase radiance and you're uncontested, but you have any sort of mana drain, and then Abaddon does struggle, right? Like, you're annoying, yes, but with borrowed time, but you want to pump out as many shields as possible. So I think that already is quite a nice little way to mitigate that pressure in the early game of 4 Pirates. So Pangolier, cool little concept there. Do you want to jump on a hero, or shall I continue?
I'm gonna segue like a professional, T-Gov.
Okay.
Um,
Yep.
the thing I like
As you
about
return to your
Pangolier,
PC.
yes, is it can combo up with the Ancient Apparition really nicely. And yeah, like okay, you might be thinking, well, surely like a Ravage or a Black Hole is easier for an Ancient Apparition, and yeah, sure, maybe you're right, but the thing they don't give you, and Pangolier does give you, is risk-free vision, which is such a valuable thing in Dota 2. Rolling Thunder,
10
you slide on
seconds
through,
remaining.
you see a load of heroes, it's really hard to kill you off, you've got Shield Crash if you need it. Like, there's so
5
many good
seconds
things about
remaining.
Pangolier, which is why his hero's been meta forever and will continue to be meta forever. Because not only does it give you a good team fight, not only does it give you loads of stuns, but it also
Dire
gives
team
you
pick.
the ability to get information, and Ancient Apparition can take advantage of that. But now 4 Pirates are going to respond with a Sniper coming out from them. So they want to bully this Pangolier, or at least force him into the offlane.
But I wouldn't mind the Pango in the offlane because you have the Pango and Willow. It's a really
10
annoying,
seconds
disruptive lane.
remaining.
Any aggression is met with a shield crash from the Pango or a
Dire
Bramble to
team
disengage from the Willow. And that isn't to be the case, so they just slap the Pango mid. Okay, fair enough. But if there ever was a time that Pango could be offlane, it would be with Willow. And anyway, I think the pivot though is, as much as I'm talking about lanes, they're talking about, okay, how do we deal with problems? And
10
Sniper is
seconds
a really good
remaining.
draft hero, as you cannot
Radiant
pick
team back.
your pucks and your kind of traditional gap closing heroes, because Sniper kind of beats them in the CS war early on. Later on, sure, they can gap close, but it's kind of annoying to get there. So Team Next Level, it's like, you know what? Put the Pango mid, he can just shove the wave out, could be slightly annoyed. But as soon as you hit 6 with Willow
10
rotation,
seconds
Sniper
remaining.
can die. You pick up a Centaur, you have Stampede. All they have as a
5
stun on 4
seconds
Pirates is
remaining.
Snowball, Punch, and Lasso. In which you press
Radiant team
excuse me, sorry,
back.
you press Stampede to disengage from any of that, the fight's looking real good. Or you Stampede to just fully jump onto the Sniper. So I like the Centaur pick a lot. And of course, Pango from the mid lane is one of the more stable mids, so he isn't going to really care too much about Sniper.
10
But the
seconds
carry
remaining.
is needed for last pick on Team Next Level and off lane
5
for 4
seconds
Pirates.
remaining.
Enigma is a good ban. Yeah, any hero to tempo behind is key. Even like a Beastmaster ban would be good from Team Next Level, unless they wanted to pick up a gyrocopter or something just to protect them from that one. But with the Enigma ban, they're not going to pick gyro, right? Because why would you ban Enigma if you already have that hero in mind? But yeah, 4 Pirates, they just need some tempo from offlane.
All right, let's see what direction they go in for that one then. Meanwhile, Team Next Level.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I like your
5
suggestions.
seconds remaining.
Is there anything else? And what happened to Luna? Like Luna, I swear, she was like not a first phase hero, but like a very consistent carry, and then people just stopped picking it. I don't think it got nerfed. It's like post patch, everyone's playing Luna, and then it just disappeared.
Yeah, Luna has to. She has to like. I'm trying to put this better into words. Like she needs to have good laning presence to then jungle really efficiently, because you buy a lot of farming items on a range tier, right? Like you buy Mask of Madness, you buy Manta, then you need another item, and like whilst you're farming all of that after lanes, you sometimes rotate for a tower, but a lot of drafts nowadays can counterplay that, so you kind of feel scared to do it. You don't fight Tormentor too well. You could get Eclipse plus Beam, but you often want to go for your passives to farm up better. Like, the hero has like good timings if the game didn't force you to do a lot of stuff as a carry. Like if the game had less draw where the carry's like you have to leave the jungle and actually participate in the game, Luna would be very good. But yeah, unless you have like the perfect liquid style of lineup to enable it, it is such a rare pick.
All right, final pickup here from Team Next Level. Carry hero is what the doctors ordered. They've actually banned out like more strength melee heroes on the side of 4 pirates, which I kind of get, but also like, yeah, just anything that can get on the sniper, I guess, is going to be thrown out of the pool, and they will go for the Sven. So
it's very aggressive, very explosive. It's any Sven lineup with follow-up is incredible, because not only this, you mentioned about like the vision that you get. You've got AA to provide the vision for a jump. You've got Pangolier Rolling Thunder to provide vision for a jump. You've got Centaur. His natural positioning as a tanky frontlining hero will provide good initiation. For 4 pirates, the only thing that they really have to stand his ground is the Abaddon. That's an Abaddon that's going to be running into an Ice Blast, so playing low HP can be a bit scary. And yes, I mean, I like the draft from Team Next Level for sure. It's very, very good. And offlaners, you could argue maybe Tidehunter's a good pick here, just to stall out the game. But they go for the most opposite hero that you probably could list, and they pick up the Weaver carry to put the Abbot offlane.
okay.
I would assume would be very unhinged to randomly play out a Weaver offlane.
Yes,
But I'm down for some cooking in the pirate ship kitchen or whatever.
Is it a galley?
Is it? Yeah, I guess it's a galley.
Galley?
Yeah. Wait, hold
Gallery?
on.
I can't remember.
What is the kitchen called on a pirate? Do you think they have a kitchen in a pirate ship though? Let's be real.
Yeah,
There's,
of course they
buckets.
do. What they no, they get scurvy and
Nah.
die.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize we were talking about S tier pirates. I thought just like a
What,
weak
just day
pirate. Okay, there's a
pirates who
galley.
just like chill on
Yeah,
chill
yeah.
on land, pop
Yeah.
out, do a bit of robbing, go back to shore. Nah, they're not real
Yeah, why
pirates. Land lovers, T Governor. Land lovers. These are real pirates
Mm.
right here. They will be running the Weaver as the carry.
Okay, they're stable. All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm kind of relaxed. Like doing the first series, moving to this series. It's just like
That's
I'm
a
trying to be
long
peaceful.
break in between to just like
Yeah.
reset and like get your
The
energy back
reset
to
hurt,
series
honestly.
2.
Yeah. How's Navi gonna play later? They've
Oh,
They've
God,
got
that's
a-
a long
not only-
time.
what? It's like, the question where it's like, what's harder, streaming or a 9 to 5? It's like, what's harder, playing or casting? Ooh.
Oh, we got it harder for sure. Well, definitely us.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. And for legal reasons, we don't think that, of course. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, moving on.
I do.
I prefer the Team Next Level lineup. It looks very, very strong. Do you agree or disagree?
What they lack for in stuns, they make a. Wait, no, the other team lacks in stuns. 4 pirates is lacking stuns, so yeah, Team Next Level win. That's us as far as I'm going with this one. I just see way too little on the side of 4 pirates for me, and it just looks easy to play this draft. Like I want to play this Next Level draft. Like it's so easy. Information. You've got damage. You've got stuns. You've got an Ancient Apparition ulti. You got farming built into your Sven. You're not waiting for anything at any point, other than like maybe a few blink daggers here and there. If shit goes wrong, you just run away with Stampede. It's lovely.
Yeah, I'm trying to think for Pirates, like when you have a Weaver in the carry with an Abbott off lane, it's like Abaddon still wants to buy Radiance, normally from the off lane. Then your Weaver wants to maybe go like Mjolnir, and Sniper mid often buys Mjolnir. So it's kind of a weird item path for the 3 core, where after a laning phase, it's not as if you buy a cheap item on all 3 cores and fight. It's I all want to invest in a very expensive farming item to then maybe pressure but also farm. And if you farm
Yeah.
too much, like you said, the stuns and the scaling of the dire side will just outscale you. So it's like they need to hit this like sweet spot of fight and farm on 4 Pirates, which we'll see if they're able to execute on it.
I did say Otka, very good at playing these versatile carries. That's exactly what he's showing here as well. Thinking something we don't see that much of in the Weaver. Still a good hero.
Battle
Obviously,
begins.
I don't love it this game is the only thing. Like, won't be able to pick up the bounty either. Like, all the stuns, you've got Bramble Maze on the deck as well. That one's going to be annoying. Who Stomp can catch you inside Shikuchi even, so... There's just a lot of damage on the floor, which is going to be pretty hard to avoid. See how Otka survives through it. Maybe
I
he
guess one
thrives through it.
trade-off is when Panga goes to mid and he's a bit of the early playmaker, he is playing into double ranged core with a potential Aether Lens Backrider for the lasso on your roll. So it's like you are just going to get right-clicked during roll the entire time. Like armor and positioning will be critical for Dual Rays to feel like he can play some fights. You get hit by a couple hits from take aim or even just like 2 germinates. Boom. You're probably going to be out the fight. That aside though, start of the lanes is just bullying. That is what Sniper does best. 1 point in headshot, 1 point in shrapnel. Anytime the hero steps up, throw down the shrapnel, try and deny where possible. Hasn't really shoved off the Panga too much from his CS. If anything, the Sniper is focused so much on harassing that he's
creep
missed CS
down.
himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Choosing to be aggressive, choosing to put more damage into Dual Rays. It's something. It's something. But we'll see what Natty Narwhal can do. I think a lot of the game is on him. Like, you kind of need this to roll his lane a bit and be super powerful to enable this draft. If he's not strong, like what are we doing? Like, how do we do anything? Abaddon's certainly not going to do a whole lot setting up for its time with half a Radiance and borrowed time. Flacco is taking some flack here. And the right click comes through. Aerial draw first blood.
Yeah. Winning lanes is a great start for this lineup. We already mentioned that the cores have to invest heavily into, you could argue, greedier items, and you start getting a couple kills, force the levels to be starved on the Dark Willow and the Ancient Apparition, and that is a recipe for being able to start snowballing this game. Also, are we going to say team next level every single time, or
Nah, we'll start calling them
what's
next
the
level eventually.
next level? Okay, cool. Yeah, no, you know what? Next level, that sounds good. All right, would you like me to give you a next level item build for Sniper that we're yet to see in pro games?
Yes, please.
It's very unhinged. It's Treads, Double Wraithband, Mask of Madness into Deso.
Hell yeah. That's
And you just run around, yeah. You stand up and you just get headshot from it's a million miles away. Like, you have to buy Ghost Sifter so quickly. It's very Glass Cannon. It's very funny, but because it is, again, Glass Cannon, you often don't see it. And we probably won't see it, but it's still a very funny build to see. He tried to go aggressive on bot lane, but missed the shards and the bugs.
The 4 Pirates draft, it's a draft that does well from winning lanes. There is a good combination though with like the Swarm being in the back lines, with the Sniper firing over the top as well. Like, there's like a synergy there. It's just a really, really like flimsy synergy.
Every little
Padank.
helps, right? That's
He's gonna get okay here. And maybe a bit of return aggression coming out from Odega. But you gotta be careful if Padank shows himself, then he will just drop Not sure he meant to take that Watcher, but he did. Seen by the ward here. Fernandes wants a kill, but I don't think he's going to be able to get it. Annika also won't be getting a kill here. And if neither of them get a kill, then
Radiant
zero-sum game. Oh, TP out from Fernandes. Going up to the top wave to punish Ariel on the Batrider, but oh, the brambles don't connect. I mean, you can just portal back, but you don't love this. And actually, Ariel's just going to camp the camp the twin gate, so you also trade a ton of HP for this as well. Oh dear. Fernandes not going to love this rotation.
Yeah, all back to lane. And CS-wise, other than the Snap having a very marginal lead, you could argue that both teams are relatively content with the start of this game. I'm not really expecting the Sven to pressure the Abaddon. The Abaddon, on paper, should be able to dominate this lane, or at least, force the Sven to jungle at some point. He's pushing into the Abaddon.
Ooh, big aggression coming out.
Lotus, shield in one.
Ooh,
Yep.
shield comes out. He'll be fine. Even turns back
Where
around.
was the Batrider? Was he making stacks, or I'm talking about how Abaddon's meant to be like chilling in this lane, and then I didn't bother looking for where the Batrider was. Just to note, when it's a 2v1, yes, Abaddon will get pressured. I'm expecting Ariel to not just ditch his offlaner and leave in no man's land as
My land.
assassinate. He tries to get too out of range for it, but he also didn't use his stick or fairy fire. My guy, he
That's a
disciplined.
dead ancient apparition.
Yep, he's gone.
Yeah, always going to be one of those heroes where you misstep just once and you're just dead.
Mhm.
You know it.
Yep.
They know it. Everybody knows it. Everyone's just chilling, going, well.
It's also a reason why we've seen Ancient Apparition contested less, because everyone knows his laning phase is exploitable, right? Like, even if you have Bone Chill and you're using Chilling Touch, if there's any type of chip damages, if there's any way for both the offlane and 4 to find you, you often do just go down. You don't have great armor, you don't have good HP or move speed. You are just kind of like a walking Obs and Sentry, at least in the early stage. Here though, with the Cold Feet and the Sven stun, Abaddon
no
again,
shield.
left by
Yes,
himself
man,
and died,
all
so
around.
very good stuff there.
Batrider chilling in base, just doing some shopping, seeing what's up.
Yeah. Like, AA thrives when your carry gets to play with you, right? And of course, Sven AA, it's a very classic combination. As soon as they see the shield used, then you throw the Cold Feet, that doesn't get dispelled, use the Sven stun, the Storm Hammer, if you want it clearly, to facilitate that. So yeah, it's a very good combination from them. And
What's your all-time Hall of Fame duos in safe lane? Safe lane duos.
safe lane duos,
Can I start?
please.
I would go Juggernaut, Crystal Maiden. Yeah,
Ooh, okay,
rocky at
yeah,
the
yeah.
moment, but I think when it comes to throughout Dota history, it's always been a classic. It's the first one
That
you
is-
discover
yeah.
and go, oh, I can kill people in lane. This is broken.
I think mine would either be, if you're going for classics, it'd be like Clock Drow potentially. That's quite a nice one.
It is, yeah.
I was gonna go.
Yeah,
I was actually gonna say
Primer.
CM as well, but let's watch Batrider get shielded and maybe live.
Yep. Yeah, right. Pops this God
Walks into the
Strength thing.
cleave.
Yeah, careful there, buddy.
Dire's top tower
Pal.
is under
Yeah.
attack.
Back to the fountain for you. Oh boy. Not a fountain time for our Batrider.
He's been living there.
Indeed.
Oh, okay. So Sniper does have the doubled Wraith Band and the Treads. Maybe can still go for the Mask of Madness and the Desert.
Yeah, you can still make it happen.
You can still
go,
make it
man.
happen. Let's go. But again, lanes are going relatively well, right? The Sniper and the Weaver both on top of CS. I think as I say that, Sven, he's trying to overtake them, but I think for Paris to feel happy, they needed more net worth. A Centaur uses his first Stampede of the game just to run away from Weaver and Batrider. There is no Flame Break, but with a
area.
Blood Grenade,
Didn't reset
keep
the
chasing.
charges. Oh, does get it off just in time. Might still be dead here now. Going for the TP out. It's going to be close, but he makes it away. Norma will live. Big resources committed to stay alive here, but does survive.
good survival, especially because the Weaver had kind of disengaged from that, giving Batrider kind of the solo kill, in essence, would have been really, really annoying. Especially as he spent half the game in base, and watching his Abaddon die would have been pretty useful for him to partake in a very, very big kill like that. For Pirates, though, they overlap their heroes very early on. The Abaddon plus the Weaver in the same lane, trying to hit this tower, but it looks like the Weaver... Okay, he is staying top. Like at this stage of the game, they need to be careful that they don't try and hit objectives too early, right? AA is soon level 6. You've got Fernand's also soon level 6. Pangolier going to get resources now from base. Might even TP in. Like, there is kill threat if 4 Pirates overstep, but they see the Pangolier TP and Abaddon. He's just running underneath the tower.
Oh, aggressive onto Flacco here. Yeah, they just want to bring down the Tainted Apparition, but with the Rolling Thunder coming on out here, this is going to be awkward for the Abaddon. Yawai jumping into the backline, trying to find auto curve though, at least forcing him out of the engagement. Flacco is dead, as is the Abaddon, as Lasso comes out onto Fernandes with the fire stacks up on the Willow. Fernandes will fall as well. Otakurt has to pop the time lapse here, but trying to play around with Yawai, still wants to make this play happen with the assassinate coming through from the sniper. It might be enough, but no, Otakurt can't keep chasing under the tier 2. That would be suicide. So chooses to back himself away instead. The Sven will live here. This very, very messy fight does go in favor of the 4 Pirates in the end.
But only around like 480 gold shift in their direction. The Centaur, he ignored that entire fight. He just chilled bottom. He'll soon have a blade mail, and I just think the start of that fight was so aggressive, especially from the Abaddon, right? He just goes on the tower, and look at the build he's going for. He's going for a drum. He knows that he cannot just go for a greedy itemization, and he loses half his HP just walking around the tier 1 tower. Doesn't even kill Flacco. He goes down later to the sniper, but yeah, the 4 Pirates, they need to be careful. Mistakes at this stage of the game catapult Sven to his next item, catapult Centaur to his next item, and you see on the off screen right now, the Centaur is just continuing to apply pressure on the bot lane. They do now have the ultimates available for both the Willow and the Ancient Apparition, so a smoke does feel inevitable.
If this Tusk tries to go into the Centaur, he does just die. Like, he'll stomp into Ice Blast, he's gone.
Yeah. And the Sniper also opted to go for a more playmaking build, right? He's looking at the Hurricane Pike. So, the best builds these heroes can do is Radiance Abaddon, Mjolnir, and Weaver Sniper. But because they're like, guys, this is illegal. Now the Weaver's going for the Mjolnir, the Sniper's going for Pike, and the Abaddon went for Drum. So they have actually shifted their build to respect the fact that they can't all do like the pub default, which I think is very good communication. Problem is, the scaling on a Sniper and Abaddon will now be weaker. So if they at any point start getting picked off, their comeback mechanism will be trying to find kills in a game where the kills are very easy for next level to find if they are ahead. And not so easy for 4 Pirates.
We're expecting this game to continue at a similar pace then, where both teams are sort of farming up to their timings, but neither team looking to particularly push hard into the other. Just because you're still waiting for the Sven to come online, Pangolier to get the Diffusal Blade. Oh, which he literally just picked up as I'm talking. Alright, cool. Well, let's go make a play. Let's go play some Dota. Jures might see Ariel here. Ariel does have a shield rune though, so it's going to be a bit of an annoying kill, but shouldn't take too long still. Lasso comes out, but not much to be done there. Narwhal coming over, trying to see what they can see, but a Pangolier is no target for them, although maybe... Oh, TP out. The Snowball was on the way, but doesn't quite land, and Fernandes escapes, so nice little strike team there. Like a team of assassins in the night. Just come in,
there we go,
kill off the Batrider, and then jump out the side of the building, rappel down the side.
Weaver.
Hey, he's trying to do the same thing. He's like, haha. Didn't get anything though. Missed his shot. Still jumps out the window. Well, no, hold on. I take it all back. I take it all back. They get the kill. Can they get out scot-free? Permadank, definitely not.
They didn't have mana for Stampede. That would have helped the Centaur, the Pangolier quite nicely, right? You just Stampede away from the Snowball stun. You don't get punched. I clicked on the Centaur too. Maybe it was on cooldown, and I clicked on him as it then came off cooldown and had no mana, but either way. 4 Pirates finding the aggression, during the timings in which Centaur is unable to globally help.
Definitely checked. There's no chance. Oh, okay. Hey, nice timing on the ult there just to get to full health, and now a nice little shards to shut the door,
very
and
good shots.
Jewelries is finding some very impressive corners to get stuck in here. Very nicely done on the Pangolier. Blacko. Gap has been closed. Tusk is going in. The double edge doing absolutely nothing since level 1. Sven jumping into the backlines, trying to find the sniper. Sniper getting jumped by Yawai. Yawai gonna try to take him down. The shield's gonna be there, though that might be enough. Never mind. Fernandes is there with a big old volley from the Shadow Realm to finish the job. Now, Perdank gonna go across towards Norma, finds the path of best resistance, but unfortunately, his days are up. 2 kills over towards next level.
And they overstay their welcome, right? They see the Pangoliers rolls on cooldown. They think, you know what, this is a time for us to step across the river. But yeah, the cores turn up. They remind 4 Pirates that these are the cores that you're not shutting down. And I like the fact that your way is going straight for the Blink Dagger, 3rd item, right? Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, grab that Blink Dagger. You know that this entire game was built around, does the Sniper or Weaver get to hold their position and right click? If you jump onto the Weaver, get a stun, follow up with Terrorize from Willow, you're dead. Same thing with Sniper, right? Like, all you need is to connect 1 stun onto a Sniper or Weaver, followed up with another one, and they can die during God Strength. So this is not the no blink Sven that we saw in a previous game, but also the identity of the game is very different. If you were watching the Na'Vi game, like, that was a time where Sven doesn't need to initiate, as he just needs to be tanky, and the forced aggression for Pirates, right? Like, the Batriders farming top, sure they kill the AA, but the fact that Sven gets to wrap around and just isolate that sniper, it's like, boss, you're out of position, you're gonna die, and these are the small deaths that compound to work more, and as I say that,
yeah,
more death is
lovely little
occurring.
Catch there, follow up with the Ice Blaster as well, and you're suddenly lost both of your supports in the blink of an eye. Modica not exactly safe there either, having to use a time lapse to get away, but luckily didn't get caught by that Ice Blast to start things off, so we'll be able to survive. That's more kills going to next level, and again, you don't really want to see this draft falling behind on the side of 4 Pirates, so Modica going to keep on pressuring here. A kill onto Flacco here will be very nice indeed, and should be able to grab it. Solo kill for your guy. Okay. Yawai being very optimistic with that God Strength. I respect it, you know. You gotta think positively.
Really, I feel like Tusk just needs to chill out. Half of the highlights that we watch is just Tusk snowballing in and then his team dying. My guy's gonna take a breather on his initiations.
So, Sniper, are you full committing? No, we don't have the shard coming out just yet, but I do like it when snipers go for Pike and Shard and they suddenly become like one of the most elusive heroes in the game.
Yeah, it's really annoying. And like, anything to buy time, and I think it walks up to the high ground, gets hit by a root and a stomp, but nice time lapse to disengage.
The oopsie button comes out. He keeps himself
Dual
alive.
Raze
He's got to
is
be a
dead.
little bit careful. Dual Raze, yeah, he's
Maybe.
getting caught out. Nah, there's a Maelstrom proc coming through, getting the kill, and now running through Fernandes as well. Looking over towards Norma. Norma going to pump the Stampede to get himself out. Didn't use it for his teammates, but will use it for himself. But is that going to matter? Under the tower with the Blade Mail. It's not the most appealing of targets, but they're going to go for it all the same. And with the Abaddon there to tank everything up here, this is going to be an easy pickoff. So Norma falls as well. 4 Pirates, they make a big impact on the game.
This entire game is like, who jumps who? Does someone mis-execute? Because now this time around, 4 Pirates are walking from low ground to high ground into a Willow Centaur, yet the Weaver's able to survive. And the fight is broken apart in multiple different directions where, you know, Team Next Level, the roll is not connecting, he's already dead, the Weaver, like I mentioned, already survives. When you're walking into a choke point now, you'd expect the draft of Next Level to punish anybody that walks up those steps.
Yeah.
But that wasn't to be the case. And don't forget, Sven, the God Strength wasn't cooldown. Like, if you see off camera here, the Pangolier was jumped by the Batrider and Sniper. That's on the mini-map. So he enters the fight with nothing. The blast is on the other side of the map, so it takes a really long time to come in. Like, the whole argument here is what happens if Pango is with his team? What happens if they kill the Weaver at the start of the fight? And now when they're
Fight taking
together,
place there as Narwhal's been
they
sitting
murder
around
people.
for far too long. And it's going to get cut down by the Sven.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really good kill there for the next level.
This is what I expected to happen for the next level. It's just like every time you have God Strength, break the map. Every time you don't have God Strength, farm efficiently and try and dodge the inevitable pick-off from a Bat and a Tusk. Even the Weaver, like they want to pick off the map. They want to pressure you. So I think a bit more discipline is required from next level. Play around your timings, set up the good vision. As you know the aggression's coming in here. Willow breaks the initiation. They look to be trying to fight this. Again, the God Strength's on corner. I just don't see a reason why you should be fighting this.
Yeah, they're staying for far too long in a situation where they can't
Sven's even
really
trying
get
to fight
anything
without
for
God
it. Yeah,
Strength.
Y comes in, looking onto the Abaddon. I mean, Abaddon is going to drop here. It's a nice call. And now, if they can get themselves out, it'll be a nice and one. Yes, the Willow gets away as well. And a sliver of HP. Fernandes will survive. Everybody else just going to get themselves out. So for Pirates, you know, that's kind of their lack of catch coming into play, right? At the moment that lasso is down, there's kind of very difficult for them to get any damage off to actually threaten these next level heroes.
Yes. Yeah. I was bewildered by it. I'm talking about how next level will need to play around their timings more, respect the aggression, and then I see a no God Strength Sven trying to take the fight, and nice Ice Blast there from Ancient Apparition. But he does actually die to the Tormentor, so it's not as if they get a free kill. Wait, Abaddon dies mid?
Yeah, came back
What's happening?
mid with Burrow Time on cooldown and just kind of fed his life away. A huge mistake there.
This game is just like, every time I look at one hero, another one's dying. Even though it's only 22 kills at a 20-minute mark, it honestly feels like it's like, you know, double. Let's know. Uses Shrapnel to check for the high ground. Does find the Sven. There is an Invis Pangolier. Pikes into another bramble.
Sven, damage coming through. Yeah, why? Oh, he's so low, but he turns around, gets one more hit off onto the Tusk, and does actually end up getting the kill, but does die as well. So definitely not worthwhile here. Next level taking a bite too far forward. They do get the sniper, in all fairness. Pretty big pickoff.
Nice pickoff.
Willow able to stay on the sniper long enough.
If he went for the shard that you mentioned, he probably doesn't die there, right? That's how good the Hurricane Pike and shard build is.
Yeah, it's really strong. But then I'm
I'll
sure
be
we'd
honest,
have seen
watching
an
next level play-
occasion
oh, sorry, go
where
on.
someone didn't have enough damage and then be like, well, if you had a meteor hammer there.
That is half of what Twitch chat's about, right? It's applying hindsight the entire time.
Yes. And not examining the alternatives.
No.
It's a play
Yeah, watching
from
next
about
level
6
play
minutes
is
ago.
mildly uncomfortable, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Like, they have all the foundation of being strong, but they have like this disconnect of playing together. But they're smoked up now as 3. Sven in their own triangle, Pango showing mid. It is a big pick on the sniper if they can get him.
Oh, yeah, and I think
Yeah.
they do. They've got more than enough damage to pump into Natty Narwhal. Narwhal
Yeah, this
dead
move's good.
again.
Now they have to reset back to their Sven. Like, don't stay here by yourself, like, you know. 'Cause this is what they've been kind of doing. Like, they get a kill, and they overstay in the area, and still don't bring the other cores into the area to, like, truly occupy it. But this time around, Sven instantly runs to his team. So they are making these little mini adjustments, and Weaver is scouted out top by the Dark Widow with the Yules. Oh, but he goes to the low ground, and Lay It on the Dust doesn't actually connect.
Thinking about the Rolling Thunder. There comes the Stampede, trying to close the gap here. Really thinking about rolling. Okay, going for Rolling Thunder. We've committed. Let's go. And yeah, we didn't really do a whole lot with that one. Okay, Stampede and Rolling Thunder used for absolutely nothing. For Pirates, red carpet is rolled out, guys. Go make a play. What can you
BKB
do?
on the Weaver. Yeah. And look at him. Instantly gets the BKB, runs up the high ground. Sven.
Hello,
Lassoed
sir.
up.
There's a bug right on him. Anti-armor going to come through thick and fast, and Yawai will be dropping. Very good play to be made there, jumping up to the triangle, knowing that Sven should be farming that area and feeling safe about it too.
Yeah, 4 Pirates are just doing a very good job when they have their timings. They need to go and investigate the map to see what they can kill. And to be fair, Centaur, AA, and Willow did the same thing. Killed Sniper, but then the post pickoff led to a lot of wasted time. You compare that to 4 Pirates, they get a kill, instantly into Roshan. Sure, there's an Ice Blast, but it doesn't really matter. With the bugged tank, plenty of damage, and yeah, Weaver. 24 minutes in, BKB 9-second available with the Aegis.
Wow. That's a tough bug.
Yeah, he's annoying.
I think it's fair to sort of look back here and sort of re-examine what happened in the past kind of minute and a half. And it all comes down to trying to catch the Weaver with that awful attempt there from Next Level. They try to use the Stampede, they try to use the Rolling Thunder, doesn't connect, and if you're Rolling Thunder and your Stampede's on cooldown, you cannot fight 4 Pirates. 4 Pirates recognize that. They get a kill into Sven, who's farming a little out of position, not massively so, but still enough to get caught, and then they get a Roshan because, yeah, Next Level cannot fight them. It's just kind of showing, yeah, 4 Pirates are capitalizing on the mistakes of Next Level really, really well, but they're also not really forcing the mistakes, they're just kind of happening. I'm sure they'll have the talks, they'll adjust, they'll improve in this series.
Yeah, in all things of their draft, they're kind of allowed to make mistakes because the comeback potential is always so strong, right? Like, as much as the map play has been good for 4 Pirates to pick off from the Batrider, the Tusk, the aggression from a Taker, it just takes one misstep at an objective and Sven centers on your backline and you're deleted, right? Like, we're praising the 2 spells that can lock down the early game, but that's the only 2 spells in the entire game for 4 Pirates, right? It's Lasso and Punch. Once these spells start falling apart, not connecting cleanly, the fights will get harder. So a lot of pressure on the support duo to ensure that they have stability throughout the game. And as I say that, Batrider is jumped up, harpooned, and murdered in the bot lane.
I love that. I love that. The Batrider blinks like near Yaoi, trying to see if he's farming that camp. He's just like sitting outside of it. Most carry players, I feel like in that situation, would blink away, or like maybe Warcry. Nah, Yaoi immediately God Strength. Like the same second he blinks in, like that was his reaction. That's his muscle memory to be like, if I'm jumped, God Strength, and then turns around and murders him.
Yeah,
Very nice.
God Strength and an A click, and good luck.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just watched A desperately trying to farm 100 gold for a recipe, right? For 4 staff. Sven walks past, Storm hammers the entire camp, runs away. A did all this work to put them all low, and then Storm yoinked them. Sorry, Sven yoinked them. And now the A is like 50 gold away. Like, come on, man, I would have had my
If he
4
dies
staff.
going for this midway, but I might laugh.
I will.
Rider is circling. Flacco just needs a little bit more. 10 gold. Please, sir, please.
Give him the gold. Alright, he's got it.
Rider goes
We're in the clear.
direction. We're all good. 4 staff activated. Online.
Ooh, Sniper is showing mid, but the rest of 4 Pirates are sweeping around.
It's a
They're
bait.
not in position on Next Level. The Pango's top, the Sven's in the jungle.
Finding Flacco first is such a dream. He knows he's seen. He's immediately going to try to go for the Ghost Scepter TP, but unfortunately, Dank is there to put an end to him.
You need to be so careful. As soon as you show on a lane, 4 Pirates just bring 5 heroes, kind of choke you out there inside of the map, don't allow you to have as much farm as they're trying to get. You know what I mean? Next Level, playing into the Aegis, they are being very cheeky, right? Playing on the Radiant side, skipping waves, like showing everywhere, like they're doing a lot into an Aegis. So, of course, the lack of team fighting pickoff is hurting 4 Pirates. If Batrider or Tusk ever show, then Next Level just run away. It's like, guys, the only 2 stuns are in the game here, just leave. It kind of does feel like the theme of the of this mid game, or at least with the Aegis. Anyway, credit to Next Level, even though the fights have not been too well for them, their farm is good. Like, every single core, you could argue, is entering this phase of the game with a critical item.
Yeah.
40 seconds on the Aegis, so wait that out, go for a smoke. To be fair, they're smoking actually into the Aegis. They saw the Batrider for a second and... Oh my golly gosh!
My goodness, that is a very, very good Rolling Thunder connection, landing onto all 3 of them, and they are just gone. Still trying to fight this one as the Battler in the front lines just popping that ulti, spinning around, gets healed up, gets taken down, and it's a triple kill for Yaoi. What a find from Jewel Rays.
At any minute, if your positioning isn't flawless, Team Next Level will jump you, will find you, and will send you back to the base to put you on cooldown to think about your laps of positioning. They were just randomly in the mid portion of the map, all clumped up, no real reason, and yeah, Next Level, they were ready. Maybe they were not anticipating the during age of smoke. I said it was on corner for 40 seconds. Next Level smoked into that. Normally teams will smoke around the 20-second mark. So maybe there was this like moment of, you know what, we're fine, but look at that, just a millisecond of just indecision. The bat's disengaging, but the Tuscan sniper decide to walk in. If the sniper just retreats to the high ground, the Tusk holds his position, let the fight develop. If they jump the bat, they jump the bat, who cares? But the fact that they all just group up, you're giving Team Next Level this beautiful entry to a fight. And we've mentioned that their draft is able to make mistakes because their pick-off and comeback potential is always possible. And it's kind of given to them on a platter.
Very tense now, as once again, Next Level, they're feeling sort of unchained now. They managed to find these engagement, more of that. They want absolutely to keep that going. All spells available, loads of damage at their disposal. If they find Weaver, he could just die before he gets a chance to use up a time lapse.
But that's what 4 pirates need to do. They need to kite the fight really, really well, right? Like when you see Sven with God Strength, an AA with Ice Blast, a Pangolier with Rolling Thunder, these are all heroes that have their can fight or can't, you know? It's like if God Strength's on cooldown, if Ice Blast's on cooldown, if Roll's on cooldown, it's really good windows.
Hold on.
Saying that,
Ooh, good shield out from the Abaddon. 4 stuff as well gets him away from the Ice Blast, but it might not get him out of danger as he's just stuck in this little area here. Gets caught in a choke point, which he moved to himself, to be fair. And the sniper goes down again. Mr. Moral unable to do anything except shield himself and get that blade mail off.
They got the Sven though.
His ground, but that's pretty big news. Sven, though, with the BKB against the Weaver, going for the TP out, and he's got plenty of time left on the BKB to make it out there.
4 pirates just aren't playing together, right? It's the bat gets jumped mid, 2 heroes die. The sniper dies bottom, then the Abaddon comes in as well. They're just not on the same page, and now Ariel, he goes for the Lotus. He shoots the left side, they see the Firefly here.
You can always see when the Lotuses disappear, so good players will have an eye on that. The Flacco absolutely is. Bye-bye, Ariel. The Little Mermaid is dead. As they can now look towards the Tormentor, and yeah, Next Level really kicking it up a notch now.
They kind of got through the phase of the game where not playing, like, you can make mistakes in the first 20, as long as you don't get a random Sven death now, like, the draft should play itself. Of course, this is a Weaver that picked up BKB very early on. We praised him for the timing. Yeah, he just used his first charge recently onto a Sven, who TP'd out. So it's not as if the Weavers had this like grand entry to the game with the BKB. He's 6-0-5, having a stellar game, but he's really lacking the ability to like find the fight. Like I said, they kind of want Next Level to jump them, waste spells, and then look to take that secondary fight when the spells start fading.
So it's all on Next Level's
Satanic on this one. Oh
initiation.
my god.
Oh yeah,
So
he's a
big.
monster. And don't forget, Wrath of God, that wonderful, wonderful facet. Gonna mean that this Satanic just giving you even more once it gets there.
It's the only way to make the other facet on dying any good. Because you give strength, right, when you soul rip them.
Yeah.
It's so bad. It's like I wanted it to be good, but unlucky. I played it in one pub and was like, I regret this so much. I'm so sorry, team. I griefed. We won, luckily, but whew,
Yeah.
I was given like what 7 strength or something to someone. It was kind of pointless.
First is the Rotten Mitts, where like you just get one hit off on someone and it's super annoying.
Yeah.
You don't even have to like stack them up. But if you can. I love Undying. Cool hero. 33
Back
minutes
just
into
have
this
the
game.
BKB.
6,000 gold advantage to next level. They have been playing with their spells very, very nicely. 4 pirates. They picked up this BKB on the Weaver and just failed to really do anything with it. The damage is very, very limited. But now with the Nullifier, Odeka is looking to bully some supports. He wants to take down this Ancient Apparition. But Roshan is under siege. Down to half health already. Spen is just chomping through this Roche. It's going to be so quick. The bugs come in, but it's just too late. Roshan is dead. You know what? Going to get them bugs off him. And I'm looking for a little bit of action here. We'll move in, going deep onto the backlines. All right, down goes your Ancient Apparition. There's the Nullifier coming out to play. But they traded support for support. The damage coming through. Perdaik also going to be dying here as well. And Odeka, he's got the choice to stick around or leave. But with his sniper dead, he's definitely going to leave as Norma and Dual Rays just get on top of Massey Marble, completely take him out. And down goes Mr. Moral as well. It's going to be a double kill for Yawai. 4 for 1. Like, yeah, okay. Your Nullifier got you that kill on the Ancient Apparition. Good job, but everybody else is just running around doing what they want.
Sven just hit level 25. It's 35 minutes in the game. He's now got the plus 50% god strength. He just one hit a Batrider, 2,000 crit. Yeah, he's now gonna. What's less than a one hit? He's gonna look at the bat and he's gonna disappear. Like, doesn't even need to hit him now. Oof. We didn't really cover Abaddon's build too much, but we said about having to play a different build to not be too greedy. My guy went for every cheap utility item possible. Solar Crest, Drum, Vlad's Blade Mail, and you can just see how he's having, you know, negative impact in the fight now. Like, he doesn't pressure anyone. He's also not really amping anyone up because his team died too quick for him to really keep them alive. The Sven nearly got jumped by the Batrider there, to be fair, but blinked off to go farm. Of course, high ground is difficult, right, into 4 pirates when you have the Batrider with a couple 4-staffs and the Sniper Weaver just A-clicking. It's not as simple as just walk up the high ground, but yeah, we're going to see a replay here. The Tuscan Weaver to do a very good job finding the Ancient Apparition, but you need your Batrider to provide some lockdown. You need your Batrider to just give life to the Weaver, because once the Tusk steps up to kill the AA, you only ever stun in the game gets 1 hit. So now there's no stuns, it's just kind of like walking around the fight, and of course, next level will thrive with this.
That. So they mess up some spells on the next level, and then just immediate pings coming out from 4 pirates. They're ready to go, they want to fight. Although, did they see it though? Maybe they're just talking about the ward. Yeah, I'm not sure they actually realized that the Rolling Thunder got used there.
Do you think Attacker will die this game on the Weaver?
That's a good question.
I have a feeling he's going to lose but not die. I don't know, that'd be kind of a sad way to lose a game.
I mean, kind of fitting though for a Hurricane Pike BKB Nullifier build. I just want to kill a support and not die. That's what I'm going to do all game. I don't know. I feel like this approach is not what I was expecting. I kind of wanted to see like some big oomph rather than the Nullifier. Like, yeah, killing supports is great and all, but supports aren't really the problem this game. You got 3 really, really tanky cores, which you just have no hope of killing at any point, really. A sniper who's spending his entire fight just back slipping away from everybody. Yeah. And then the Weaver's solution is to also not be a threat to any of the cores. I think that doesn't make sense in my eyes.
It's a lineup that was meant to win the lanes, break the early game. We were never expecting the Radiant lineup to be the better lineup at the 30-40 minute mark, but
No, that's true.
they are being reminded that their lineup is weak as the game progresses. Sorry, like, you don't pick Weaver into Sven and go, "Don't worry, lads, 60 minutes is ours," right? Like, sure, the kiting, the negative armor, like, you can technically argue that you can punish the Sven nicely, but I feel like more often than not, you either have to live in fear or you die. And at the moment, Willow is dying.
Yeah, I'm not
The
sure what
Weaver's
this
still living in
is. they got really close to this high ground on the Pangolier.
They have vision.
The
Yeah.
Willow. Yeah. It's team was not nearby. They were farming up. They wanted their neutral items. Now 4 pirates immediately looking to boogie. Oh, the Spen. It's a tempting target. It's a tricky
Oh, he
he
punched
punches
nothing.
the creep. That's the
Quick
wrong
Lotus.
guy. Snowball out. It's reflected. Yawai forced in deep here. He's got the Satanic though. He's got the BKB as well. Immediately jumping onto Natty Narwhal. He's already done his backflips and he's already dead. Sniper He gets cut in half. There's nothing but a pair of legs there in the middle lane. Buyback not available. The misinitiation, though, from the Tusk. I mean, that is unfortunate.
It is what it is.
Yeah, not too much you can say about that one, other than oops.
But props to Norma, though, on the Centaur. As soon as the Tusk punches the creep, he instantly Lotuses Sven. Because the Tusk was like, you know what? I missed a stun, but maybe if I get a Snowball stun, the fight still has life to it. And that gets reflected buying plenty of time. We're going to see the replay here. So, yeah, Norma, instant stun. Lotus is like pretty much as the creep's going up in the air, the Lotus is the fight. So, really quick reactions. Enables the chase down with that Snowball. But, yeah, very good stuff from Centaur.
My guy's
Not very
played
good stuff
enough
from
Dota
Tusk.
to know that when your carry's going for a mid-wave like that, you've got to be ready with the Lotus Horn.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
He probably just said, I'm going to be fine. And then you're like, okay. I'm just going to sit
trust
behind you with
you.
my save spells and, you know, I'll enjoy my tip later. Otika.
Wait, what happens when Pangoliers and roll, Centaur gets Ags? Can you pick up the Penguin roll and like perma someone on the spot? Perma stun someone, sorry? Or can you not target them?
I think the roll gets cancelled, I want to say, but maybe I'm wrong. It's happened before.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant
I guess it
scanning.
probably cancels it. It would be... So I'm trying to think of that. It would be conceptually broken if I can pick up the Rolling Thunder and just place it on top of a sniper and it's just stun, 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 stun.
I mean, you can do it with Yules, though, right? So it's not like it's
Yeah.
a mechanic which Valve are afraid of using.
They're not afraid.
Hell no. Oh yeah, gotta say, if you have the option to take Tough on the side of next level, then you should do it, because that sweet, sweet knockback resistance against the sniper, incredible. But no one's done it yet.
Scanning.
Very disappointing. We were just gonna get knocked back all the time. Unlucky. Oh, and would it work against the Flame Break as well? Is that knockback? I don't know. It says
I'd
knocking
argue
back.
the way that I read knockback, it would be any repositioning, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Because would that include like 4-staff? You don't get 4-staff as much by an enemy? I've not tested it, to be
question.
honest. I've not thought. Probably should have, but
But Sniper says knockback and Batrider says knockback very specifically, so maybe it's just spells which say knockback.
yeah. That's true. That's probably more likely. They found the Pangolier.
Really good catch here, especially if they can do the damage taken down before he gets off the Rolling Thunder. The Terrorize will help, but not enough. The Pangolier is dead. Very, very good pick off here. As Otika finds another. Close to going godlike here, by the way, on the Weaver. 2 more kills and he's there. In a game with a 15k gold behind.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy,
He's
you got
7-0 and
this.
6. Ah, man. Ooh. It is a very, very strange game for sure for him. He doesn't want to die. He knows at any minute he can explode, but also like he needs to be there and. Oof. This thing gets the shard. An additional 6 armor, very, very nice against pretty much every hero for Pirates. Armor is very good. There's a lot of right-clicking heroes there. Okay, Batrider. Does he have a 4 acronyms? He does. Okay. Well, I mean, for Pirates, they're slowly getting to the items that can turn around some fight. Luckily for Pirates, the Batrider kind of stepped up to scale because, again, like I said, Abaddon kind of like rode a bike, got a wrench and rammed it into the wheel, so he's now kind of falling into more of a supporting role. Batrider's like, you know what, lads, I got this.
Yeah, I will be our initiation, our pick off, and this Aghanims can make all the difference. Yawai backs off.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Weaver is
attack.
not the target he wants. Norma, jump in, nice little stomp onto the 2 of them here. Ariel needs to survive. He is their team fight at the moment, and here he comes. Lasso coming out onto both the Sven and the Centaur, but the lockdown is not enough to get them dead, but it is enough Otika to get on the backline to kill off the 2 supports. There's some more dead on the front lines, and the Sven's going to go
Sven's
down
dead.
as well. Otika has the damage. Now looks over towards Norma. Norma being chased. Natty Narwhal can jump up onto that high ground easily here. Keep duking out dual rays. Yeah, you'll stun up Odica, but I don't think it's going to change anything here. Nullifier comes down. Weaver continues to chase, bashed up by the Aghanim Scepter, but it's not going to change a thing. Another kill grabbed as he hits some creeps instead, but finally kills off dual rays. Odica now got like 10-0 on the Weaver, and they might be back in control of this
Dire's
game.
middle tower has fallen.
It just next level, just not on the same page, right? Like they have all the initiation, all the pick-off potential, yet for some reason, 4 Pirates, the team that are down 11,000 gold, they're the ones making the jump in the Sven. He uses the God Strength to BKB, and when he's about to die, he pops Refresher. That's also a freshly bought Refresher, so he doesn't have Aegis.
Dire's middle
Yes, could be a
tower
wobble for Pirates. They could entertain for end. No buyback on Pangolier. 7 seconds. He doesn't have gold for it. He has an Abyssal Blade. So an Abyssal on the Pango, a Refresher on the Sven, and a terrible fight in 4 Pirates.
Dire's
They
middle
might
tower
even be able to end it in time. That it's awkward, but I think they can do it.
Committing particularly hard to it right now. To kind of be. Ooh, A Blast comes out. That's now not in.
Again, there's
Cool
no
bucket.
buyback. They would have bought back by now.
40 seconds.
Surely
it's a
they
long
know.
time, and the lasso onto the 2 supports. That's a little awkward. Norma jumping in, trying to finish off the Weaver. The snowball comes out though. Weaver's so very low here and doesn't have a way to really
They
get
have to
out.
hit the
They're
Ancient.
gonna go for the end. They're gonna push for this right now. How much
Spend
can they
11-5.
do? Jump out onto the Weaver. Fortify's
Fortify.
gonna be there as well. Odica's so low, but if he dies, he could buy back and time lapse back in on this. They really want to force it. Sven's about to come back in here. Natty Normal with the BKB, trying to go for it. There's the buyback on the Weaver. Does he want to time lapse in? No, he doesn't. He's going for the TP because he doesn't want to be on 0 HP. Kind of makes sense. Ancient is down to 1,000 HP as this tomorrow gets to work, just hitting it. Tusk as well.
Weaver's coming
They're
in.
hitting, and with the Weaver coming through, they will win this one.
What
Oh
the?
my goodness. 4 Pirates, they make the call, they go for it, and they
They're down 8 kills. They're down 13,000 gold. They just pretty much walked it into the enemy jungle,
Run
killed
it
the
down.
Sven, ran it down mid and won the game. Like, again, I am baffled. Next level, the early game was a bit shaky. They weren't playing on the same page. 4 Pirates were just running throughout the map, right? But then they stabilized the game. Everything was looking to go their way. And as soon as the game felt stable, I mean, I just forgot to turn my lights on anyway, but like, even when the game's stable, oh, I don't know, I'm just shocked. The game ends 22 for 30. Like, oh, I'm going, can we go to
Crazy.
break, Nomad?
Yeah,
I don't know, this game's,
we're gonna take a breather because that was crazy, but what an ending for this first game here. I'm excited for the second one, guys. Stick around. We'll be back shortly with game number 2 of 4 Pirates versus Next Level. We're back for game number 2 between Next Level and 4 Pirates. Game number 1, a bit of a backwards and forth tug of war. And in the end, one team just realized, hey, we could just drop the rope and run it down mid. They absolutely could. What a great call from 4 Pirates, and it gets them their first game here, along with a phenomenal game from Otica as well, which brings us into the draft for game number 2. And T-Gov, I mean, how do you recover from that on Next Level? You know, you played pretty good, you were ahead, and then all of a sudden just one fumble and you're gone.
I think luckily for Next Level, if they want to make this series competitive, the discussion isn't that difficult because it's just, you know, play together, be cleaner, play on the ward, right? Because you could argue, you know, maybe there's a drafting problem or maybe there's a major play style issue, right? But there wasn't a drafting problem, and it was as simple as they weren't playing on their own vision. They kept enabling the team that was behind in goal to keep jumping them. So why couldn't you turn it around? Like, why couldn't you smoke up and find it? Maybe they wasted a couple of smokes that we just didn't really pay attention to in the mid to late game, which made it harder. Maybe they just didn't have any smokes at all. But yeah, I think critically, play together, be on the same page, because your draft's fine. Just your ability to work as a functioning team in that game 1 was quite lackluster, and the adaptation they made was Batrider has been banned out. So no random pickoffs. That was kind of carrying the late game, because again, the Abaddon, he was non-existent to some degree, but the Batrider, whew, he was pulling a shift.
Yeah, he more than made up for the Abaddon's lack of impact, absolutely. That was very, very impressive gameplay coming out from the Batrider in game number 1. Otica as well, you know, just never dying in a game where you're that far behind is just very, very disciplined, very, very good, like still getting the farm, not exactly just being AFK and still having impact as well. Godlike by the end of the game. Did actually die. No, I lied. He was not godlike at the end of the game. He died going for the Ancient, bought back, and then ended the game. So
yeah. But does that count as a death? Because 1 Ancient kill for a 1 death. Did he even get the right clicks? I feel like the support's got it before he even died. He got there. You know what? I think he actually didn't even contribute to the ending of the game. So
womp.
Just tarnished his his score for the sake of maybe being the reason why they won the game. Draft side, Nature's Prophet is picked up. Have we covered Nature's Prophet yet today? I feel like we haven't. Is your memory good enough to remember?
I don't think we've covered it yesterday, like for a while actually.
Yeah, it's like either banned or completely ignored. It's a very, like, again, for the UK audience, very Marmite hero.
Marmite, either it goes great or it goes terrible, or either love it or hate it. Which way around do you mean that?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Okay.
It's just like exactly what it says on the tin.
Yep.
It's not like casually picked up. It's everyone hates it, or everyone's like, oh my god, this is the best hero ever.
Pangolier once again. Ah, man. So many patches of Pangolier. I'm just numb to it now. I'm through my anger and hatred season, and I'm just through to acceptance. I'm just, okay, Pangolier will always be here, and I just have to accept that and move on. It's tough, but I'm coming to terms with it. Many patches of Pangolier. Maybe you just need to rework him. Get rid of Rolling Thunder. Just straight up get rid of it. Don't need it anymore.
No. Let's that. Just
no ulti. If Willow can have 2 ultis, Pangolier can have no ultis. Seems fair.
I don't know which draft I prefer at the moment. Just for the fact that 4 Pirates do have the hyper punishing early game, where whenever I look at Willow and Silencer, I just see a major need for the first Wisdom Rune. And if they don't get the Wisdom Rune, it can be a bit awkward. So that's at least one thing to consider with their lineup. And for Pirates, at least, I think I prefer position 5 Prophet over position 4. Mainly because of 5, your mindset is more sacrificial. So you don't really care being like first point of contact in a fight. TPing in, getting the vision out with your shard, just being a nuisance. And yeah, for Pirates actually flexing the death profit. I know that it's probably going to be mid lane where Pango's off lane, but when you pick up Tusk, there's a really high chance that Tusk could be your 4, DP's your 3, Pango's your mid, Profit's your 5. Like, even though it looks somewhat expected, there is some flexibility to suddenly get heroes in different positions. What does
That is
next
true.
level need? I don't.
I would like to see them grab their carry here and then ban out to protect it and just go for the last pick on your off lane. What carry do they want? I think. Am I just saying Sven again? It's so boring to say the hero we just saw, but like you need the burst to get through the death prophet. Oh, Lina.
Oh,
I always call for Lina. I see death prophet. I say Lina. It's my autocast.
I see, but did you kind of like forget the 3 heroes they had at the moment?
Oh, I didn't think of anything
in which
else.
their draft would
I
have been
just saw
4
Death Prophet.
ranged heroes.
Seems good. Hey, if
Seems
you're
great.
ranged,
No,
then you
10
get to stay further away from the
seconds
death prophet, which means you don't die.
True, but what if it's
Very
the key
true.
attacker style of Death Prophet, where it's like blink second item?
Oh yeah, I do love that.
That's a very good build.
Yeah. Doom coming out. Now you got Doom and the Silencer, so someone's not going to be allowed to cast a spell in these fights. That is for sure. The thing is that you've got these like 2 light switch heroes, which like, I mean, Doom kind of comes out into them, so it's not like they answered it, but it's sort of serendipitous that they
Congrats.
already had the Rolling Thunder and the Exorcism there. So like, it's all on now next level
10
to
seconds
make catch,
remaining.
to make plays, to get on top of them, and you're gonna need vision for that. This last pick needs to do a lot for next level. Ah, dude.
I'm just seeing a lack of damage from next level in the early game. Like they're annoying in moments, but they're not like continuously explosive. And my problem with this, their execution of game 1 was not clean enough for me to look at this lineup and go, oh, they're going to perfectly press Doom. They're going to perfectly zip in every time and use global, right? So it's like, I'm a bit worried.
I can see why. I can definitely see why. There's a lot of caveats to this.
Yeah, it's like the perfect, like if you don't hit Doom, don't hit global, what's happening compared to multiple swashes, Tusk jumping in, you've got Prophet with an early vessel to eat through the tankiness of a Doom because of course he wants to go phase Radiance and
10 seconds remaining.
yeah, I'm actually very concerned that if the execution is equal to game 1, team
5
next level,
seconds
then
remaining.
they are 2 bad team fights away from their map just getting deleted.
Final picks. Team next level need themselves an offlaner. Well, 4 pirates, yar, need themselves a carry hero.
Oh my god. You sound like, like when you go to like a, okay, just for context, when you are a kid and you went to a party, because out of context that might sound bad.
Yeah.
And then you have like
dodge,
the
good dodge, impressed. I would have walked straight into that one and had to do
Nope,
like a full
nope, not
minute
at all.
of trying to walk back on it. So well played,
No.
sir.
Thank you. No, I'm this casting gig. I'm okay.
Yeah, you're locked in. Impressive.
You're like like the comedian you hire for like 10 quid. That was
Jesus,
or like the
that's
clown.
brutal. what an awful thing to say to somebody.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
No, but you know I mean it.
5 seconds
No, sorry, what?
Yeah, what? Right. Magnus.
doubled down.
Magnus
That
is a
was so
hero.
bad.
Let's talk about Magnus being a hero. Yeah, so your Doom's gonna be a carry, your Magnus is gonna be your offlaner, it's gonna be RPs. I don't know, I don't care anymore. I want to leave. I want out.
Don't care anymore.
Whoa, last pick TA. How did TA make it through the entire draft? Did they just
God.
forget? That's crazy. My goodness.
Yeah. So offlane Pango, mid profit, carry TA. Damn, yeah, wow. 4 Pirates lineup looks really, really clean.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt. I don't know, man. if you don't find a way, and they've also gone for another hero which needs vision, so it's like Dual Rays kind of just has to fly into every fight with like wards. Basically, you need to give the Storm Spirit your wards to go and make these
10
fights make sense.
seconds
No, obviously you can smoke and then get vision that way and everything, but it's just like everything outside of that is
5
going to
seconds
look a little
remaining.
tricky. But at least you've got the kind of peel from the Magnus to jump in. But yeah, next level always gonna want to be jumping. That's their catchphrase. Always be jumping.
I'm just getting these like scary flashbacks to the Navi game, where it's like Doom with good farm still sometimes had problems of not like. I think I don't. Maybe you agree, maybe disagree, but Doom carry wants to play more on a skirmishing meta away from Doom than I only fight with Doom. And I'm not seeing the same level of like constant fight with the heroes they have, at least in the first 20 minutes. Of course, when items come into play, yeah, it changes, they can, but I'm just really worried that there's like this major disconnect between their heroes.
Yeah, not quite clicking together in that regard. It's tricky, man. I mean, there's definitely a world in which next level can just kind of stomp this game. Like, you wait if this game gets slowed down to a crawl and they just get to play every single team fight with popping a global, landing a Doom on a core, even if it's not on the Pangolier who's already used rolling, even if it's not on like a pre-rolling Thunder or a pre-exorcism, it still works. Like, you're still going to get the damage up, you're still going to get the kills, and of course, DP's not going to heal from her exorcism if she's got a Doom on her. So there's worlds.
You've described the ideal game where it's like you play on your timings, you're able to do exactly what you want to do.
Yeah,
you're not discombobulated, but if at any point the Tusk and the Prophet and the Pango go crazy, then it's like now Doom's on cooldown, you're still I don't know. It's like, yeah, ideally that's what Team Next Level want, right? They want the game to be under their control, where they choose what fights to take. Of course, I think my hesitation to be excited for their lineup is how they lost the previous game. I'm still honestly shocked. I needed like a 20-minute break. I needed to go outside, maybe even like take a cold shower. Right, having to cast game 2 after the game 1 is quite a jarring experience.
I just googled because I wasn't. You used the word discombobulated.
Yeah, it's confused. Yeah.
No, I know, but like I was trying to
2 seconds
think
remaining.
because discomfort. Obviously, the opposite is comfort. I was trying to figure out if combobulated is a word, and it is a word. It means well put together. So,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
No, so
Compose, organize. Oh,
So I will now be adding that one to my repertoire. Very combobulated draft. Such a good word.
It sounds like such a backhanded compliment if you were to say to someone, "You were so
Looking very
combobulated this game."
combobulated today.
Yeah. Like what?
Are you fighting me? Like, are we...
Also, I just be clear, I'm very sorry.
That's all right. That's okay.
And-
It was the heat of the moment. We're both very angry at each other. It's fine.
That's right.
Oh yeah, this DP hero is crazy at the moment though. Like it didn't really it just got a few damage buffs. I mean, the damage on level 1 Crypt Swarm feels
What, 15?
so good. And yeah, the 15 minus 2.5 second Crypt Swarm cooldown is also insane because it gives the hero a super weird way of playing it where pre-level 15 you're sort of everywhere on the map. You're pushing really hard, you're pushing your timings. You hit 15, you probably still want to keep that pressure going, but if your team's kind of falling back a little bit, you're waiting for some timings, you still farm super well with that facet. So you can see Dual Ray's already struggling in the middle lane. And then you get a nice little Spirit Siphon
Storm
off and a
doesn't-
singular Crypt Swarm. Ooh. Firefire's there, so Dual Rays won't be dying here.
Yeah, Storm also doesn't do well into the matchup, right? We saw in previous Death Prophet Storm, Death Prophet is constantly pushing, like you mentioned, and you get level 6, you take the tower, you force Storm very deep into the jungle, especially when supports rotate in. So I will be looking at that, and of course Magnus Widow doing a pretty good job at just bullying the top lane. I think the saving grace for Dire is the fact that when TA wants to step up and try and fight, she can get shockwaved into a bramble, instantly eat through the refraction, skewer to another bramble, maybe even die. Like, I'm not expecting any real major kills to be happening, but at least for the Dire side, but there is that slim chance that if they overplay their hand on the TA Tusk, then it could be possible.
All right, I want to see Mr. Glem. What lane do you think First Blood's going to be happening in? Can you move to the lane which you think we're going to see First Blood in? Our observer. Bottom lane.
There we go.
That's a good
Yeah,
guess.
solid answer. And First Blood, Doom has died in the top.
It's usually
we
how
got
this
him.
one plays
We
out.
got him, no man.
It's usually how this one plays out, to be honest.
Yeah.
We get nasty messages from them afterwards.
So oh. Saying that, Doom did get blood grenaded, so I was kind of worried.
Yeah, mid's also always on a knife's edge, but Storm's got his bottle
Yeah.
now, so he's going to be absolutely fine. And
Alright, we will now just cast where the camera goes.
this is already a difference between how Kiyotaka played this versus how Jurez is playing this, where... Actually, no, he did get both runes, my bad. He did get both runes, I'll take it back.
You just shoved the wave so aggressively that
Yeah, you
there's no real
non-stop.
time for the Storm to play it out.
I got my timing. I thought runes still spawned at 3 minutes for some reason. I don't know where that even came from. Ariel, though, jeeping into the mid lane. This is a problem. Jurez is going to get brought down, and Ariel will be the one to draw that first blood. Great rotation in from the Nature's Prophet. You're always there just to follow up and punish. The two Prophets getting it done, but Yawai is good. I'm gonna say Yahweh is one of the best names to say. Okay, that's very aggressive.
It does sound better than Snov.
Snov. Our good friend Snov,
Like,
TB specialist.
one of the best. The sad thing is, I'm going to play a ranked game, like maybe later tonight, and he's going to go like 30-0 Terrorblade and just absolutely demolish us, and I'm like, yeah, fair play.
I imagine there is like a pattern. Like if you could ever somehow track this, is like after getting smashed in a competitive game, people just going ranked, picking their like favorite hero and just locking in super hard and demolishing the pub. I reckon that's a pattern.
Stupendous.
It's also probably kind of empowering. Like you lose a pub and then you go to a ranked game, it's like, no, I can do this. I am me, or whatever the weird hype phrase is for yourself.
I'm him.
I'm him. Yeah, sure. I butchered it. It's fine.
It's alright. How are the 4 pirates doing? I mean,
You're really not beating the allegations.
this TA is not really doing as well as I expected. I was told this hero is broken, but so far Magnus is actually getting a decent amount from this lane. Like, sure, there's a lot of denies on the Templar Assassin, but Norman's doing fine as well.
It's like I said, I think as soon as the Tusk TA dies in the lane, suddenly they don't kill, right? The value of Skewer is so good as top lane.
And
Quite the scuffle occurring. Flacco has a Fairy Fire. Can he somehow dodge the point blank swash? No.
no, apparently not. Who'd have
No.
thought?
See what you're up against.
Well, I'm sure there's a joke to make there. Anyway, moving on. Yahweh chasing down. Does have the speed aura from the neutral creep. No Scorched Earth available
Oh,
until
Ariel,
now.
no!
Surprise!
Oh no, he got
What a
baited
death.
so hard.
Yeah.
Tending to run away, coming back in, doing it some more as well.
It's a pretty Chad way to kill a hero, right? It's just like walk away as if you have nothing, and then just turn the tree, and then out of nowhere he's got everything. And they're going onto the TA bottom.
Dire's middle tower.
Snowball save and able to disengage.
from
Tusk
the
even
deep
standing his ground.
as well.
Death Prophet, yeah, teeping in.
Yeah, and the Nature's Prophet here in the neighborhood. Norman's going to be the first one to go. Flacco not particularly healthy, whilst Narwhal goes to deal with Fernand and will not be getting the banana on that one. So just 3 very clean, very quick kills coming out from the 4 pirates.
Yeah, and just every early kill on this lineup will just really accelerate the aggression that we expect. Death Prophet probably going to go straight for the Aghanims, and you pick up that, you farm a Blink Dagger, the backline is just deleted. And it's the same argument we have with Silencer, right? If you have heroes that initiate with big spells and don't care about global, it's really good for them. Like Death Prophet, sure, Siphon is critical, but we already see here, as soon as 4 pirates get on top of you with a highlight, like there is no fight to take. What happens when like blinks, like Pango rolls and press blink, you're now on top. You get global, who cares, you're still rolling. Death Prophet blinks in with Exo, who cares, your Exo's running. And you're probably not going to need the Siphon anyway if you're initiating with that much damage. You're already deleting heroes.
Radiant are scanning.
On top of that as well, if Null does go for the key attacker build, I'm calling it that because that's the last person I've seen build it. I don't know who pioneered the Aghanims.
Nah, claim it's his. Just it's fine. That's how it works.
Alright, it's his. If he goes the key attacker build, then you also have the other problem of like a DP blinking on you
I
with
do.
silence, and yeah,
Hang
being
on.
used up in the top lane.
Yeah.
Mr. Moral is gone. You have the additional problem of like the fact that DP can just pop Exo, jump on your face, and silence you, and then it doesn't
Yeah.
really matter if you've got your ultis available or not. You're kind of just dead.
Yeah, it is insane damage.
You will die in the
Seemed
silence.
like they were trying to set up on bottom, but with the trap vision, they already saw that both supports are rotated down here. So it's not as if her take is like, is it just a solo Magnus? And Pango dies top, but they know Doom's on cooldown.
Rolling.
Misses the trap slow on the Magnus actually, and
It's a very slow connection here, but does still come through onto the Willow. Yeah, this is very mature from Mr. Moral, you know? He gets doomed up in the top lane, rather than going to exact vengeance in a battle of egos up in the top lane. He goes, no, you know what? I'm going to get another kill into my extremely strong Templar Assassin. I'm going to continue to enable Ottica and utilize my power for good instead of evil. Or something.
something like that, yeah. Oh, 6 Spirits of Edom Death Prophet. She does want to pop the Exo. Taking the bot tower would be quite nice, but pretty much just you're also killing the Doom. That is one key difference between the Natty Narwhal Death Prophet versus Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka at this point would have already played into a side lane with a TP and just thrown out an ultimate. We're only now seeing like a very slow walk down to bottom, so it's not as explosive as we see from the other Death Prophets in the region, but still very, very map pressuring. The fact that for pre-10 minutes we're losing 2 tier 1 towers on the side of next level.
They're looking
Also,
to
isn't it
set...
crazy that Death Prophet it's just global kills, right? For yeah, it is. She just globally just gets a point for any death on the map for her facet.
Yeah, I mean the level 1 is almost always like just all of your spirits are special empowered spirits, which is sort of a problem.
Because the base damage of the spirit is 64, right? So she then gets level 1 88 to 94 damage. So it's basically like call it 20 more damage per spirit. If there's like 4 or 5 kills during the cooldown of her spirit, like that is insane damage to think about it. It's the reason why, of course, Death Prophet is very popular in the patch right now. A future change will probably be making that she has to be in range or something, rather than just being anybody who dies, welcome to my spirit.
You would imagine so, wouldn't you? But
I also kind of like the fact that it's kind of global. It's kind of cool.
it's a bit different to all the other spells, yeah. Like there's so many
Yeah,
spells
exactly.
which like benefit from people dying or you getting kills or whatever. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe it's heroes which die when you're not near. If you're near, you don't get the charge. Get a blink dagger to blink away so that you don't. Now we're cooking tea.
Just you wait, 7.4. The pre-EWC patch. Imagine, that'd be pretty hilarious. You qualify in one patch, then you have to play another patch.
So it's kind of just going to be a battle of farm now as we wait for timings, but, well, I say timings, 15 seconds for next exorcism is what I really mean. That's when we see some real action coming out from the 4 pirates, but, I mean, they're just using this time for recovery. They're not going to be like, haha, exorcism's down, we can run in and fight them. Like, yeah, they'll just continue to die. You need to wait. The problem with this is, though, that Natty Null is just going to be getting this Aghanim Scepter very, very quickly, and
Trying
then...
to go onto the Storm Spirit. Oh.
Okay.
Starting with the Prophet wasn't the most optimal approach, and does it disengage and survive?
Maybe he was trying to look tasty, like, I'm just in silly profit TPing in to die.
Yeah, that works out competitively. I'm still. Oh, I missed it. The time's passed. There's a Fishman joke in there somewhere.
Fighting over the power rune here. Jewel Rays, he's got the mid laner fingers to be able to make sure he gets that power rune. There's a lot of heroes coming in for this though, but shockingly, he
Tusk
has
is
an
snubbling
invis rune. Oh, he
Narnia.
pops it. Now gets a kill. Alright, very nice. Ooh.
Oh,
Okay. So there's a Doom kill in the top lane. Doom not used for that, by the way. Just a freebie onto Ariel, and the Tusk feeds a kill in mid. So, yeah, I mean, you know, if you're 4 pirates here, this is definitely the part of the VOD you're looking back at. Hey, everybody, how's it going? No, just kidding. I'll be watching in-game. But that's definitely a moment where you go, okay, why do we have 2 dead supports when we're ahead in the laning phase? And I don't know, but just wanted to revisit.
yeah. It's. I think as soon as Tusk presses snowball like that, then everyone's got to take a chill for a second, right? Like he's going in, and they're also dying top. Like you're making a 3-man move top. You're still playing quite deep on the lane. Like Doom will happily just press the spell anyone close to the tower. Because you've got the TP cancel Infernal. You have the chase down with Scorched Earth. It's.
Dire's top tower
You just need to
is
respect
under
the fact that
attack.
even though you won the laning phase, there is decent pick-off potential. Like this was a Magnus that had no gold for Blink Dagger. He had like 1,000 gold a couple minutes ago. Now fully uncontested, he's 200 gold away from the Blink, and a
Dire's
couple
top
more
tower
plays
is
and
under
you're
attack.
gonna be looking good. He also didn't use the Doom to kill top, by the way. It just was just a nice little pick-off. Hence why they smoked across the map.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Surprised by how quiet 4 pirates have been though. I did expect a bit more from them.
Yeah.
I think especially the Pango and the Death Rocket. But don't forget, this was a Rolling Thunder attempt on the Storm, didn't get the kill, then go to top lane, then they die. Like, there's a reason why the game slowed down, because they just didn't cleanly find the jump.
Scanning.
And also Death Rocket 400 gold away from the Aghanims. Some big
Yeah.
ticket items well on the horizon, right? On all of their cores.
And no tier 1 towers to go for anyway, so it's like not even like you can pop the Exo and immediately start pressing down a tier 1. Like, you got to super commit to a tier 2, which you just don't want to do at this point. There's no Tormentor either, so yeah, everyone's just kind of chilling. I still would like to see 4 pirates playing more aggressively. Like, I know that you feel like you want to wait for the Aghanims, but honestly, like, Exism is oh so good. But they're chilling, maybe giving next level a bit more space than perhaps is necessary. Doom, does he want to sell his Midas, grab himself the Radiance? It is an expensive thing to do, so you only really do that if you're immediately looking to turn it into a fight. Norma with the blink. You've got to be careful on TA here. If you get blinked and dragged back into the Doom, you are just dead. There is no coming back from that.
Dire's
Of course,
middle
vision will be
tower
critical
is
for
under
4 pirates. And they do have plenty of it. They, in the future, when Nature's Prophet gets points in Nature's Call, he'll be able to scout with the trees. You've got
Dire
both the Tusk and Pango, who are kind of vision-finding heroes, right? So they kind of put their bodies on the line to understand the fight. I was just expecting more, right? Pre-Radiance, like 15-20 minutes, it really felt like 4 pirates had the ability to do so much more than that. And the fact that the game has slowed down.
I think they got baited by the Aghanims on the Death Prophet. They're waiting for that timing when I don't think... I mean, I'm just saying, Kiyotaka would never.
No,
Kiyotaka's
no.
running under
They-
tower with half an Ogre Axe, you know.
Oh, we've got smoke. This is the blink reveal from the Magnus.
If they
Will he
do
find
up the
something?
Death Prophet, oh, the RP comes down, Global Silence to follow as well. Just throw everything at them. Every ulti you have, use it, use it, use it. And Nanny Narwhal and Perdanic will be falling here. Not a huge amount of kills, but definitely taking that to bring down the Death Prophet and end her reign on the game. She just picks up the Aghanim Scepter, turns up, walks down the river and dies.
I think the real test now for 4 pirates is how do they recover from the fact that they just got like the kitchen sink just smashed into their face, right? Like they have every spell available,
Has to be Roche time
And-
here. Yeah.
Roche or a try and break the map style smoke, and Yeah, Roshan, it's on the top side of the pit. They're smoking to the bot. They are seen by a ward, which they do quickly, slowly de-ward.
Eventually.
Eventually de-ward. But I'm expecting. I need some real energy now in 4 Pirates if they want to be convincing in this series after
Yeah.
really strong laning. You know, we
They-
mentioned that the Dire draft, it needs time to come online, right? If uncontested, some of the issues that we see in it, like ability to skirmish, defend early objectives, it becomes solved, right? When BKB is available on Doom and he can frontline, when Storm has a BKB himself and can jump to the backline without fear, there is a lot of life in the next level lineup, but it's locked behind items. And for Pirates, they get a kill on Flacco. Is
that's
this
something.
enough? But is it enough though, Nomad?
Not for me, T-Gov. Not for me.
Ooh,
Kill on the support.
okay, all right.
It's not gonna be quite enough to fill up my jar.
How about a kill on the Doom?
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. And that's what's happening. All right.
And now how about now a Roshan?
Now Roshan? Yeah, that sounds like they're combobulating.
That, oof, great use of that freshly learnt word.
Tell how much you enjoyed it by the grimace I could hear through your voice.
It was more like I was just taken back by you saying it. I was like, oh, wait, what? Because I had to process it because I kind of forgot what the word meant. I was like, combobulated. Ah, yes!
Yeah, the callback. Classic.
It is. Yeah. No, I like
Well,
that.
one thing about this kind of, yeah, they get a couple of kills. I mean, it is good for 4 Pirates, but they do now get,
Uh-oh,
the ball
Magnus.
is in the next level court, and they're immediately going to go and try and take advantage of that onto the best hero possible. Onika going down, they try to jump in with the snowball, but the global silence is going to be there anyway, and there's no BKB on the TA, so she is just going to fall here, and also the Tusk is going to drop as well. And I can't help but feel that should have been obvious. You knew they were respawning, you knew they had their ultimates back again, and yet they still chose to kind of poke the beast. And up in the top lane, yeah, they're going for a play onto the Doom. That's nice. Good kill.
There's 2 things that happen in this game. Magnus kills TA, Doom randomly dies.
Yeah.
I
This isn't a clean
think
game,
that
is it?
net winner will be for Pirates because they at least got the Doom kill outside Roshan with Exo, whilst killing TA at a tier 2 was just a mistake, like over-positioning, right? Like, you overstay your welcome. There was no reason to be there. You knew Mag was coming back alive soon. Definitely does take the Aegis, sorry. I would love to see a Blink Dagger on the Death Prophet, but it does look like they're going for the BKB as Otake kills of Silencer. And with the roll, Storm did actually zip just far enough away to not get hit by that.
Dire's courier
And I
has
think Death
Also
Prophet's
has
reading the game right
BKB
now is...
and Zip, so very safe.
I guess the discussion, by the way, for Blink and BKB is if you play like Kiyotaka and you're very aggressive, he would have already used Blink in a way where the last 4 to 5 minutes were his game. Because he's not playing like this, maybe Blink is bad for him because he doesn't have this mentality of I need to kill. He's just playing more of a classic Death Prophet, like progress map, be ready. So I don't mind him going BKB because I think he has shown us an old patch playstyle on Death Prophet.
Yeah, this is Narwhal's take on it, and I fully respect players which are leaning into their own ideas as long as it's just not autopilot.
Dire's bottom
There's
tower
obviously
is under
no way to know. I don't know how much Death Prophet this person's played. Hub data is no longer available, so...
Dire's middle tower
Tormentor being taken here. Oh, there's a Prophet just in right now. Cool.
That is the Prophet way.
Yep, I mean, Flacco's gonna die. Yawai getting disturbingly low for a carry. Oh my god, they gotta stop, they gotta stop.
And wait,
Somehow
Pango,
Prophet
he smoked
messes up.
up.
Oh, he catches a kill.
One down.
No, Tom as well. Come on. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
The Prophet, he looked like he was just TPing in well, for a very
He was the
silly
best
death,
bait
but
of
it
all
was
time.
Genius.
That's
4
right.
Pirates
I'm sure
and
we're
1
gonna get a replay
genius.
of that one.
That was sick.
There it is.
Yeah,
the
look at
Prophet,
this guy.
Again, half. But don't forget, look at the minimap. Look how far away they actually are on the side of next level. On the side of 4 Pirates. And then they still commit. They try it. They don't take it. And because they don't instantly TP out, then it's just a really nice 1 kill, 2 kill, boom, they're gone.
top tower is falling.
next level.
Absolutely. And now they've got an Exo to go up the high ground with. Onika already starting on it with the Desolator.
Yeah. Spirit from the Aghanims, the right click of the Deso from the TA. They don't need to commit Exo, but they don't want to overstay their welcome. Don't want to play near the
ultis
Magnus
are
and just
up.
get deleted. Okay, this is the Magnus that has Tumbler Toy plus Blink Dagger. Like, he should be able to get the jump he wants to get. Before Pirates, they smoked up as 4. Expect Aerial on the Prophet just to TP randomly in. Backline found.
Very good dodge on Storm, actually. Fernandes is dead, but everybody else just trying to leave. But a good catch here onto the silencer from Aerial, and yeah, just solo takes him out. All right, very nice.
Do need to be somewhat cautious though, because the buyback is available on silencer with the global. So even though both supports died, there is a world where 4 pirates in the next, let's say 10 to 15 seconds, as the respawns are coming in, they get a bit greedy. 2-3 man RP.
Dire's middle tower
Position 5
has
doesn't
fallen.
care about pressing buyback at 5-second cooldown. They don't want to, but if the fight presents itself, they will do it.
Oh, I love this though. The
Great
adjust
jump
just
from the Tusker.
super aggro. You got to respect it. The RP is going to come down. Only grabs a Tusker because of the BKB from the Death Prophet. Age is still up on the Death Prophet as well. So if she dies here, it's not the end of the world, but it will mean an end to the exorcism as the BKB runs out. Natty Narwhal will fall for the first time, but on the sidelines, Orchid out onto Dual Rays, chasing him back. The Doom has been used onto the TA, but it's going to reset. And now
Snowball
in
save.
comes a Snowball. Lovely Snowball save coming out from Tarantic as they move on to Fernandes. Fernandes is just gone in the blink of an eye. They survive through the ultis. Not only to survive through them, but they kill through them. They keep finding blood. And now it's Odika's turn to take to the high ground and start dealing damage to these buildings.
The fact that the TA gets to blink out from the Hurricane Pipes, but doesn't have any vision to hit the 5 hits onto the Silence Spear. The TA blinking away from the Doom, just kites the Doom back, and then the Magnus hits an RP, but only drags the Tusk because the Death Prophet was BKB'd, and because she had the Aegis, also her dying doesn't really matter. She's still here with the Axe and the Spirit. They get the roll, the Orchid on the Storm Spirit. Do they have enough damage?
Layering the punch nicely here. They do bring him down. 52 seconds, no Storm. What a great kill to find there. And Erdanik, again, standing out to me because he didn't just go in and punch immediately. He waits for the silence to end, realizing they weren't going to be able to do enough damage. And then the silence out onto Norma as well. He doesn't get off the skewer. He's also dead. Next level, they've fallen down to the lower level. Maybe all the way into the basement as Flacco's going to get dropped as well. Yawai trying to do something, but I don't know what he's trying to do. He's just slowly walking in and dying. This is a full unraveling of next level. My goodness. I mean, usually we say high ground's the hardest part of Dota, but for 4 pirates,
It's the easiest, yeah.
seems to be the easiest. This game and last, the moment they go into the high ground, it was just go, go, go. Sharks tasting blood in the water.
18 seconds for the Doom. They do have RP, BKB, Exo, Death Prophet. Takes the mini racks, disengages. They might just do a reset back to their vision.
Or as the Magnus walks over the trap, Odika gonna jump, start dealing damage. RP is available. Oh, there's another trap right there. This is so obnoxious. The Magnus cannot escape. Norma is gone.
Storm BKB
over
as
on
well.
the backlines. BKB on Storm as he just slowly walks away. But that is BKB down. With all these traps down, it is really hard for the Storm Spirit to fight without it.
Radiant are scanning.
Everything going to the 4 pirates at the moment. And here we go again. Exorcism gets used. Natty Narwhal on the high ground. The Exo doing so much there. That's a pretty deep dive, but I've learned not to doubt Ariel's crazy jumps. Let's see if this one pays off, though. Doesn't look like it will, as the Global Silence comes down in response, and they'll have to back themselves away. Buyback is available from the Prophet, and Global Teleport off cooldown as well. So if they really need it, Ariel will come back. One more barracks remaining in the top, and one more barracks remaining in the bottom as they jumped everything here onto the Death Prophet. Buyback from Ariel here as they just taken down Flacco straight off the bat. The Doom is going to come, though, and that means Death Prophet will not be healed by these ghosts, but might just survive through it regardless. She's got a lot of HP here. But that's it.
GG.
Game's called. Yeah, they kill off the Doom. They kill off everybody in the back lines, and that's going to do it. A very, very tough game 2. A very, very tough series, honestly, for Next Level T.
Yeah, it's a bit disheartening because I feel like game 1 was very competitive, back and forth, and then it just ended due to just a lack of respect towards the kind of the fight that 4 Pirates had in game 2. I'm just looking at a team where 4 Pirates, they are on the same page. They're playing on profit TPing, playing the map, Pango task jumping around. Matejko's had a stellar series from his Weaver, 1 death to his TA being only 1 death as well, 12-1. But yeah, Next Level, they're not on the same page. We've got a Storm who's unable to really get himself into the game, Doom who's unfortunately dying by himself, supports that need cores to have a good time, and I was worried in the draft that they just didn't have the tools to deal with the aggression of the early game for 4 Pirates, and yeah, unfortunately unraveled very quickly that unless the Magnus was hitting a multi-hero RP, that was all the fight they had, and yeah, 4 Pirates, very well deserved victory in this series, and of course they will progress to the next round where they play up against either Liga or Cybergoose. But yeah, I'm just a bit taken back by how underwhelming Next Level were, especially because as Apple City Gang they had some pretty good showings. But yeah, fair play to 4 Pirates to take a great series from him.
Fantastic series from Otaka, and generally 4 Pirates, you know, once they found an opportunity to win, it just looked like it powered them up so hard, and if they can keep looking at that, if they can keep finding it, then this might be turning into a pretty scary qualifier team. Who knows how far they can go? Keep watching to find out, but for this match we are all done, which means we move to our final series of the day as we move into Na'Vi versus One Move. So that one's going to be in about 2 hours time. It's a bit of a wait, guys, so go and watch some other Dota, go have some dinner, some lunch, some breakfast, wherever you are, and join us in 2 hours time for the final series of the day. We'll see you in a bit.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action.
I love this part.
Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me.
The battle begins.
Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in these eyes. There's a storm in, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Let it
Dire's
shake
turret
me
has
So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life antithesis of you. I am a thousand steps ahead of you.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is falling.
Just what I've been waiting for.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's turret has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scared. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scared. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one,
Haste.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand up from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Come into my world if you're ready for some action.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Calm yourself.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know
3, 2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all I ever wanted. Take it all,
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why?
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup qualifiers for the EEU region, where we are currently on the road to find the next team that is going to qualify for the Esports World Cup. Of course, from this region, most of the heavyweights have qualified via points. Therefore, we have quite an interesting qualifier here with plenty of teams that could potentially take it. And of course, we've had quite a few games already. In fact, we're already done with our round one of the upper bracket, so we can see the teams which are in the upper bracket moving on right now. So Navi Junior and One Move both won their games. Meanwhile, 4 Pirates and Cyber Goose also won theirs as well, too.
Yeah, and of course we did get, many hours ago we had the excitement of, oh wow, Esports might actually be able to take the series against Navi because of how good Game 2 was, but Game 3, not to be the case. And yeah, I think One Move, they they honestly had some signs of life in the previous qualifier they played, but I think fundamentally they didn't feel as cohesive as a full team to be able to, of course, play up against the likes of Aurora and the big teams like you were mentioning. But yeah, this time around, a clean 2-0 versus a Runa team, and again, it really just depends on how Na'Vi wants to draft. I feel like, I don't know if you agree with me, but Na'Vi was very draft dependent. Draft dependent in regards to like their success. Like good draft equals happy times they win. Any slight complication in draft, and then they seem to struggle a lot. They don't bounce back from a bad draft, it seems.
Yeah, they did end up dropping a game to Esports because of that, but Esports still ended up losing that one, which is why they're down in the lower, along with Liga, who also took a game, but also ended up down in the lower as well. And you might be surprised to see Liga in the lower bracket if you're purely looking at seeding, and that's fair, but ultimately, like, if you watch the last qualifier, if you've been following, like, Cyber Goose are a good team. I mean, just click on the team, look at the players. Cyber Goose are a pretty good team, so not really too surprised to see them in the upper bracket, and yeah, this is a lower bracket, how this is going to work, but we'll be joining those tomorrow. We're getting into the upper bracket games right now. It is, of course, Na'Vi Junior versus One Move. So
just to be clear, guys, it's not Na'Vi Junior, it is Na'Vi.
Wait,
okay?
yeah.
I believe the bracket might have also said Na'Vi Junior, I can't remember, but either way, it is Na'Vi playing. Na'Vi, putting it bluntly, Na'Vi Junior is a team that qualifies. Na'Vi is a team that is attempting to qualify. Of course, we did get to see Na'Vi Junior do well in different qualifier earlier. They won the Western European version, but alas, it's fine. 2 teams, 1 organization, easy to mess up there. But yeah, Na'Vi is the one playing. They are the Yuragi stack. Would you go Yuragi? Which player would you lead with if you were to say a single player?
Yeah, it's got to be Riyadh, right? Because he's the one that's been around the longest in this iteration of Na'Vi. Rebuilding around Yuragi, trying to find what works, shaking things up. And at the moment, their current iteration is Boom, Copy, Kaori, Yuragi, and Ari. And like I usually say about this team, this is a team of almosts. Copy has almost been able to play up to be a tier 1 mid laner. Like Boom as well. He's been around. It's still a secret. Almost making it to lands and making deep runs and stuff. He had played in quite a few actually. All of these players, like I think Yuragi's probably had the most success here, but Ari as well, almost being able to shine. So I'd really love to see this team just click and see all these guys kind of enabled to their full potential. But of course, by the last qualifiers where they went through the uppers and then they dropped down to the lowers and then they got eliminated, didn't even make it to the grand finals. It's fine to have your doubts about Na'Vi at the moment, and I think they themselves are probably looking to try to fix these issues as quickly as possible and at least qualify for the Esports World Cup.
No, for sure. I think if there ever was a time for Na'Vi to qualify, putting it bluntly, it has to be now, right? Like the fact that we could list 4 teams in the region that are arguably better than them aren't in the qualifier. Like surely you need to step up and take that qualification spot and then prove what you can do at the Esports World Cup. And yeah, I think One Move it feels like the way that the bracket is set might sound like a really silly point, but it does feel like each round Na'Vi plays, it will just get progressively harder. It's not as if they're suddenly meeting a qualifier favorite in the semi-finals. Like going from Esports to One Move to then potentially Cyber Geese feels like a very easy way to kind of get through the bracket. But again, enough of the bracket. We do, of course, have the Game 1 draft. And I stole your job, Nomad, because I'm going to segue into it. Game 1 draft is underway.
No.
Unlucky, mate. That was real
take
hard.
my money for the game as well, so that sucks for me.
Yep, that's fine. No worries. I know how easy it is to invoice with this, so I'm ready to do it. I'm already doing it now, actually.
No. Oh well. What can you do? Need to be quicker on that one. Need to just button interrupt you.
Skill issue.
Maybe
if you can predict 6 heroes in this draft, I will then return your pay.
What the hell? All right. Well, I can maybe get the first 2. Let's set our sights easy here.
I mean, did you want your £2.50 or what? Come on, hurry up.
Yeah, we've got to try and get that back. All right. Let's see here. We've got Death Prophet, Shadow Demon. Okay, well, Navi will take Batrider if it's given to them, but One Move's still got Abaddon and a pick to go. Abaddon's still in the pool as well. That's got to be tempting. Tiny's still sticking around. I'd like everybody to know I'm not looking at the most picked heroes at the moment. This is purely going off the top of my noggin. So let's see. Final ban here for One Move. It's either got to be Tiny Batrider. TA is still around as well, by the way. We had a last pick TA in our last game, which was absolutely crazy. So ban out the Storm. Okay, AA, don't care about that. We're aiming for the Batrider snipe,
Right.
but they
If
might
I'm-
go Tiny as well. Or, no,
Ooh.
I'm going Batrider. Go T.
Okay, I was gonna say I don't know if predicting counts if you list every hero in the game quick enough.
No, I stuck on one. I just said what
No,
was,
no, no,
I was going
I
to
respect
running
that.
commentary.
No, I like that. So you'll go for Tiny,
Right
yeah?
now-
or Batrider.
No,
No,
I'm going Batrider.
Yeah. Sorry.
Well,
I would
actually, I've got
like
to think.
Enigma or Beastmaster. Boom.
Ooh,
Back
spicy.
to you.
Dire team ban.
I am now.
Mhm,
Ari and Copy are having a fist fight to see who will get the first pick, and Ari won, so
Yeah.
he gets his Batrider.
That's fair. And Batrider is a stable approach. I think the reason why I wanted to see
10
Beastmaster
seconds
or
remaining.
Enigma is to just try and dominate the lane. I
Dire
don't
team
think
ban.
putting the
Team ban.
AA to position 4 really helps too much in the draft because now you're going to have like position 5 to try and survive the lane plus then 4 AA. It really hurts. So I like teams when they see hero punish hero, but again, Na'Vi decide to punish it through the position 4 role of the Batrider, which is perfectly fine. AA is a relatively weak laner. You do need the correct carry with you to feel good. A
5
stun, a
seconds
slow,
remaining.
anything to facilitate the stun connecting on your cold feet, keep them in that range. So we'll see if Na'Vi want to ban out like the Sven, for example, or if they're going to pick it themselves to ensure that they don't give away this combination. Or maybe I'm overhyping it, but I think if from the top of my head, the easiest lane for AA
Tiny.
to play with is probably Sven. Okay,
That's all I'm saying. I just Tiny's not picked, not banned. I
Mhm,
feel like
mhm,
it's
that's
the best choice here for Na'Vi. Very
unleashed a
strong hero at the
demon.
moment. However, oh wait, no, they need to pick a Baden because if they don't pick a Baden, then they'll take a
True.
one move and then they'll
that
be
was the
sad,
previous
so-
draft they did, right? Technically,
Yeah.
but it is AA.
Oh
so
no,
they get
Bristle!
back.
A sneaky Bristle.
Oh, unlucky. Your trainer predictions has come crumbling down.
Yeah, my singular carriage went off the rails immediately and crashing into the ravine. Oh no!
It was quite intense. I was kind of liking it. It was.
Yeah. I mean, if
It
I'd
was-
started
it was
getting
a-
stuff right, it would have been really hype. But
It would have, yeah.
unlucky.
Honestly, if you kept this energy the entire draft, but just kept getting it wrong, would be.
I'm just like not letting it bother me. Just be like, yeah, no, that's funny. That makes sense.
Yeah, but then you connect every single prediction that you got wrong to somehow then still be right through like the archetype, where it's like, yeah, I wanted the Abaddon, but Bristleback also is quite a tanky hero,
Yeah, but I do like the meta of just getting something blatantly wrong and just being on stream, being like, oh yeah. Just
Yeah, just
kind of like nodding understandingly. Oh, yes, interesting.
5
Yeah,
seconds
it's funny the
So-
meta of panel work. Truly
Indeed.
is something. But one move picks up the Gilger Dark Willow, one of his favorites.
Indeed. A Dark Willow and Disruptor specialist, Gilga. It's interesting heroes to specialize on, but there you go. And now a Slardar comes out interestingly. All right, so
Okay.
one way to get through the Bristleback, I guess.
Yeah, might be offlane, might be mid. At least for Na'Vi, when you see the Slardar, I feel like you just need to make sure you have a good mid lane and a good safe lane against it. Don't allow your mid to be like an Ember and now suddenly Slardar has a free time. If you are to pick Ember, then maybe Copy just has a really good like read on what to do in the matchup and just doesn't care. Like sacrifice lane a little bit to play a better game. That's just covering me in case they pick Ember and it makes me look silly. Anyways, yeah, at least for Na'Vi, I think just make sure you have good lanes against the Slardar. The Bristle being technically they do need to flex the Bristle between carry and offlane because that's why they're picking it here. So one move also by picking Slardar is going, if you want to pick a mid lane against Slardar, you have to pick it now. Because if you don't, we then force your Bristle to a lane and we'll see that information because you'll pick up, like, let's say, Sven +1. Now we know Bristle's off lane, Copy's got last pick, right? So I kind of like the idea that one move's like forcing the roles around, give us more information, please.
Yep.
The question is Slardar a good enough hero at the moment to be picked in this position? Like, is Slardar a game-winning hero?
Is it a
He has
draft
a really
winning
good lane,
hero?
yeah.
Or will it get set up for somebody else to win the draft for you? It's another way of looking at it.
Radiant team
Mhm.
pick.
Let's see what they're going for here. So the Warlock's going to come on down. That'll be a +5 pick for
Dire team
Kaori.
pick.
And then they'll follow it up with the Drow Ranger. All right, we're getting a little interesting in this draft. They want to keep that Slardar at bay, and Drow is the hero to do it. But of course, kind of a double-edged sword. Sure, you can keep the Slardar away if you land the first blow, but if they do get on top of you, you're going to be in trouble. Good chase on the Slardar as well.
Yep. Drow does itemize really defensively nowadays, at least, right? You got the facet with the movement when you're multi-shotting, so you feel good. You then have the Hurricane Pike to be able to get distance from the Slardar. You can also go Silverage if you really want. Sure, there's Corrosive, but Manta is also an option. Like, you can buy 3, 4, 5 items that just make Drow harder to kill, because just with her ultimate, she does the damage. So survivability is key. And you are giving Na'Vi the last pick in the draft to copy. Potentially, he is a Huskar player, the Timber player. He likes to be quite annoying from that. So one move need to protect themselves from copy having all this information. And then more jump is applied for one move, and Ursa as well. Like, sure, you might be able to disengage from a Slardar, but can you disengage from a Slardar with an Ursa? Ice Blast on top, it's really a matter of can one move find the jumps.
Yeah.
He does. Yep.
Unless he buys
and he gets like a headband.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
And jump. There we go. Now we have 4.
Yeah.
Draft fixed.
5 seconds.
So easy. For Urag.
I feel like
easy. Yep.
Nailed it. Okay. They need like a mid lane.
That's such a parental cake, by the way. Just so
All right.
okay.
Buddy.
Sure.
All right. Yeah,
nice art. I'll put it on the fridge.
Yeah,
Proceed to put it in the bin 12 hours later. Yeah, I get it.
I'll give you 48 hours.
48. Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, fine. Okay, don't worry. I'm not going to connect a joke from like a game 2 draft of the last series. That won't make sense to anyone. All right. Anyway, moving on.
They need Na'Vi need a mid laner who can break apart this like. I don't want to be too rude, but they kind of need to put one move on a leash. These guys are just going all over the place. So obviously Puck comes to mind. That's the obvious one with the metaphor I'm making. But other than that, it's hard, man. Like you really need like some big brawler in the front lines who can just stop this Slardar and Ursa just running all over this Drow. It really is as simple as that. But
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I am kind of torn on what this pick could be, because let's assume you're playing it again. We're gonna know from one move based on the next pick. Is it Slardar mid? Is it not? Because if it's Slardar offlane, then like even just finding the backline and threatening Willow and an AA, then you can still go for the Ember if you wanted to, right? If you 100% know Slardar is offlane. But if you know he's mid, then now you're forced to think about maybe like a Magnus just to be able to farm more, and then you control the team fight that way, or you go for a ranged hero like a Queen of Pain, and maybe you sacrifice a bit of your control in your team, but then you have a good lane and you can be more explosive on the map. Like, there's some really good options for copy, but it just depends on A, what does one move pick, and B, does Na'Vi think they need more control? Because at the moment they only have a Golem and a Lasso. Like, TP councils aren't really the friend of Na'Vi. And then into an Ursa, that's already quite a bad sign. Not having super clean control, once he gets to 3-4 items, unless he's really like wasting his Blink Dagger and going into like the most crazy of positions, it is quite a good Ursa game.
It's also about the length of these fights as well. Like, if you go on too long, like the stacks from the Bristle, Warlock as well, just kind of slowing everybody down, Drow just pewing away, it's going to feel much easier for Na'Vi to circumnavigate these fights.
Is the AA a big enough deterrent?
Jump hero. Oh my god.
Like, if there wasn't AA, obviously you're calling for Huskar, right? It's like Huskar into Slardar, into Void Spirit, haha, free time, right? But the AA with the Ice Blast, you're like, do I want to pick it? If you want to go full circle, it would be pretty Chad to still pick it, because then
think it loses to Slardar mid, right? Or does it cook up Slardar mid?
I'm pretty sure it does fine against it, because you have your Q and your second spell. But yeah, again, I'm not calling for it just because of AA, right? But that's where my line of thought would go to. But is there another hero that? Also, Void Spirit, probably the mid lane. We've seen some off lanes in top level pubs, but 90% of pro players playing it from the mid lane. If Copy was a Brood player, it'd be pretty good.
It'd be the time for it, wouldn't it? Yeah. I think
6 seconds left.
Tiny, Ember, Monkey. Okay, all right, fair enough. They come up
I
with a
just- I
hero
honestly
which is
forgot
gonna
the
launch
hero
the Void
existed.
Spirit.
Yep.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep. It completely deleted from my memory. I was like, yeah, Monkey King does. I'm talking about Huskars and Broods and these heroes, but yeah, Monkey King also fits that same category, right? But, yeah, must win lane, that's for sure.
Yep, I mean, definitely a bodyguard as well. I mean, many bodyguards. You can just throw down that Wukong's command if they throw too many heroes at Yuragi, and all of a sudden Yuragi is going to be absolutely fine to stand his ground. You get some Snot on them as well. The Snot, the soldiers. You don't even need to click them. Your soldiers will do it for you. Really nice draft here from Na'Vi. I think one move had them on the rocks, but this last pick off the Monkey King is very strong. And I think it's really pulled this Na'Vi draft together, which makes me think that should be a decent game one for them.
Sure. Again, on paper, it looks fine, right? But I think the saving grace for one move is at any minute they have that explosive pickoff potential, right? Like, let's just fast forward the game 25 minutes, everyone's evenly farmed. For one move, it's a Slardar jumping in with an Ice Blast, or Void Spirit Ursa jumping in, and then Willow throwing a Terrorize for more control, right? Like, at any minute with good vision and jump, Monkey can die pre-BKB. Drow can die before she gets any of her defensive items off, right? It is truly going to be a battle of whoever gets that early game lead has to make sure they keep playing around vision, because both teams love jumping from vision. Batrider on one side, and then all the heroes I just mentioned for one move, right? Vision will be critical this game.
This makes
All right, let's get into it. Game number one here between Na'Vi and one move here in the upper bracket of the Eastern European qualifiers for the Esports World Cup. Both these teams vying for a slot in the upper bracket finals, and then, of course, into the grand finals.
You just did that.
Sigma moment.
Rip grip. What'll that mean? Oh, Gilgear's back. Okay. He was playing under grip for a while, but now he's back to
finally,
back to
nice.
Gilgear.
We're in the clear.
I liked grip.
I didn't.
Okay.
I'm.
But
I
we're
don't
talking
like it
about
when.
it.
I don't like when players who build up a following, some history, and then they change the name. Like, unless they're like,
If you're established
saying
stuff, it
Gilgear,
works,
but-
but
30 seconds. To
does it though?
yeah.
Does it?
Yeah.
You think anyone? I don't think I've ever called Yatoro Radan in any game of my life. Maybe
that is
like
true.
ironically, but to me, he's Yatoro.
There are some examples in the CIS scene, but they weren't really name changes because they wanted to name change because they had silly first names, so we won't talk about those right now.
the battle begins.
2 for 2 on the runes.
Nothing exciting happening so far. Absolutely
No, yeah.
Bees in the breeze.
super chill. Oh, a lane block coming out from Boom. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking.
That is the peak Dota that we
Eyesight.
like to see.
Oh, Eyesight might be getting baited here. Oh, Ari shows though. I mean, they know Ari's going to be here, obviously, but yeah, TP out. If he went to block the lane, like right down here, in the top lane, then they would have actually gone for that kill. But Eyesight kind of hesitated, saw Ari on the side, was like, nah. So I want to get chefed up by a Batrider? I don't think so. Utilizing the Flame Break Skirlaset as well as in the mid lane. Already Copy getting aggressive. I mean, we will see a lot of this happening. Constantly trying to get off the Jingu. And utilizing the Boundless Strike where possible as well. Void Spirit, just not a whole lot he can really do to stop Copy from getting off a whole bunch of Jingu stacks in this lane.
Yeah, it's kind of impossible for Void Spirit to counter that, but at any minute, if you play on the tower on the Monkey King trying to go aggressive, and then like a Willow TPs, and you're able to hit a Remnant plus a Bramble Maze, don't get the the 4 points of Jingu. I mean, there is a world where the Monkey King can die, but it really boils down to Copy overplaying his hand and providing the opportunity as he continues just to keep bullying.
Missed CCS
8
there, which
CS today, yeah. 3. Oof.
put him down a little bit, but not really much at all. Still 3.
Bot lane,
Only on the
Kaori.
Void Spirit wall. Yeah, he's not having a good time down here, and that'll be your first blood. Gilgit brings down Kaori to get first blood on the Willow. Gotta give him a nice little cash injection to this bottom lane. putting more pressure onto Uragi.
Yeah, I didn't really see how it happened, but it just stepped way past the wave with the fatal bonds and just got clicked down. He just put himself into a very vulnerable position. I'm somewhat expecting the Drow Warlock lane to be very kind of clean for them to play, in theory. You have bonds, you just keep healing. If you really need to, you can get 1 point in Gust to prevent the kind of the chase down. Of course, that's a very defensive mindset. Often carries want to have as much damage as possible. And, I just looked to mid, I see copy with Jingu, I'm like, yep, okay, cool, unlucky, sorry difference.
Yep, no CS for you, sir. Unlucky. I do like how much copy's going on the tower, because, like, as you said, sure, the Willow could TP in. Sure, the AA could maybe, I mean, cast some Ice Vortex stun. We doesn't really care about that. But ultimately, you have to keep the pressure on. You pick the Monkey King to dominate the lane, so that's what you have to do. Keep on hitting difference at every opportunity. Trust your side lane to give you the information you need. Nice little remnant. Drag him under tower, though.
No. So every bit of damage really compounds to maybe there's a kill. Of course, he's probably just going to bound and strike the wave and go back to full HP. Always need to keep an eye out.
So, always going to be a risk when you do pick that Void Spirit. It's just a very counterable hero. Much better than it used to be, but still has a pretty major downfall in that you can get bogged down quite easily. Yeah, sidestep, multi-shot with the fatal bonds down the bottom lane.
Yeah, so much pressure. I mean, both side lanes are getting immense amount of pressure. Na'Vi doing a pretty good job of that. Batrider just by himself with Napalm is pushing Ursa away from the lane. And as you mentioned, the Warlock combination is already sending the Slardar back to base at the 4-minute mark. And yeah,
there's one thing we didn't really mention is that, yeah, you pick these melee jumping heroes to get your blink daggers to play the early, to play like the mid game, but in the early game, you have melee heroes without blink daggers who just kind of get kited and beaten up by pretty much every hero on the side of Na'Vi. So that's a bit of a difference that's starting to play out here in the laning phase. Don't know what one move do to combat this.
Yeah, not to make it too doom and gloom, but on paper, I think Na'Vi are meant to win every single lane. Unless they make the mistake. This is not like it's a 50-50. Like, Batrider beats AA Ursa. Monkey King beats Void Spirit. Drow Warlock should beat the Slardar. And the CS is reflecting that. 27 CS, 10 denies on the Bristleback to the 15 CS, 3 denies of the Ursa. We've already mentioned how Monkey King is dominating top. I think the only lane going well for one move is bot lane. And I think that's mainly because Kaori had that one death. Did give them some levels in life. And they used the Gust to try and get a bit of distance.
It's a nice play here. Uragi, though, he's still being healed up by Kaori, and now Ari coming in from the sidelines. He's got a Lotus, so should be able to help out with this one. Molotov comes through, Corrupted, getting beaten on down here. Another right click will be required from Ari. He's got the blood grenade if he wants to throw it out here. Will the right clicks be enough? It will. The Smoldering Resin brings him down with a sticky napalm, and Corrupted is the one who dies.
I think you're the first person that I've heard call Flame Break Molotov.
It is a Molotov. I remember back in like really early Dota days, people used to call it that.
I know, like visually, I clearly see, you know, a bit of rag on fire inside a bottle. Like that's a Molotov, but yeah, never heard someone call it Molotov.
Well, you know, I'll say it as it is, T. Okay, some people don't like that, but that's how it is. I thought you were going to compliment me on calling it Smoldering Resin because.
No, yeah. When you said right clicks, I was like, no, man. I was about to do the well, actually. You know, yeah, I was so close. And then I heard you go small. I was like, my guy. He doesn't have the little emote getting spammed in chat.
Smoldering Resin is such a crazy innate. Imagine if literally any other hero had this innate as well. I mean, it is particularly good on Batrider, but there's so many heroes which would be broken with this.
Yeah. So not only does he have scaling damage with Sticky Napalm, he also then does repositioning plus farm stacks. Like on paper, he really is like the hero that can kind of do it all. Good damage, good control, big piece and stun. Potentially die underneath a tier 1 tower as his team leaves him.
Difference is
But he
not
doesn't die.
going for Ari here at all. I'm kind of surprised
No.
by that, but I guess he doesn't have
He-
the information on where the Monkey King is if you use your spells.
Exactly. He's also level 5, right? And
Yeah.
Void Spirit's quite a low damage hero early on. He has good control, but he starts popping off either when he goes for like Tread's Vessel or at least get some earlier stat items. Active runes also help immensely on a Void Spirit. A haste rune means that you don't have to waste an astral step to get into the fight. A regen means that you can, hold off from disengaging a little bit longer. DD, of course, or amp damage, speaks for itself. The Void Spirit doesn't really utilize runes, and at the moment, you get to really see him get a rune and play into the game as Ursa TP's out top, but 0.4 seconds,
the
Monkey gets a
boundless
cancel.
strike.
Yeah.
Coffee is there from the tree line, ready to secure that one onto Eyesight. He will go down. The suffering continues for one move here.
Dire's top tower
Everybody.
And then
on the
Ari
side
takes
of
the Arcane
Navi.
rune. Phew.
Yeah. Unlucky difference. Thought he got a chance to get into the game, get yourself a nice low cooldown rune, maybe make some plays with that, but nah.
Do you think Void gets annoyed playing pubs? Because every time he plays, they're probably typing, mid diff, and it's like, bro, I know, I play the lane. Like, do you think he keeps getting annoyed by this, or?
Yeah, I do feel like if you name yourself that, then you're sort of...
Dire's
Although he probably
top
named himself before that was really
Yeah.
said, so yeah, that's
True.
that probably sucks.
Like, no matter what, no matter the context, he could just be like, yeah, that's me. I'm the mid guy.
tower has fallen.
He just takes it very literally. Just like Koyori throws down golems with... I don't know how I'm segueing that one. Anyway, mid tower's dying. It's been a long day, alright? Leave me alone.
We haven't even done much. We got pretty quick
No, but-
series, all things considered. That
It's like,
Radiant's
what's it?
bottom tower is under
What, do
attack.
you know when, like, you're not in heaven or hell? When you're in the middle?
oh, Purgatory.
Yeah. I feel like I'm in, like, Dota Purgatory, where I'm, like, just kind of... I'm just there. I'm just waiting. I'm being
I mean,
told.
I do agree with that statement because we are kind of just waiting to see if one move can kind of dig themselves out of this situation
Yeah.
where that's a very, very good way of
Dead
describing
Dark
this
Willow.
game. It's also a very, very dead Dark Willow, yes. And also a very, very
All
dead
the
tower
above.
as well.
Radiant's
Yes.
is under attack.
Yeah. Win lanes, and the map soon follows.
Yeah, and this is a draft which is gonna annihilate towers. Like you're not waiting for a Reduce, you're not waiting for a Terrorblade to get out of the jungle at 30 minutes into the game, 6 slotted. Nah, this is Drow, this is Monkey. They're ready to hit things. My word,
Dire are
Navi, what a lovely situation they're in. Again, like I can't understate how much this Monkey King did for their draft. Honestly, like they should have banned it now. In retrospect, I didn't see it coming, but. We look at the situation now and it's like, yeah, you probably need to protect your Void Spirit pick a little bit better, and also every other hero you've picked is sort of answered by the Monkey King as well, so. One thing you always say about Coffee is that like when he has a very clear directive in the game, he's an like A-tier player, and he definitely has a very clear directive in this game. Just protect the Drow, get down your Wukongs, bully these melee heroes.
I remember in the TI qualifiers, kind of that was like the main narrative for Copy, right? It's like when he has a good lane or clear purpose, he feels like he's able to maintain that, right? But as soon as that skews to having to play comeback, or his hero doesn't have a clear like jump this guy identity, then yeah, unfortunately for him, he can sometimes fade away into waiting for Yoragi or someone else to step up into the game. But yeah, this time around, 6,000 gold lead. They're up. I don't know. Could you hear the ice cream truck outside my window, by the way? I hope you could.
No, but I started salivating, so maybe it came through like subsonically.
Yeah, perfect. Because Boss Man just parked up in front of the house. I was like,
Do you need
do
to
I,
go?
do I have
for a
time
few
to
minutes?
go?
I wonder what would happen if he did that.
That'd be. We just go back to cameras. Just
Yeah,
me,
you just we hear the ice cream noise. You go, you suddenly disconnect, and I'm just solo casting for 5 minutes. We just come to the cams after the game. You're just there with an ice cream.
just slurping away. Yeah. Oh, would be pretty good.
Boss man's like, "Did you go to?" No,
No. Shh.
that's just a problem. Oh my
What
God,
the Koyori, brother? Chill. He wants an ice cream too. He wants to end the game.
Yeah, the ice cream car band's just gone past. He's like, "Oh guys, let's go."
Dire
Get out of this one. This is crazy.
Yuragi, watch
Some
out.
pressure.
Is under attack.
Your team's taking top tier 2 and
No
like an
one's turned
invisible
up for
barrier
it.
was built there. Yeah, look, like, Voice for AA walked to the thing. I was like, no, we don't want to go further, and just ran away.
Bottom tower.
So whilst they're
Difference is
backdooring
TPing
a tier
into
2
this,
top,
and they have an AA blast coming in, so I mean it's good damage. And Copy under the tower is taking a lot of hits here, and he is going to go down for it. Difference making the calls and making the plays.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower.
That's-
permission to use hindsight analysis.
Dire's
Yeah,
middle
absolutely.
tower
I
is
mean-
under attack.
When the back door of the tier 2 kicks in, and Na'Vi are just smacking away at it for like 3 seconds, 4 seconds, do you think that's a big enough indicator that, you know what, lads, the siege is over?
No, keep it going.
Okay, fair enough. No, okay, we'll just run
As long as the golem's alive, you keep it going.
Yeah, fair enough. So that 6,000 gold lead is now 4k. And as much as you might go, that doesn't really mean anything.
Yuragi's being hunted here as well by Gilgir. Look at Gilgir hiding behind this tiny little tree. Shows himself to Yuragi. Is corrupted close enough by... Not without a blink dagger, he's not. And now the TPs are coming through thick and fast. But Gilgir, he wants to do this. No, he doesn't want to do this. Now he's having regrets and trying to figure out a way out of this one.
He's
But
feared them
without any
towards him.
mana, there is absolutely zero chance for Gilgir to lift this one. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Again,
Optimistic
it's a
though.
gold difference issue where mid lane, Harry, he's going to get balled down unless he can dodge this ice blast. He can! Wow! And now moving on to difference, he's just kind of getting blasted by Yuragi on the side, but Frozen's solid. Harry got to be careful. And no, he doesn't, because Coffee's in the trees nearby. Sometimes a straight line is the most effective line, T, Governor.
Yeah, he dodged it. I'll use your phrasing, not mine, but
Dire are scanning.
I thought he was going to move
sometimes
to the
when you
side or
miss your ice
something,
blast
but-
on the AA, it is troublesome. But what I was trying to say was the fact that Na'Vi kind of stalled the game by the moves they've made. I'm looking at Ursa and going, you know what? He's actually kind of close to Battle Fury. The Slardar just got a blink. The Void Spirit is one component from Max. Like every hero, that like every core in one move is entertaining, like getting comfortable again in the game. Even though they're down a lot of gold, they're going to be able to start making moves, right? The Slardar with the blink, you play with an AA and a Willow, heroes will die. And then of course the Void Spirit as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Na'Vi should be careful. They cannot just golem a tower and hope for towers to fall. Like the fight will come from one move, and they're smoked up.
Radiant's bottom
The timings that I mentioned are in full force, and
This is how you play Warlock. This is how you do it, folks. This is not a golem. This is a battering ram just being relentlessly used at this top tower.
under attack.
yeah, he needs a new cosmetic. Maybe like like yeah, Na'Vi just needs to get one in the game. I don't know.
Hey, you know what? Screw a cosmetic. Just a new facet which just changes chaotic offering instead of a golem. It just becomes a big
Radiant's
demonic
bottom
battering
tower
ram to
is
use.
under attack.
I just want it to be a log where you cast it and it
down
just
for that.
goes down the lane non-stop.
Yes, sir. That sounds so good.
Yeah.
Kaori,
Oh, well,
though, is
Corrupted
being
might
hunted
find
here.
the yeah.
Oh, it's nighttime, though, so they don't see him. Ari gets spotted, but nobody really wants a piece of that action.
Dire's
Is that what it
top
used to be?
tower
Is it
under
Sapper?
attack.
Is it the people that used to fortify things and like
Yeah,
blow
yeah.
things up? Yeah. Get one of those cosmetics for Warlock.
Yeah, get back. Nah, full facet. Full facet. The Sapper
Oh
facet.
yeah, sorry. Yeah, I can both.
Both, yeah.
The future of Dota, facets now intertwined to the cosmetics that you equip. That'd be the end of Dota, actually. Oh, well, Boom's getting jumped by
Middle
everything.
lane. This time the AA blast will land, but I don't think they have enough damage to finish him off. Now there comes the lasso out onto Difference. He's got to get himself away, but he has all out of steps. He's got a dissimulate available in just a second, but won't get it off in time. Difference is dead to Boom as Gilgir picks up a haste rune and runs down the river to safety.
They tried to kill the Bristleback, but it's a Bristleback that has a Lotus and not enough control to actually get the kill, so he just kind of waddles away. And going on to Yuragi, he steps up the river and does hit the Gust pre-stun, which should honestly just buy him enough time to live here. Yep, it is. Any other stuns? Nope. Golem is on cooldown for that tier 2 siege.
I don't know. Does it take him 40 seconds to walk to this tier 2 tower at bottom?
Alright guys, place your predictions in chat. Press 1 if you think Yori's going to use his next golem for a tower. Press 2 if you think he's going to use it for the team fight. If you win, you get absolutely nothing but the pride of being correct. You're competing for just that. Alright, enjoy.
Great stuff. They should introduce
mate.
Twitch chat MMR, where if you make a good prediction or whatever, you get more. You lose it. You get it wrong. Boom. With the Lotus, just... He's always willing to just be that guy on the team, which is... Express, oh, Copy's actually getting killed up at top again. That's a pretty big issue. You gotta give credit to Corrupted and BB. They've been going around the map together and just kind of finding these kills.
Nomad, please say the full name.
BB3PX.
Thank you very much. I just want you to use the full name in a cast. It's such a
I
mouthful.
don't know what that name is. It's such a... Like, even if you turn the 3 into an E, it still doesn't make any sense. Like, BB Pex. What? I don't
Checking
know.
if it means anything.
Yeah, maybe it's a translation thing.
No. Based on a very quick search, it didn't mean anything. Or I shouldn't have said though.
It's nice.
Yeah. Oh, anyway.
On the run,
That's the
looking
Aghanims.
to oust these heroes from their jungle. They know who's here, and they've got very good information on who. Oh my god, the lasso just zips on to Corrupted, and he's going to get
Max
beaten
range.
down in the river.
Is under attack.
See you later, buddy.
I feel like we've seen Ari get some max range lassos multiple times now today. Really feels like it's gonna snap, but of course
He's a
it doesn't.
cowboy. He knows how to swing that lasso.
Oh, they did get copy, but any follow-up? No. Nice
they-
attempt from difference, but both steps used.
Ice Blast didn't connect, so they can't go onto him. They know that. Although Copy kind of...
Dyer's middle
You
tower
can see he's like jumping around. He doesn't actually fully want to commit to a jump there. Wants to see if he can see anybody behind. Maybe an Ice Vortex gets casted and then he can go for it. But meanwhile, Yuragi and Boom, they're going to work.
Chilling in the mid lane.
Dyer's middle tower.
And the
So
Ursa.
where did that last golem get used, by the way? I forgot.
I cannot provide you an accurate answer.
No, I don't remember either. I guess it was...
Yeah, it's all blended into
for
one, I'll
that
be honest.
last fight. Anyway.
I was googling what BB3PX meant, I'll be honest. Oh, Google's dead.
He certainly is.
Ursa is trying to set up for the Tormentor, but the Radiant did scan, so they already know in the area that they're there. Meanwhile, Difference is also trying
I
to
like this.
grab a kill.
Yeah, but he does get caught out by that stun. He's only got himself a Dissimulate available, which is now used to try and kill off Ari. Ari just comes in with the lasso and kills them both! And the Ice Blast misses as well.
And
Oh,
Ursa?
no. Hey, he did it! Good job, buddy.
Yeah, but
His reward is death.
they're 10,000 gold down. It's the 20-minute mark, and I really feel like I'm watching one move just scramble across the map in the hope to get like a random pick-off to then generate a bit of gold and to hope to find more items. Like, I'm not really watching a team with like identity, getting clean picks that thwart the timings of Na'Vi. Well, the Ursa,
There's 2 deaths at bottom, and the Ursa dying to get the shard on Willow is going to make all
Yeah.
the difference. Those 4 brambles. Ooh,
okay.
just you wait.
So what do you think about Void Spirit queuing up the 21-minute, most likely 27-minute Midas?
Yeah, I think he's griefing.
Mid
I mean-
difference?
Yeah, I don't know what to say about this. And the brown boots.
They're playing for the late
into
game.
Midas
Yep.
is a choice. But I guess if you recognize the only avenue back into this game is to hold high ground forever and somehow farm your way back to a neutral game, so it makes sense in that regard. Is this our Golem replay?
No. This
Oh,
was
this is-
pre-Golem.
Yeah.
Do you see a Golem on the map? I really have no
No.
idea. It's kind of hilarious how I have no idea where this Golem is.
We were so focused on it, and then we just forgot. But yeah, that was a really good lasso from Ari.
Were we though? Were we focused? Clearly not. If we don't know a big team fight spell like Golem. Oh, well, there's another one for a
You're
building.
calling it a big team fight spell. This has not been used as a big team fight spell. This has been used on mostly creep
building
lanes at
damage
this
will be
point.
insane.
Yeah.
I think the only layering in which enables this is the fact that his team is so naturally aggressive with stun that you don't need the golem per se. Different styles top to another lasso plus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the
Oh, Boom's getting Eyesight awful sticky here. Eyesight does not have a way out of this. All he's got is the Enrage, and Boom is not going to leave him alone. He gets the kill. Bristleback brings down the Ursa, and a tip
Slaughter.
from Kaori as well.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
the battering ram has spoken.
It speaks. Yeah, Slardar killed elsewhere on the map. Like, this is just like they're going high ground with two of their heroes also hunting other heroes on the map, and one of their heroes dead. This is absolutely ridiculous. This is such a stomp.
Yep. It does feel like maybe Navi are like an evening team because coming into the qualifier, I expected this to be like the esports series, right? Like, it just felt like the first series of the day was such a jarring experience. If you watched any of the Navi games recently, it probably
Yeah. I don't know why, but the way you said evening team, just hold on, Bristle getting low here, but saved by Kaori. He's going to be absolutely fine. And just to jump away for difference here, might he survive this? He might. He will.
So evening team, Nomad?
Yeah, no, immediately sprung to mind, like, they're all just there in the morning, like, bleary-eyed, like, all scraggly, like, oh, how do we play? And then in the evening, they're in dressing gowns with, like, whiskey, listening to jazz music in between games, like.
Yeah, maybe. You don't know what the Navi management has in their boot camp. You know, maybe there's just like a really nice lad. Alright, hold up.
Ooh, the force stuff onto Kaori was not ideal here, but in comes a huge Wukong's command from Copy. This is going to completely break the fight apart. Eyesight's not going to be able to stand his ground. He is going to fall. Kill gear's dropped as well. And yeah, there it is. 23-minute GG. Navi absolutely throw one move to the ground and choke them out here in this first game. This was the biggest hump we've casted in quite a while, T-Governor.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do the best line of analysis. It's win 3 lanes, win the game, have Kaori on your team using Golem for off cooldown for every tower, and the game will end
Tempo
quickly.
Golem.
So, tempo Golem, win 3 lanes. What can you do? Go game 2.
I like that. That was a little rhyme at the end as well.
Yeah,
Very
I read that. Yeah, that was nice. Yeah, I
Absolutely.
put a smile on my face. Yeah. Hang on.
Great
Do you have any
stuff.
rhymes to send it off to wherever we go next?
No, I don't. I've just got a break ready, so let's jump over to that instead, and we'll see you around the corner for game number 2.
2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me now.
One move could not make the right moves in game number 1 as Na'Vi ran them over. It was a destruction, the likes of which we haven't seen in a pretty long time. Unfortunately, one move, they just really overcommitted towards, I think, countering the Droughty. And was it fair to say their ideas about that were just completely wrong?
Yeah, along those lines. Maybe there's also an argument where they just drafted weak lanes, because it's like one of those moments where they really respected the idea of the game plan of Na'Vi, kept picking heroes, and then 3-4 picks deep, they're like, how do we get out of lanes, guys? That's not really a thing that we thought about. And sometimes you do think in this mindset, and realistically, it's because of AA. Alright, I've said it. I think first pick AA, it's a bait pick. You don't want to pick AA on first pick. It's weaken lane. Your carry needs to be a really specific archetype to give life to the lane. So don't first pick AA, and your draft will probably feel better. Second pick it, third pick it, fourth pick it, but don't first pick it.
Well, it's time to throw it over to the draft for game number 2 and see exactly what they're going to be doing this time around. I always love it when a team get crushed and then you get to see the bans and you get to see a little glimpse into the internal conversation. Ari Batrider, don't let him get Batrider. That seems to be the conversation here. And some interesting bans here from Na'Vi. They're kind of doing this flooding the pool sort of thing where you ban out these sort of unconventional heroes and let through a lot of good stuff.
Yeah. I mean, you know it was a one-sided game, right? Because, you know, Ari, he was part of 15 kills. You know, one move, they only got 4 kills to Navi's 20. Like, it really was, like, such a one-sided game.
Shaman gonna come out for Na'Vi this time around. You let through the Shaman. Batrider. And Shadow Demon taken out. So this is kind of your only big position 4 hero. If you don't get this one, then you might have to get the Ari Marcy out. And that did not work too well against Cyber Goose a week ago.
For the cheese.
Okay.
So I quite like Nature's Prophet as a first pick. I think not only is it just kind of a strong support at the moment, but it also gives you quite a lot of map pressure, which I think is a lot of teams have been underrating in this tournament, and I don't know why. I don't know if map pressure has become less valuable in this patch. I don't think so. Nothing major has changed about Dota, really, but Prophet, it ticks a lot of boxes for me.
Yeah. But the thing with Prophet is he's a good hero, but teams prefer Batrider, teams prefer Shaman, teams are preferring Willow. Like, there's just more teamfight control that they enjoy rather than the idea of shove wave and be ready to provide good vision and kind of map state to play on. To your point, I would like to see probably Ari play the Shaman. It does feel like Kaori has just hit a real confident state with the Warlock
10
that
seconds
I just wouldn't be
remaining.
surprised if it's available, you pick it. And for
5
one move with the
seconds
Nature's Prophet,
remaining.
and you talking about like the map state in that regards, and how teams are undervaluing it, then I want to make sure that one move at least have constant pick-off potential with it. So the Tiny Ban is pretty good from Na'Vi because he is one of the lowest cooldown heroes that will thrive when waves are getting shoved in. You always just kind of connect the dots of your team and find kills.
Radiant team
And
ban.
okay, that's Sven. Often utilizes the strong laning of a Nature's Prophet in the 5 role to ensure that he always gets to his first item to ensure he can jungle, which is the Mask of Madness. Overall, pretty good bans from Na'Vi.
Yep, I would agree with that. Taking
10
these strong
seconds
heroes out of the
remaining.
pool, even though they weren't picked up last time, certainly going to be an adjustment which one move are looking to make, and Na'Vi just kind of preempting that and getting rid of these strong heroes to pair with the Prophet. One thing I also like to see is I think Prophet is actually a better hero if you have last pick, because if you get this hard counter mid matchup where you're constantly harassing a hero down, getting them low, if you're just out trading because of the counter matchup, Prophet can be the difference maker there and actually turn that into kills and turn that into a real meaningful game breaking advantage. We saw that in the last series, and I remember thinking to myself, like making a note, like, okay, Prophet, when you're already winning the lane, is actually just like he's a lane breaker in that regard. As a support, the global teleport to come in and just finish somebody off is super, super valuable. So one move, they're in the position where they have last pick. I don't know if that's something they were thinking about, but definitely something you can take advantage of. And they will also take the Bristleback, which Na'Vi played with last game.
Yeah, and the Axe already banned in first phase. That is kind of like Navi's default response to the
10
Bristleback.
seconds remaining.
They're turning him around, calling him up. So we'll have to
5
see
seconds
a
remaining.
new approach for dealing with the Bristle.
Dire team pick.
And they actually
Oh,
run
I
it
wanna
back.
see the
They
Marcy.
do want the Ari Marcy. Okay. I'm trying to remember that game, but from the top of my head, I can't. So I'm going to quickly load up the.
We weren't casting it, is why it was the lower
Yeah.
bracket match.
I just
of,
know that he died a lot,
10
right?
seconds remaining.
Yes, yeah, it wasn't too clean. A lot of like, he got his BKB, he jumped in, and he just got immediately shut down most of the fights. Like, the team
yeah.
weren't really on the same page together.
Yeah, I'm
But
saying.
yeah, I mean, I think you got to keep playing it. Obviously, it's Ari's one of Ari's strong heroes, and I think you just need to make sure that you're playing enough games to get everybody on the same page with this Marcy in difficult games. I mean, obviously, you'll always look good on Marcy when you're winning.
Radiant team
Yeah,
pick.
and he also took the. Let me double check. Okay, he took the pick me up facet, which is very good for like skirmishing, as you can drag your own teammates out of the fight. He's not trying to play on like the I think it's called flurry or whatever the additional right clicks is when you
10
jump in and get your
seconds
ultimate for a
remaining.
brief period.
Fleeting flurry.
Yeah, so he's not trying to play on damage. It's more on
5
like
seconds remaining.
good repositioning in lane, drag people away. Like against Bristleback with the goo, it does kind of make sense. You get gooed up and you're slowed. You suddenly get a burst of move speed plus you're repositioned. Again, on paper it makes sense. You just need the team around you to ensure that you can actually fight them. And Na'Vi, they pick up the Timbersaw. Pretty sure they're flexing it between offlane and mid to kind of bait some heroes out from one move. And once they see the heroes picked up, then they'll put the Timber in the lane, which feels best. At the
10
moment,
seconds remaining.
putting it mid does feel nicer because, of course, Ursa is in the safe lane.
5 seconds remaining.
But we'll see. It depends on one move pick here. We're slightly to position 4. The good counters to Bristle Ursa are actually banned by one move already. I think SD Batrider are probably the top Na'Vi heroes that you'd want to pick into this. Of course, they have 2 supports already, so that's kind of pointless, but, point in case.
Dire
Point in
team
case, indeed. And the Willow's going to come out. The Gilgit Dark Willow, unsurprisingly, blessing our screens once again. Didn't see a whole lot of it last game, just kind of got shut down too quickly. But maybe we had to see a bit more coming out from Gilgit this time around. See what he's really
10
capable
seconds
of
remaining.
on his specialist hero. Na'Vi, it is time to
Seconds
get
remaining.
yourself I don't know, but did you want mid or carry here?
Whatever they have more value in regards to like, if they see a hero that they should get banned out, then you should probably pick it now to protect it. I would like to see Enigma and put Timber mid because then you get to threaten the lane. Okay, they go for Abaddon. In their read, they want to make sure they have the carry lane matchup, right? Because we've seen how Yuragi like insta picks Abaddon when he sees Bristleback. So in his mind, it's like, okay, let's diffuse the aggression of Bristle. We pick the Abaddon.
10 seconds
The
remaining.
Timber is still flex, but for me, I think all Na'Vi
5
needs now
seconds
is
remaining.
Boom to have a hero that can threaten Ursa and make him play on the back foot, and then you take his tower. So again, I think Enigma is like the best offlaner for it. And if one move ban out Enigma, I am scratching my head a little bit in regards to what's the next hero Boom plays that threatens Ursa. Because a lot of his hero pool actually fall victims to it. Like he likes Darkseer, he likes Tide, he likes Kunkka, right? A lot of melee heroes. Does Boom play Enigma?
Radiant team
That's a good point, actually. I can't say I've
I
seen a
don't
Boom Enigma
know.
at anything recently.
All right, do you want to make a quick prediction? How many competitive Enigma games he has?
1.
Oh no, 7.
7? Oh.
You want
that's
to know his
surprising.
win rate?
1%.
10 seconds remaining.
Yes. No, it was
5
28%.
seconds remaining.
He's only won 2 games.
Yeah, that is 2
He
out
won
of-
1 game against 4
2 to
pirates.
5.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he won 1 game with Secret 12 months ago. But he's not played it for 4 months.
Dire team
So it's
ban.
not a, oh my wow, that's amazing. What a great Boom hero. They do ban it out though. They do respect it. So I was on the right train of thought in regards
Hell
to it.
yeah. The 2 and
just
5
wasn't-
Enigma. We don't want to play
Yeah.
against that. No,
Like,
it's
uh,
a good pick.
and I feel like most drafters there would have wanted the Enigma.
10
Just
seconds
maybe
remaining.
Boom just isn't the player that where he's like,
5 seconds
you know what, go
remaining.
Ragi the counter pick. I'll just play the sacrificial hero.
I mean, that is kind of what we've seen most of Boom doing. You know, he'll on the Bristle, he'll build a Lotus Orb, and he'll just be annoying on the front lines, or
Yeah.
he'll jump on anything. Like it's a guy you want in your team. Just nice to draft with.
Necrophos and Monkey King, 2 of the really good answers to the Timbersaw from the mid lane. A slight rise of Necrophos, but it's very, very laning dependent. Like if you see mid tiny, you can pick Necrophos, and you know you're gonna, crush the lane.
5 seconds.
I feel like a closing hero to the draft. And Navi, with only 21 seconds left, talking to Boom. Boom, are you playing the Timber? Copy, do you see a hero? The mid and the off lane. If they see a hero to break the game, they should just take it, and they go for the more reliable summon approach. Again, kind of like a tier below the Enigma, the aggression to how good Eidolons are against Ursa, but fundamentally, you buy Helmet,
10
you break
seconds
map.
remaining.
That's all they wanted to do.
You may now
Ooh,
select your
Leshrac, okay.
My guy coming out with the Leshrac pick. Okay. I think this hero's. I mean, it is a niche pick, right? Like you pick it when you need a lot of magic damage, when you've got the opportunity to sit on the front lines and sort of just live with Bloodstone. Is that this game?
Probably not.
Yes.
You don't buy Bloodstone really anymore on Leshrac.
No.
Yeah, you go Kaya Atos or Kaya Blink, depending on the team, and you just keep buying like these like somewhat skirmishing items. Eventually, you get BKB, Shivas, and you kind of keep throwing yourself into the middle of the fight. But same logic as before. Just rather than life stealing up, you're just tanky enough that your life takes longer to take, I guess. But yeah, interesting. The Lesh last pick into Timber. This matchup, I don't really know too much about. I've not seen Tesh recent, but they kind of buy items. They both want to buy, mana boots. They both want a Kaya. They both potentially want a Blink. So it is going to be like the race to who gets the items first to be aggressive on the map. Both do a lot of damage to single heroes if they are, by themselves. So yeah,
I think,
mid will be very fun. Very, very hyper aggressive.
yeah. It's going to be a fresh breath of fresh air in the middle lane. I think the Timbersaw might edge it out just because he's got Timber Chain to get away from the Diabolic Edict, which is sort of what Leshrak's built around, especially with the Misanthropy facet. So he should just be able to get away when that's used, and then it just gets put on cooldown, and it's got a pretty long cooldown, so should be alright. Tips coming out between Corrupted and Copy. Two of them sharing a nod of the hat as we get in to game number 2, Na'Vi versus One Move. Are we as convinced of the Na'Vi draft compared to last game?
I think they should win 2 out of 3 lanes. Beast should win. Abaddon should win. It really depends on the Leshrac Timbersaw, right? Because a Leshrac rotating into an Abaddon early on, pre-6, you can kill him off. Even when Abaddon gets ult, just
Oh, this could
forcing
be
into
bad.
jungle,
BB3PX
forcing up
gets
for a turn.
seen.
Oh.
Ari's going to throw Kaori onto him. Shackles is going to be there as well. And with these balls, there is no chance of surviving this one. Kaori does get the first blood there. Maybe a little interesting that he was one to be able to grab that, but nevertheless.
Of course, giving away first blood is not going to help at all.
No, it is not. No, it is not.
Begins.
Copy and Difference already clashing. Of course, Copy will be able to, won't be able to grab that from him. But jump in again!
Oh,
and
Lesh.
Kaori's here again, with the shackles again, and the chicken fingers, and your Leshrac's dead! Oh my god, Ari. Ari and Kaori just throwing themselves into these fights, and find themselves 2 kills at minute 0. This is crazy.
That was a really good 4-man gank, right? You've got the Master Shaman jumping in, and then J joining in at the very end to get the kill, and yeah.
Thought you were making a board joke, but yeah, there's a lovely spray there. The best spray that's ever graced Dota.
I feel like sprays had like a very brief window of being a thing, and they very quickly then just got forgotten, right? Of course, team bundles and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're niche enough to be entertaining when used. You know, I think they're a bit more specialist than voice lines.
I would just
Not
want to
many
know
people
all
use
the like over in Valve, like which person had to go through all of the like the submitted sprays and gone, "Ugh, no, maybe. You know, voice
someone
lines, they're already quite a fun one to have to manage, right, for them probably, but you know,
Yeah.
sprays are.
Surprised no one's done a
harder to walk the
2-part
line.
spray as Gilga's getting dropped here up in the top lane. Does not have the Shadow Realm available, so will be dead. Kaori grabbing yet another kill. 2-0-1 at 1 minute into the game for Kaori. Couldn't ask for more.
Now as you say that, the Ursa is getting thrown around in the bot lane. Again, it is a penta lane down here, 2 boars. Oh wait, okay, quad lane. 2 boars, a hawk. Marcy and a Beastmaster. You step up for a second out of position and everything's going to get thrown on you. Just the laning advantage of Na'Vi is shining once more in the draft. And in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Like you would imagine that Isolite would be able to get good work done in this lane. Find kill opportunities onto Ari being a melee support, but it's just so hard with these boars. If you ever jump into aggressively, you're just going to get slowed down and eventually killed off.
Even into Marcy, because of the facet, I would never see a lane where Ursa should kill Marcy. Like, unless your 5 position was like a Witch Doctor and like you had Maledict and like a really impactful laning spell. The way that Marcy plays with the pick-me-up, I'm gonna say it feels illegal if the Ursa was ever to feel good in the lane through kills. And Kaori, he gets another grab on Corrupted with a shock. Blood Grenade though to secure the kill of the Shaman.
There you go.
But Corrupted
Right
goes
click.
down.
Dire's top
Only his
tower is
first
under
death, but with Gilga dying already, and that's 2 deaths in the lane, and Yuragi very much enjoying one move just falling around him.
Yeah, Gilga's
Shields
going to try and
up.
fight him for the for the Lotus here, but I
He
don't
has
think
Realm.
that's a very good
Yeah.
idea. Yeah, Realm's going to be there, so
That was one of the nice buffs to Willow. She got 50% more HP regen and mana regen during Realm. So the value of Stick just got, so much better. And these spam lanes
Pixie dust.
makes really feel good.
Ooh, bottom lane. BB3PX is going to fall Ari low. Not quite low enough to die, even though this Treant is desperately following her around, but she'll just turn around, punch it in the face, and be absolutely fine. They tried to make the play, but as predicted, did not work out. There's just too much damage coming back the other way, and too much lockdown and mobility between these two. Difference trying to move on to Copy here. Does have the Edict, so it's going to be annoying, but there's your Timber Chain coming out. Oh, just like we said would happen.
Wonderful stuff. Already.
Ooh, yeah, not
hiccups.
making this Copy, but he's going to keep on
No,
clicking.
he's running at him. With Edict on cooldown, there's no real threat of running away from the creep wave.
He could lightning him.
Scary.
Very.
It's the
You
D
and
ward.
Waters well
Yep.
deals with that. Just on the edge, actually. Pretty close. Not good enough.
Gilbert does have Realm, so Guru needs to be careful. Prophet even TP's up here.
Yeah, this is aggressive.
Somewhat
Very-
nice Sprout, but
Yeah, B-tier, maybe A-tier Sprout.
it was B.
Okay.
You're right. Oh, did you Rocky? You had a shield in 1 second and he ran in and died.
Yeah, he got quilled.
He could have
Oh,
run
well,
north.
they're both dead.
Oh, well,
Yep.
yeah, they're dead, yeah.
A little awkward. Didn't need to happen. Did happen.
Right,
Mistakes are made, and one move actually get a bit of breathing room in this game at last. They
and Harry didn't have a
needed
TP. Yeah. If Harry had a TP, then that would be so much different, right? You'd easily get the kill on the Bristle or the Prophet or anyone you wanted to jump up. He just did not have that available, and he's sitting mid. The difference has already scanned out the Master Rotation. So the Leshrac, in theory, should not be dying. But every time we say that, they seem to always step up and find a way to
No.
get
Zero
punished.
chance difference dies here.
Oh, well, he's dead. He just scanned it, though. He
Yeah,
did.
that was... He was baiting. He was like baiting forwards, being like, trying to like get Ari to jump on the tower to try to punish, but then yeah, just
No, Bristle's dead. If Copy
Sometimes-
hits a spell.
nope. Copy just walks away. He's done. He's like,
He's like, nah.
I'm not
He
going
already
with
knows that the longer it takes to kill him, the more of the likelihood that we're watching, right? And he's like, god, the English stream. They're probably watching me cast my spells right now. Gonna be careful. That's exactly what's happening. Just to be clear, it's probably not.
You joke, but players that don't get to play on the stream much, when they do like TI qualifiers and stuff, they have told me before that they find it a little bit stressful the first few games, the first few
sure.
series.
Yeah, that is
Well,
true.
we've not the
When
most
you're like
experienced team, so
Tower is under attack.
Copy
any of
won't
the
care, but
up and come players, no. He just thinks about the game. Corrupted walking down the lane though. Now Copy TP's in. This is his time to kill the Bristleback.
he absolutely is, and he
Believes him.
absolutely will. Corrupted gets taken on down here, slain, if you will. They're trying to go for more. I don't think they're catching Gilga, but they can challenge the Wisdom here, and that would be an issue. The difference coming in from the side. They have to respect the Leshrac. The damage at level 6 could be ridiculous, but they'll take down Gilga and just try to run down the Lesh. No respect for you, sir. They're just going to try and get the kill. Timber Chain through, but it's not doing enough. But there's a Chakram. It connects. Copy brings him down. Difference. He tries to salvage this, but he doesn't manage it. But somebody, at least, did sort of salvage it. BB3PX TP'd to the enemy Wisdom and was able to grab that. So,
Radiant
at the very least,
But
there
at
won't be
what
a
cost
huge
though?
Wizzy diff.
Like your map state is crumbling, right? We're gonna see the replay here. Yuragi, Kyori, and Timbersaw on Kelpie. They go so aggressive. They pressure the top Wisdom rune. Yeah, cool. Prophet on the other side of the map takes that one. But meanwhile, Beastmaster with the Helmet Dominator, he has the Troll Summoner. He takes the safe lane tower, and they are already hitting their stride. Like we exit the replay. We show the net worth, and Beastmaster 4.2k, Timber 3.7. The fact that the Leshrac is only on 2.8, he's died 3 times. This was the hero that we're like, maybe if one move have a chance, it's because Leshrac has found an opportunity to be aggressive early on. But all he's done is die, and Ari then walks over with Boom. The summons and the jungle tanks up all the spells on Leshrac to prevent Ari from dying. A regen rune as well. Copy then bottles it and... Alright.
Just as
Supports are not allowed regen runes. That was unacceptable.
Not for you.
If Ari dies here, then
Yeah, he is.
well, luckily Copy still has the
Come
regen.
on.
Am I right, guys?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, look at him. He's quickly using
Support
it. Hide the
lives
evidence.
matter.
Is under attack.
Look at them. They're gone. Now Copy can decide between Kaya or Blink Dagger, but the intensity of this game is building so quickly. You show, you will die. Oh, Kayori, you should have stolen that from Copy.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Get some justice.
Yeah, get some-
poor old Ari. Yeah.
For your fallen brother.
I just remembered how silly the Abaddon taunt is. My guy gets fully off the horse and dances.
Yeah, they conga together, don't they? It's
Radiant's
quite
top
beautiful.
tower is under attack.
Here we go, they could do that with his horse. Very impressive. Corrupted. Gonna get tossed back, beaten up, roared up, and punched down into a pulp. Tenderized. Hedgehog is on the menu for Na'Vi here, as they'll take the top tower as well. It's 9 minutes in. There isn't a single tier 1 tower standing for the side of one move. It's looking like to be a repeat game number 1.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This time maybe even faster. They've got just as much push, but they don't have to wait for these golems this time around. He has got snakes though, so...
Kayori wrapping around, trying to find difference in the mid lane.
Could just
10
die
minute
here
room.
on the supports.
No.
Let's see. No? Alright, I'll just kill Gilgir instead, I guess. Yeah, too many Na'Vi heroes nearby ready to connect on with that. Gilgir will fall. Shield rune bottled up by Copy as well.
Oh, and Copy just went straight for the Blink Daggers. Like, he knows how free the aggression is right now. He doesn't want to scale with Kaya. He just wants to be in the right place at the right time, doing the damage. And Yuragi, he gets his ultimate poked. But of course, it isn't a bad one.
Yeah,
I get this
it's one of the
lifeline?
problems with the matchup is that you don't even, you don't even need to get your ulti used. If you see that Edict come out, you can just pop your ulti at any point, know that you're getting healed to full.
That's true. And difference in the Leshrac, he's looking at maybe buying a Blink Dagger himself, but it's going to be so far away.
Tower is under attack.
He's only like 600 gold ahead of the Shaman in regards to net worth.
It's so brave as well, isn't it?
Structures are fortified.
Yeah, it's glass cannon. It's in the hope that you want to get a kill.
Iragi's very far down this lane when he's just used the borrowed time, so he's going to have to run back to his team, but luckily his team are very close by. TP considered by the Prophet, but then cancelled as Gilgir once again may just be the sacrificial lamb for this play. Nice terrorize, but Copy's there. Twisted Chakram and a punch from Ari will deal the job. Deal the job? Sure, whatever. Gilgir's dead. That's all you need to know. 21 seconds as Na'Vi continue constricting this map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Look at
attack.
young Yuragi just attacking this tower. Boom comes through as well. They still got a catapult down here. Oh my goodness. Helm of the Overlord. What? I didn't even notice Boom was this farmed. What the?
Hey, he's uncontested.
Huh?
He's been running around the map. He's 2-0 and 5. Every highlight we show is Boom on the other side of the map, taking a tower, doing his own thing.
I know, but this is
Yeah.
this is
Very
an
good.
astonishing amount of farm. Like this is crazy. All right.
And Corrupted tried to go for a TP. Sprout doesn't help him.
Dukes. Well, at least a Prophet got out. I think you take that at this point into the game.
Oh, Leshrac in
As
the mid lane.
Boom, there comes the roar out onto different. Solo kill for Boom. 8,000 net worth at 12 minutes into the game. Are you crazy? This is breakneck pace. Okay, that's resetting the outpost. He's got his big old granite golem. I mean, you can't deal with a granite golem 11 minutes into a game. Like it's just not possible. They don't have a hero that can do that. There's not many heroes that can do it. That's probably the best, like one of the best in the game for doing it, and he still can't.
You need the goo from the bristleback with the Sprout of the Prophet and the right clicks of an Ursa, and that's just for the
Yes.
neutral creep. Yeah.
And don't worry about the hero itself. I'm sure he'll just
No.
watch.
Let's not talk about that. You're getting too carried away.
One problem at a time.
Yeah. Ursa is hiding in the forest.
You might spend the rest of the game at this in this corner.
He just spent 20 seconds hugging a tree.
Maybe he's gonna wait here for the torment to spawn in 7 minutes time.
Copy. Spells are getting thrown.
They are. But unfortunately, Sprout doesn't do a whole lot. Wrath of Nature does, though. It's good damage as the first snakes of the game come out onto Gilgit, and Gilgit does get pecked down.
In fairness, it was a lot closer than I expected.
Yeah, Copy got low. Difference now getting dropped as well. He's also going to fall. Did adjust, by the way. Went for the Kaya instead of the Blink Dagger and is going through BKBN next. So looking to get some stats in. A little bit more efficient on the mana casting. As Boom just into
props to
Roche.
Na'Vi. Yeah, again, props to Na'Vi. They're making it feel like it's like round 1 of a battle cup. You know, they are styling right now.
What a
What's
brutal
the
but true
thumbs
thing to say.
Sorry, say again.
What a brutal but true thing to say.
Yeah,
Well, I can
2025.
see it, Bob.
I'm trying to say, I'm going to try and speak the truth. So I'm not going to try and sugarcoat it. I don't want to sit
Yeah,
here
that's
and
what Qualifier casting's
naively
about.
say that one move might be able to do it, right? Like, in all honesty, one move winning this game is from Na'Vi, like, diving and making serious blunders. Like, the early game has been so disciplined and aggressive from Na'Vi that, like, their reward is closing out this game before the 25-minute mark.
Chad. What a Chad Boom is. He spends like 2 minutes just soloing Roshan, gets low, just leaves the pit. Copy just walks in. Oh, thank you. This is what I mean about Boom being like always a team player, always a sacrificial player. Like so many other Beastmasters, they're rolling the game. They're 10k net worth at 50 minutes as a Beastmaster. They're taking that ages every day of the week. Boom though, he's like, it's slightly more efficient to give it to the Timbersaw. We'll do that. So based.
Are scanning.
Did Boom play on Tundra for a bit this year, or was that somebody else? When we did the qualifiers for them.
Pretty sure that's someone else. My memory.
Trying to remember who was on Boom at the start of the year. Oh, who was on Tundra at the start. Anyway,
He played on Na'Vi, he played on PogChamp, he dabbled with Mouse for one tournament, he played on Secret. That was it.
Mouse, yeah.
Yeah. No, not Tundra. Tundra has been Shad and
Shad. I think that was what I was thinking of.
Chrysalis. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Shad I was thinking of.
The ex-Tipple team. Oh, the Golem. Getting healed up by the Ribbit, aka the Polywog, and yeah, doesn't even die.
We'll go see if he can find another one. And he can. Hello, friend. The other one just dies on the spot. 1 tier 2 remaining. Eyesight. He's nearly at his Battle Fury. 70 gold off. How exciting. Earth is going to get his Battle Fury just as Na'Vi go for the high ground. Gen bump in. Gilgit dead to stand in front of his base. And he just gets killed off. The Shackle from Kaori gets them the kill, and now we're sitting at 16 minutes into the game. 5 and 23, 11k gold advantage for Na'Vi. Boom is sitting on 11,000 gold at 16 minutes into the game. The most farmed I think I've ever seen a Beastmaster. And they're just running it down at this point. And why wouldn't you? Bottom lane is available if they want it, they will. One move. Well, I would have liked them to make one move in this game, but unfortunately they haven't done anything. Eyesight waiting in the sidelines with his Battle Fury. Not exactly the item you want to be turning up to your first fight for. It's not exactly a timing to speak of, but we'll see what they can do with it. He's well positioned at least as Hiragi tanks a little bit of damage here. He's got a Radiance of his own. He's got a shield as well. Na'Vi happy to just make sure that they're keeping these guys inside the base, keep getting some money. Early on, Tao's still pretty strong. They don't need to force anything here.
Yeah, they disengage for now, but with Aegis still being up for a minute 30, I wouldn't be surprised if they get a bit more regen. They see a hero, they are going to jump it, and one move optimistically are somewhat leaving the base on the Lesh and the Willow. Na'Vi are skipping the wave and just closing in on them. Ari might even bump into the Leshrac. Leshrac doesn't have TP for 10 seconds, nor a Blink Dagger.
Stun.
The chase begins.
Ari
Can
out,
they
but
catch?
yeah.
TP up in 3 seconds.
Welcome
Under
to
the cover of night.
A tithe to the impurities.
He is able to survive.
The goat gets away, but will he be tempted by this career? That is the real question. No, because he's not going to see it. Or he does see it, and he is tempted, but he doesn't have the damage.
Radiant
The courier
are
gets
scanning.
away. Now he's just a lone goat in the night.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, the tower falling here. Corrupted is going to turn up for this one, though. Want to see what he can do. But Copy, he's there, right on him. Immediately, Blade Mail comes out from Corrupted. Gilgear's nearby as well, throwing out the Cursed Crown.
I know this is quite a stompy game, so I'm going to sidetrack for a second if that's okay.
Go for it, mate.
Are you not worried by Bristleback? In his name, it does very clearly state move.corrupted.looking for team 3.
Yeah, that's. I mean, what better place to put your name out there? You know, you're looking forward to the shuffle season. You're like, hey guys,
Imagine going
don't
to
forget
lane.
me.
It's like, yo, what up, Corrupted? Are we about to play our lane for this qualifier? Hey, why does it say looking for team? Don't ask.
It's marching,
Let's
baby.
instead. Yeah.
They killed Harry.
Copy
You know,
is
it's not
in a bit of a
nothing.
1v3 situation.
Yeah, I think Copy's dead as well. All right.
All right.
Don't
You're
worry
right
about
about
bottom.
it.
Nothing happened. No, don't.
No.
Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
No.
It was already
If
like
we look
this.
top, it
Start the
actually
game
looks
with
really
this.
healthy. The tier
looks
2, Bristleback being close up the lane, then playing in the enemy. Like, this is a healthy part of the map. If we look anywhere towards mid or bottom, despair, destruction, chaos. If we can just keep the camera in this section of the map, we can bait our viewers into thinking that this game is a lot closer than it actually is. Ah, look at that. It's a healthy tier 2. Gilga.
Tier 2 still up. They got plenty of vision around. The lane's
Yep.
pushed out. It's so nice.
Yes. Look, they're baiting Uragi into such a defensive position. Yeah.
Earth is about to come up and take Tormentor just like last game.
It really does feel like Na'Vi are one objective away from walking it down top. This being probably the objective.
Yeah.
And secure themselves to mega creeps. And most likely the game. The smoke of the upper bracket for one move. If they can somehow get a pick off with this smoke, maybe they can keep their upper bracket lives on the line. But for now,
There's no Timbersaw if you're going to ever make a try for it. This is definitely it. And Kaori's going to get revealed. They're going to throw everything they've got onto this Shaman. Shaman is eventually going to fall, despite the shard still goes down. However, now they're going to deal with some other targets here. And Corrupted, well, they're going to roar him up and try to go for him. Did get off the Blade Mail, but Uragi doesn't care. Pops the ulti and starts pounding away at him. But Uragi is about to run out of ulti here. Uh-oh, Ari says, boom, get back in there, son, and they will. Corrupted gets taken the hell out. Zephyr's trying to make a difference to this, but cannot do a thing. Gets slain. Ari does fall in the middle of this, and Copy and Boom not particularly healthy either, but Gilgit is no threat, and he will die as they try to hop away from each other, almost catching each other out with a Cursed Crown. BB3PX trying to hide in the trees, and Uragi
it's
he's
working.
not going to find him. He won't be able to find the Prophet who...
There he is.
Yep, he's going for Boom! He's going for Boom, but he's
What?
going to
He
find
went-
him!
Oh, what a gamer.
Yo,
And then the GG!
Yeah, the GG!
Yo!
Cinema.
What a play. MVP. Congratulations, I can't even say your full name. BB3PX, you are the chat of the game there.
Respect.
Should put some respect on this very complicated name.
What a chat.
Alright, well.
TP across, cancels the initial TP, TP's across, gets the kill. GG's a call before he's even dead.
But
What
he
a
calls the
player.
GG as well. Like the fact that it's not even his team. He says, you know what? I'm done. I've got my clip, He's adding LFT 5 or whatever to his name suddenly, He's
The team
sending that
is
clip
saying,
around.
the moment that fight ends, the team probably saying, if we lose this fight, we GG out. And then he's like, wait. Just let me do
Wait.
this. Let me do
Yeah,
something.
yeah. That
I'm
was
doing
clean.
a thing.
Yeah,
He
but
does a thing and gives Boom his only death of the game, 6, 1, and 10. But yeah, that was just absolute destruction, devastation, beatdown. You can come up with your own objectives, guys. It was all of the above.
yeah, and for this qualifier now, it really feels like, again, spoilers if you don't want spoilers. Alright, I'm not going for it. Cyber Geese, I believe, are one game up in the other series. So it does feel like the expected top 2 seeds of this qualifier, Na'Vi and CyberGoose, will be in the upper bracket final, unless crazy things change in the CyberGoose series, and that is going to be like the revenge, right? As we probably do have a bracket to look at in a bit anyways. I'm getting carried away. I'm just too excited to think about the future of this qualifier. Of course, we do have, one team that can qualify from the region, but yeah, you see here, Na'Vi versus CyberGoose. If that is to be the upper bracket, or as it's listed here, the semi-finals, I think that is critical, right? Because Na'Vi, they got eliminated from the TI qualifiers due to CyberGoose. Now they're entering the EWC qualifiers with, revenge on their mind. The only team that they truly care about beating in this qualifier is CyberGoose. They want to be the team to eliminate them. They want to be the team to qualify and just be the number one in this qualifier. So yeah, I really hope it is CyberGoose versus Na'Vi. I think that just adds so much more weight to that semi-finals. And in regards to the lower bracket, I think the only team I'm maybe surprised at seeing in the lower bracket is Liga Team. But they did have the hardest first round, I feel like. Liga Team and CyberGoose, they were relatively close. Of course, CyberGoose were, in theory, the better team based on previous results, but still, that kind of was anyone's series. So if there was a team to make that deep run through the lower bracket, I am looking at Liga Team. They're going to be the ones every time I see them, until they meet CyberGoose or Na'Vi, to be probably the favorites.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both of those teams have looked like a step above. Even though CyberGoose are the open qualifier team and technically seeded pretty low, Liga's the second seeded team, I believe. But, you click on the players, you watch them play, you look at their previous results. I think we all know that the two big threats in this tournament are, of course, those two. So we're going to be keeping an eye and seeing exactly how that series goes. So, jump over, go watch that one. It's happening right now. 4 Pirates versus CyberGoose over on EWC Platinum EN2. So go and check that out. We're all done. Thank you guys so much for watching. Join us tomorrow for more EEU action. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of your days.